Hello, welcome to the video. This is another me and Turt Isaac debate tier list here. This is the almighty all items Binding of Isaac tier list. This is part one of all items tier list. So fair warning, no, this 5-hour long video is not all the items in Isaac. All right, that would be impossible. Check if you're subscribed because only a small percentage of y'all are subscribed. So it doesn't take much time to just check if you're subscribed right now and do it. Alright, just do it. Help us reach more. This is the 1,000 subscriber special. Let's see if we can reach 2,000 before the all items list ends. Alright, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoy the video. So, let's get this out the way right away. This will not be all items into one stream. If you saw the community post for these, for all items, we're going to be going for as long as we want, basically. Until, you know, we run out of time, basically, or we don't feel like going anymore. If we feel like we're too tired of ranking, then we're going to stop the stream and come back for another one. We expect that there will be around, like, what, 6 streams? Something like that? Maybe more?
No, 12.
12 streams? That's a lot of streams.
12.
12 whole-ass streams. Either way, there's going to be a lot of freaking streams for this one list. So just keep that in mind. We are not ranking every single item today, because if you've ever actually seen another YouTuber do an all-item stream, then you will know that they just start placing stuff at a certain point. Like, there's not much discussion there. We want to give y'all as much discussion as y'all are used to from the all-items videos that we do. So we're going to be doing that. It's just, you know, obviously that takes a long-ass freaking time. So I was telling Turt, like, this doesn't seem like that many items when it's laid out like this. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I might be crazy. But yeah.
Someone asked if we're using a good list. Rest assured, I did check every list, and I found so many duds, and this one is perfect.
Yeah.
I did check.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
it even has the story items, like the key pieces and the mom's shovel, which we might rank anyway.
Yeah. So, you know, if Turt looked, y'all should know that we're going to be absolutely fine. They're doing the trinket tier list first. We will, but we're going to do that probably in 2 parts for a YouTube video. That's going to be a long-ass list. But yeah, a good list should be fine. Welcome to the stream. I'm seeing a lot of the same people that were YouTube commenters. We're going to get started in just a second here. But yeah, I just want to say thank you all for coming out to the stream. I know it's a bit of a odd time for a lot of people, but I appreciate anybody who is able to come out. Streaming in 12 hours, YouTube only saves first 12 to know if you plan to stream longer. I think that's the case. Yeah, so as I just said, again, for anybody who's showing up recently, this will not all be in one stream, alright? This will be over multiple streams. I'm assuming. Yes, we're going to do a lot of chunks of streams.
It's 9 PM for me right now, right? So I don't want to stay up forever. So, like...
Yeah, for me, it's...
I to go to bed, basically.
For me, it's 8 AM. Right, Turt is Australian, I'm American, completely different time zones, like actually like completely different.
13 hours.
Almost entirely mirrored.
Yeah.
So, you know, it is what it is, right? We're trying to make it work, like usual. So hard, did like 300, yeah. It's a big ass tier list. Based YouTube commenters, true, Paige, true. There you have to fight for Isaac's heart. Isaac's heart, actually, I think...
Don't spoil it, Meta. Don't say anything.
You're right, right. That's spoilers. That's spoilers, that's spoilers. That's spoilers.
How many tiers is this? This was, what?
That's a lot of tiers. So yeah, we have a specific top 5 tier. So these will be the top 5 items. We're probably not going to reach that in a long-ass time. Insane, as usual. And then a bunch of different, like... Other tiers, C+ and C- are the mid tiers, and Detrimental is not going to have too many items in it. Me and Turt before stream can only think of 3. Spoiler alert. I'm not going to say which ones.
For Detrimental, the rule is we have to both completely agree that it goes in Detrimental.
True.
So something that I might put in Detrimental, if Mana thinks it shouldn't be there, I'm not even going to fight for it to be there. It has to go in Trash instead.
Yeah. Which I think is fair.
Well, at the very least.
Yeah. So because we're on a stream, another thing, I said this in the community post, I do want to keep our discussion mainly focused, just like it is on the YouTube videos, but we will be looking at chat. If you want to, you know, say a specific point about an item, just try to say it short, right? Like, to the point, so that way we see it, we're like, oh, hey, that's a good point about that item, then we can bring it up, right? But if you do, like, a big, like, essay about an item, we probably won't be able to read it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, keep it short and to the point, so that way we can actually discuss as much as we can. And on top of that, if we are tied between two items, then I'll see if I could do a chat poll, or Turt will do a chat poll, something like that. We'll figure it out. So that way, y'all can break the tie between two items. But with that said, I think we can finally get started. Somebody said rock bottom overrated. Let me stop. Okay,
let's go. The most exciting item in the game, plus 0.7 tiers.
Bro, insane. All right, moving on. Triple shot.
Let's do this. Okay. I think a regular boring tiers up is probably like a B-. That feels right to me.
Well, okay, how does this compare to other tiers ups? Is this like a good tiers up? I don't even know.
It's a good tiers up, yes.
Maybe bottom B plus?
I can maybe say B+. I think it's B.
Let's do that for now, I guess. That's fine. So we're starting with some really basic items. These are all flash items, so
yeah.
A lot of them are just like boring stat ups. So 0.7 tier is pretty good. I mean, we could drop it in B plus. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. Right now, it's obviously always really hard to rank items.
We just place it approximately, and we'll find out.
We'll figure out where it actually goes once more items are here, right?
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, it's better now. Okay, cool. All right, let's move on. Triple shot.
Triple shot.
To be fair.
Okay, this is actually a weird one immediately. I need to look at the values for this.
I mean, this is a pretty good one starting off, right? Wait, there actually are some...
Tier rate, basically. It's slightly over half, but it's basically half your tier rate, and it's triple shot.
Right. So I want to make an argument here. So this is going to come up again for Polyphemus, but it also counts for this item and quad shot as well. Lowering your tier rate for a massive like damage up like this is absolutely like completely worth it. I mean, like, because the tier rate, obviously having higher tier rate is great because you can just spam it more, but when you have this many shots coming out all at once, you're just hitting more shots. Okay, it should be fairly obvious what I'm trying to say here, but basically, in the time that you're hitting it, it's kind of like a charge hit, basically. Like, with these super low tier rate moves, it's kind of like you're charging up in a way. Like,
I finally get what your point is. You said it's obvious what your point is, and I was just here.
It's basically like charge shots, is what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, you hit one, now, right? you hit one hit, and then you know you just dodge while you wait for your charge rate to come in.
You wait for your cooldown to go off, and then you fire again.
Right. So yes, basically you play slightly different with an item like this. You're not gonna just be spamming shoot in one direction. You're gonna shoot a direction, then stop, and then get into another good position, and shoot again. So your DPS is still going to be a lot higher, though, despite that, just because, obviously, you're shooting a lot more shots. So no matter what, I actually think this is a lot better than a tiers up. I would unironically, obviously, it's just worse quad shot. Its tier down is, like, the same as quad shot, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not going to make any comments. I'm not sure.
That's fair. I think triple shot on its own, I mean, it has really good synergies with a ton of items. I would unironically put it, like... Obviously, there's a lot of items, but I think it should be at least top A-.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with that placement yet. I'm just gonna say what I want to say about this. I'm actually not sure where I'm gonna put it, to be honest. Because this halves your tier rate, it means if you hit 2 shots, then you're at basically normal, like, rate, like it's doing nothing, because you get twice the amount of shots you hit, but then you fire in half the speed. So you need to hit all 3. Like, if you're just holding down the button, you need to hit all 3 for it to get damage up. But against bosses, that's actually quite easy to do. It's quite easy to hit all 3. Especially since you buffed it in Repentance to make it less of a spread. Like, it's more narrow. It's easy to hit all 3 now. And if you hit all 3, it's a 1.5 times damage multiplier effectively. So, yeah, I mean...
In rooms, it's also insane, though, because the spread is just actually just really good for room clearing.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be attacking multiple enemies. Of course. I mean, there's so many good synergies with triple shot. Brim completely nukes rooms. Obviously, the charge rate's really, really low, but it actually does just nuke things so hard. Piercing's really insane. You basically just like sweep through an entire room for completely free. Like, the spread is really good against enemies, and it's even better against bosses. I actually just think it's absolutely deserving of at least A-. Like,
I actually think it should be B+.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's top of A-, though. Do you think it's bottom of B+?
I don't think it's bottom of B+. I think it's maybe high B+. Actually, I'm not sure. It depends where the rest of the items go. But it's in B+, I think. I don't see it being A. I think... Okay. I can maybe see it being A.
In our theoretical world, let's just say it's bottom of A- for right now, because that's probably where the midpoint would be anyway. Because again, I'm top of A-. I mean, we can just put more. Let's just come back to it, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Right. I do absolutely think that this is like a run-changing item. Like, I mean, even now, it's kind of crazy because it's such an early item, but I do think this changes a run a lot, like, in a good way.
I find that sometimes it's just... Is it ever bad? Not really. Yeah, okay. I'm fine with it being there. I think it's on the borderline, though.
Okay. Homing. There are some pretty good items early on. I'm actually a little shocked. I mean...
It's A+ or, like, extremely high A-. I can't see it going any lower than extremely high A-.
There are some really good items. I was about to plop it in insane, but there are some really good items.
Really good items in A+. I think it is an A+, and I think we just leave it there for now. I mean, it's homing. Homing is...
It's literally homing, yeah.
God, I really like piercing too, so I think piercing is also a really, really powerful modifier, but homing is up there.
Homing is better than piercing, though. I will be strong on that. Okay, so homing in Repentance also gives you a big range up, right?
No, only certain... Like, Magician card does. That's why you think it does.
Well, homing in Repentance in general is just so strong. Like, it curves so much more than it used to.
Yeah, you're effectively getting a lot of DPS up because you're going to be hitting so many more shots.
You definitely get you definitely get a bigger DPS up from this than you do from like a damage up. Like, I can say that almost entirely confident.
Like a regular boring damage up, you're definitely getting way more from homing. You're just going to hit more shots. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think it's
there's much to say until later. It's just good.
Right. No, that's true. That's true. And I mean, there's better items than Insane. So yeah.
Another beggar right away.
Wait, why are there so many beggars? I'm actually shocked.
It gets boring later. We have some interesting stuff to talk about now, and then later on we're gonna get like health up number 23.
True. Okay.
A+. Okay. Guys, for the record, a lot of people say this item is insane. I agree, kinda, but we're being a bit more strict with our insane tier this time. I noticed in some of our lists, like Angel, we had some items like Holy Light and Insane, and then we had to make a like capital Insane tier above that. We're basically removing the lowercase Insane tier and just using the capital one. So items that normally went in Insane in other lists are now going to be A+ on this list.
Right. So keep in mind that Insane. Keep in mind that Insane's gonna have stuff like, I don't freaking know, like C-section or like really absolutely bonkers items like Sacred Heart or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, just keep that in mind. Like for homing, can you really just sit here and say that homing is on the same tier as Sacred Heart when Sacred Heart's just better homing? You know what I mean? Like, just
I'm looking. I kind of do want Inner Eye to actually go to B+ now. I'm looking at it compared to homing and Cricket's Head, and I think it isn't quite that close. Because I think homing might need to be near the. I'm not sure if Cricket's Head or homing's better. They're both really good.
Cricket's Head's really good, but honestly, I think homing's better. I'll say it. I think homing, like, the thing with homing is that it synergizes with, like, everything. I mean, so does damage, obviously, but, like, it's deeper than that, though. Like, homing, like, for so many items, homing breaks the game. It just does. And there's so little things that give homing. Like, with a damage up, granted this is a huge damage up, Cricket's Head, but Like, there are other ways to get damage. There are not that many ways to get homing. You know what I mean?
Well, Cricket's Head is a damage multiplier. It's
Exactly.
a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage. That's why it's such a good damage up.
I feel like...
I do think I'd pick homing. I actually think I'd pick homing every single time if I was given the choice.
I would pick homing, but I feel like the runs that get Cricket's Head early get a better bonus from the Cricket's Head than the homing would. Like, if I got an early Cricket's Head versus an early homing, I think the Cricket's Head is better in that scenario.
Well, in the instant beginning of the game, probably. But the more items you get, I think homing stacks a lot better than just... I mean, a damage multiplier is obviously really good. But, like, it's homing, bro! It's homing!
Maybe
Like,
we just leave it. I think. Yeah, I can see homing be. This is like so close to me. We've already picked one that's like.
Hey, you know what? I'm for it. These are already like insane items. Like, in any other list, these two would probably be an insane.
Yeah.
But it's just because,
yeah.
You know, because there's so many really good items. It's just different.
I'm fine with it. I think in runs that need homing, the homing is better. I know, like, if you have soy milk, for example, you really want homing.
Right.
So I think homing can sometimes, like, have a lot higher highs, and then the lows of homing, I guess that the lows of Spoonbender would be you already have homing, but that's a little bit unfair.
I don't have much reasoning behind this, but for some reason, I just feel like it's a more guaranteed win with homing than it is with Cricket's Head. And I don't know why I feel that way, because they're both insane. It's just... when I see Spoonbender, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I won the run. Instantly. Cricket's Head, like, I mean, I also feel similarly, but, like, I don't feel like I don't even have to try. Like, with Spoonbender, I just don't even have to try, in a way.
Someone make it a good point in chat. They said they always struggle with bosses, against bosses with homing shots. I think that is true. Homing is a very good room clearer. Cricket's Head is also a good room clearer, but then against bosses, Cricket's Head is better. But then I would say if you, like, when you get to final bosses... at that point,
so good.
When you're trying to dodge like so many shots, being able to just focus entirely on dodging and knowing all your shots will hit.
I think early game Cricket's Head's probably better, but I think late game homing's probably better.
Yeah, I think like your regular end of floor bosses, you'd rather have Cricket's Head.
Right.
I think
because you'd rather just have
because you're not comparable or homing is better.
Because the thing is that with early bosses, you can just like get up in their face because their attack patterns are really easy. So with Cricket's Head, you're just doing way more DPS than homing. Yeah. But in late game, homing, you could just be, like, let's say you're fighting Hush, you could just be across the floor and just spam shoot and just always be hitting Hush. It's absolutely a bigger DPS up in that case, right?
I'm happy with it being above Cricket's Head.
Yeah, for now. I mean, maybe we could change it later. So we're already at an item here that I did not know its insane repentance buff. So how about you give us a good
This item, we were discussing what items might go in detrimental, and Matt is like, maybe my reflection, and I'm like, no, my reflection is a damage up now. It's actually kind of good.
Name its freaking ups, bruh. It's kind of crazy.
So now it's a plus 1.5 damage up in the formula. Most damage ups like Pentagram are plus 1, so this is already higher than most damage ups. It still gives you the reflection shot. Okay, before it was a damage up, I didn't like this item because the reflection shots, they're not terrible, but they're also not good. Like, it was just like, why do I want this? But now that's a damage up, I'm gonna pick it up with the damage up, and then the fact that the tears come back, I don't really care. I still don't care. Like, it's not that detrimental. It's not that good. I don't care. But I'm getting damage up, so like, it's good. It's also a shot speed multiplier, which is relevant sometimes. Certain items like Proptosis really want good shot speed, and this is the best item for Proptosis, and Monster's Lung and stuff like that. Yeah, shot speed is very relevant on some items. So I actually think this is a good item now. I might want to say B+.
B+. Oh shoot, I'm throwing right now. I'm sorry. B+. Oh my god, wait. I'm throwing the stream, I'm sorry. B+.
What have you done? Oh god, I see. What have you done?
Alright, don't worry about it, don't worry. I was trying to put chat on stream. Listen, YouTube streaming is new for me. Alright, yes, I actually agree. The stat up is honestly just like really, really good. I think I would actually pick this over a Tears Up, absolutely. It just gives so much stats, and I don't think it's like, while yes, you just will miss more shots than you would have without it. But I mean, it has some pretty good item synergies. Like this with Brimstone's really good. I don't know. Like there are some good synergies with it, but more important than anything, its stat ups are just really good. Like they just are.
Yeah. The range is a bit weird. Like it gives you a range up, but that's not forward shooting.
Right. It's not
the
forward.
range.
Yeah.
It's always okay. It comes back after shot speed applies. Like the shot speed will apply. It comes out really fast. That's why it gives you a shot speed multiplier. And then when the shot speed gets too low, that's when the reflection effect is stronger than the shot speed, and it brings it back towards you.
Right.
And the range will just mean that it travels backwards more.
Yeah. So I think the idea is that if you shoot the opposite direction, the more range ups you have, you'll just shoot way farther by, you know, shooting the opposite direction. Which is interesting.
Definitely want, shot speed is range with this item. You want shot speed. It's weird. But yeah, I think the reflection shot thing is kind of just like a whatever. It's a whatever effect to me. It's a damage up. It's a damage up. It's a good damage up. It's better than like Pentagram in terms of the raw stat that it gives you. So
chat, I see a lot of people in chat saying Big Pig, my reflection over triple shot. I just don't think that's true. Like the difference there is that my reflection is basically, well, first of all, it is still a negative in terms of how you're shooting. Like it just is. And second of all, it is just stats. Like with triple shot, there's so many synergies that you can do with that. It's a little different for triple shot. Like, again, it changes the way you play. You can't just spam shoot, but you do just do so much more DPS if you're doing it correctly. So I do think triple shot is a whole tier above my reflection, and like by a good bit, I think. Unless you think otherwise.
I'm not sure. I can kind of see them being in the same tier, so maybe that's another reason. Maybe you know, I need to go down.
I mean, I'm not 100% against bringing it down, just if you think that so strongly, but I do definitely want it above my reflection, because triple eye.
I'm okay with that.
Inner eye being below my reflection, I think is very wrong.
Yeah, we do need to keep in mind that my reflection does actually. Like, everyone who's saying it's good, I do agree it's a good item, but we do need to keep in mind that sometimes the reflection effect is bad. Like, if you have Ipecac,
right,
terrifying.
Exactly.
Dr. Fetus, terrifying.
Yeah. Like, yeah, like, my reflection definitely has negative runs, whereas triple eye, is there any run where triple eye actually ruins your run?
I feel like I have had a scenario, maybe, but I don't remember, so I'm not going to say anything.
I mean, obviously it decreases your tier rate a lot, but again, it's not like it makes your run worse. Like, I wouldn't consider, like, let's say you have a Brim triple eye run, triple shot run. I don't think that makes your run worse. It just means you have to spend more time charging. But when you actually hit it, you're just one-shotting, like, most bosses, most things, you know? Like, it's different, but I don't think that's necessarily weaker, right?
Actually, that is true. I feel like multi-shot on Brimstone, sometimes I prefer just having no multi-shot. Like, I'm doing less damage, but I prefer... Sometimes being able to shoot the beam quicker is way more valuable on some runs. So sometimes you don't want to nuke your tier rate, because if you pick up too many items that give you a tiers down multiplier, and if you pick up too many, you're never going to be able to 5 tiers. That's when triple shot is bad.
That is when it's bad for sure. However, I think as long as like you're using it at the moments that you know that you could actually pull it off, I think it's fine. I think it also helps a lot that like, granted, the thing with that's like specific for Brimstone though. Like with triple shot, if you get like any setup that has like a bunch of tiers ups. Because the thing is, right, like, okay, I think this is how I'll decide if it's higher or not. Does triple shot give you, like, a negative multiplier, or does it literally just lower your tier rate?
It's almost times 0.5. It's times 0.51. So it almost halves your tier rate.
Okay, but can you still get to the tier cap with triple shot?
You'll get to the...
Or does it lower the
triple shot tier cap, which is half the normal tier cap.
Okay, so there is its own tier cap. Maybe
It's a multiplier. You can't get rid of it.
Okay, so it is always just going to be half of the regular tier rate. So I guess by that logic, I can somewhat see it being below if you feel like this is better. But...
That being said, some people in chat have said the -1 on my reflection. I do know about the -1 luck. To be honest, -1 luck, it doesn't sound like much, so I don't really like think about it too much.
But luck is good though. Luck is good though.
Like, so maybe just on the basis of -1 luck, we just say that the inner eye is better.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I do feel a lot stronger when I have triple shot. I don't know. I actually, it's funny though that we are comparing them, because my reflection for so long in Isaac has just been like one of the worst items.
It's actually been, it would be detrimental. It would have been detrimental on my list. And I gave it a damage up and now it's just good.
Okay, I think the fact that it has its own tier cap is what makes me definitely think, yeah, maybe it does deserve B+ instead of A-.
Most of these big like tiers down effects, like multi-shot or brimstone or anything, is a multiplier. Most of them are multipliers.
Yeah. Okay. Number 1. This does not break tier cap, if I'm correct. Is that true?
Yeah, I wish it did.
Yeah, it definitely should. It definitely should. So the problem with items like this, with number 1, is that if you get this really early, you probably always still pick it up. But like, a lot of times if you find it too late, you're just gonna be like, you know what? I'm just not getting enough benefit out of this to make it worth it for the massive range down, right?
Yeah.
It really depends on when you get it. Like, if you get it early, I'm always picking this up. But if you get this too late when you already have some tiers ups, then it's just like, because you're just gonna reach the tier cap and then get the negative range for like no reason. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten this.
That being said, now this is actually a range down multiplier, but it's not that extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Also there's a minimum. Your range can't go below 4, so you can't ever like screw yourself too badly. I feel like when we get to Skinny Old Mushroom, where it's a big tears up but it's damage down, you can't get around that damage down. Like, you're permanently got that damage down multiplier. Right. With this, yes, you permanently have a range down multiplier, but it's so easy to get a lot of range in this game. It is so easy. And I feel like a lot of runs that take number 1 early, I eventually end up with so much range anyway that it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter that the tears up is irrelevant, because it helped me at the start of the game when I needed it. And now the range down is not hurting me late game either. So it's like, it was just good to pick up. It's useless now, but it was good when I picked it up. It might still be good later. Sometimes you don't get tears ups.
Well, that's true. It definitely has situations where you still pick it up. I mean, to be fair, most runs I still pick it up. I'm not trying to like argue that it's like low tier, because it definitely isn't. I actually think it's comparable to a base tears up, as crazy as that sounds. I think it's like in the same tier, if not 1 tier lower than a regular tears up.
I would say it's definitely lower. So Sad Onion gives you plus 0.7 into your tiers formula. Number 1 gives you plus 1.5, so it's 2 Sad Onions for the range down. Slightly more than 2 Sad Onions.
It's just that it's a range down multiplier. I don't know, man. It's tough. Again, if this broke tier cap, which it definitely should, then I absolutely would put it maybe even as high as A-. Well, I don't know. It depends. I mean, it is a pretty big tier, so
I think C+ makes sense.
Yeah, I think so too. Because it is, I would pick a regular tiers up over number 1 almost every single time. I think I would. Just because, like, again, like, it's the tier cap, man. You're gonna break tier cap in most runs if you know what you're doing. Well, not break. Sorry, I said that wrong. You're gonna reach tier cap, not break tier cap, in most runs. So, like, you're just not getting as much benefit out of this if you're considering all the items, right? That's over 2 times onion. Yeah, but, you know, the range, right?
I think, like, sometimes the range can be bad. There are definitely runs where I have number 1 and the range is annoying. And there's sometimes, and then again, like, late game, if you get this, like, it can be very often where maybe you have a run that already picked up Y coat hanger, so you already got plus 0.7 tiers. The tier cap, by the way, is like plus, it's like 1.71 is when you hit 5 tier rate for your formula. So number 1 gives you plus 1.5. If you have any other tiers up, you're getting less value on that tiers up immediately. Because, like, the lowest tiers ups in the game, not the lowest, but, like, the common ones, like Torn Photo, are plus 0.4. So normally you hit cap with a plus 0.4 and then 2 plus 0.7s. If you have a single plus 0.4, number 1 is already, like, kind of halving the effect of that other tiers up you have. If you have a Y coat hanger, it's, yeah, you're getting a lot less out of the Y coat hanger too.
Right.
So, like, there's a lot of situations where this is giving you less than plus 1.5, is what I'm trying to say. Well, Sad Onion, you're almost always going to get the full plus 0.7.
Yeah, I think being, like, at the upper end of mid is correct for number 1. I just feel like that makes sense. But yeah. Okay, you just hit that tier cap way too often, and then when you do hit it and you have the diminishing returns, the minus range just isn't worth it. I've definitely passed on this. Like, if you pass on an item, I don't think it could ever really be super, super high, right?
It depends on the reason you pass it, and it depends how often. This is an item that I will pass semi-often, so when I take it, it's really good, and then when I pass on it, it's because it would be really bad. It's like, sorry. Yeah.
Alright, that's fair. Blood of the Martyr, what's the damage up on this?
Just plus 1. But
Okay.
you do have the kind of cool synergy that if you have a Book of Belial, it literally gives you Cricket's Head multiplier.
Mhm.
I think that works with a devil card as well. I think it's the Book of Belial effect. So a devil card still gives you a plus 1.5 times multiplier. It's really good.
Can I just say, I'm actually proud of Flash Isaac. Look at all the higher tier items we have so far. Shout out,
Again,
bro.
we haven't got to health up number 25, okay?
But just shout outs, bro. In terms of item ID, they're doing great so far.
Yeah. Where does regular damage up go? I feel like the regular stat up items like tiers and damage can only be B tier. Like I feel like good damage ups are probably like B plus, right?
Do you
But I
think
don't think they can be
do you think a base damage up's better than my reflection?
That's a hard. That's actually a hard. That's a hard question.
See, because here's the thing. I would take triple shot over a damage up any day. Am I crazy?
I think I would take triple shot over a damage up for sure. This is okay. Some people were saying before that Actually, no, they were saying that versus Spoonbender. But some people were saying, like, with Cricket's Head, like, oh, damage up is, like, a common effect. Damage multipliers aren't. But
Yeah,
actual
damage
up
multipliers are really good.
Just actual +1 damage, like Blood of the Martyr is, that is a very common effect. And that also does plateau. If you get too many damage ups, then the effect of 1 damage up is quite low. I think it's comparable to My Reflection, though, because My Reflection does have downsides. Like, sometimes you don't want the reflecting tears. It does have -1 luck. But My Reflection, in terms of actual stats, it is 1.5 Blood of the Martyrs. It's 1.5 of them.
I don't know how to
saying
feel.
My Reflection's better. I think I can get behind that, but I do think that damage ups should be B+. I feel like damage ups are like by B. Like, yeah. But I don't think they're A. I don't think they're B-. I think a +1 damage up is better than a plus 0.7 tiers. By a fair bit, actually. Not enough to be like out of B tier, but I think by a fair bit, I would usually want a damage up instead of tiers. Depends on the run. Depends on the run.
It definitely depends on the run. I think if there was no tier cap, then it's a completely different argument.
Yes. If there was no tier cap, then tiers up would be way better, because tiers ups get stronger the more you have. So you just, if there was no cap, you just like skyrocket your tier rate and it'd be broken.
Somebody says, don't see your point with My Reflection being bad. Tears coming back can help, even if you miss an enemy. I just don't agree. Like, I feel like the reflection is kind of like... Because usually you're shooting at angles, like, depending on what you're fighting. And if you're shooting at an angle, right, like using momentum, usually the tier is just going to reflect and then just not hit the enemy because it's going past the enemy. It's kind of hard for me to visualize, but I don't think you're actually hitting that many shots that you miss.
My personal problem with it is not missing shots. My personal problem is that it makes... You basically can't take blind items ever again. Like, you can't take blind item room items.
True.
With My Reflection.
It's so true.
Because if you get Ipecac, your run might just die. Like, you can't take blind items with My Reflection. I think that is actually quite a big downside.
Yeah.
You can technically take blind items, but I like to play safe, and I'm not going to take a blind item. Because if I was on a streak, if Mana put a gun to my head and said, you better win this run, and I have My Reflection, I'm not taking a blind item, because I don't want to get Ipecac and then I get shot, okay?
Right. Honestly, if it was gun to my head, this is what makes me like feel a little bit weird about My Reflection. If it was gun to my head, I think I'd have more win % than like just taking like a regular tears up than My Reflection.
I don't agree with the regular tears up. I almost agree with the regular damage up though. That's why I kind of think maybe Blood of the Martyr is higher.
Okay.
But it feels weird.
No, I would take a damage up over My Reflection any day. Like a base damage up.
I think everyone's gonna hate us, but I kind of agree. I think, and yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. Not taking blind items is weak-willed. Just gamble. True.
Reflection does have the runs. Does have some runs where you don't want the reflection shots. Like, really don't want it, and I can't take it even though it's a damage up. Blood of the Martyr will never happen. It's just, why would you not take Blood of the Martyr? It's just free damage.
Yeah. Okay. I think I like this for right now.
Yeah.
The problem that I see here is that, I don't know, maybe I'm just biased for triple shot. I just think triple shot's a lot better than both of these still. I can't shake it. I just think triple shots always run 1. I don't know. It's hard for me to shake. Insane!
Yes, insane.
All right,
no, it's top 5. It's top 5.
Top 5, actually. You're so right. Yeah. I was lowballing. I was lowballing a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother.
Let's make it for real. It's in D somewhere. I don't think it's E. There's a lot of like really useless items, I think Brother Bobby might be a D-.
Should we count it as detrimental since it takes up double deal spots?
No. Oh, actually, that's a good opportunity to say. I think for this list, I don't think we're factoring in like the item pool it's from at all.
Right. No.
My criteria I like to use, this is a bit weird, but just if people want like the way I see things like theoretically, let's say you have Chaos and you're in a choice item room. So with Chaos, any 2 items on this list could appear. So if I'm in Chaos in a choice item room, I could get Brother Bobby next to Sacred Heart, right? Well, I'll take Sacred Heart. I could get Brother Bobby next to like Spoonbender, and I'll take Spoonbender, right? It's not in a devil deal, basically.
Mm-hmm. I should mention, Jojo, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Brother Bobby is now in B tier because they said so. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm sure that you're memeing. Realistically, I think I agree with Turt. It's probably just D. Is it E?
I don't think it's E. When I think of E, I'm thinking of like really useless items. This at least helps a little bit early game. Like, and it does contribute to conjoined too. So I think D- makes more sense.
Okay. I have to see more to really see. I unironically think Brother Bobby is like, he could even be trash. Is that like lowballing him a little bit? I actually don't notice him like at all.
I can kind of see where you're coming from, but you haven't seen the rest of the items that we're about to rank.
Right. But like, what other? Okay, give me just an example. Give me just an example of what a truly useless item is, just so I can compare it a little bit.
All of the useless active items in the game, like Lemon Mishap, Mum's Bra, the Hourglass, Mum's
I think
Pad,
all of those I get more use of than Brother Bobby.
You are no.
No, like no. Unironically, I think I get more use out of Lemon Mishap than Brother Bobby. No, I am lowballing because conjoin's a thing, but conjoin's actually the only reason why I would not rank it in trash.
No, even without getting conjoined, I would rather have Brother Bobby just for the occasional extra damage. I do notice it sometimes.
I actually think without conjoined, obviously conjoined's a big factor for it for me, so I'm not going to consider it trash, but without conjoined, I actually think it's kind of useless. Am I crazy?
It's not that helpful, but it is nice to have early game.
I guess so. I guess it is still damage. Alright, whatever. What did you say, D-?
Yeah, D-. I could maybe say E+, though. I could maybe say E+, if you want to put it a little bit lower.
I think we should put it a little bit lower. I don't know, man. It really does feel like... I should keep in mind, though, chat, like, you know, like, detrimental, it doesn't actually have as many items as you might think. Detrimental is only going to have, like, 3 items in the entire list.
Yeah, it'll be like 5 max. It depends. We haven't went through the whole list yet, but right. I'm not expecting detrimental to have much at all.
Trash is like useless items.
Yeah.
Like,
no, not even. Oh yeah, trash is like useless basically.
So yeah, Brother Bobby's not useless. I can actually see D- just because of conjoined though. What do you think?
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that. D- makes sense.
Okay. Let's just do that then. I think that's fine.
Next to my favorite item in the game, Skatole. We all know that I spend 99 cents on a shell game to get Skatole, just for the immunity to flies. Okay, no. Real ranking on Skatole. This item is either completely, like, okay, not completely useless, but, like, very underwhelming, or it's flight. And this is where it gets really awkward, because this item doesn't spawn in an item pool. It only spawns from the shell game. And I will only go for this item when I'm 2 out of 3 fly items. Meaning every time I pick this up, it's flight. Like, almost every time I pick it up, it's flight. But it's not a flight item. Like... So it's really awkward. It's really awkward.
Yeah, because I guess it doesn't... I guess when you think about it that way, I could see why in the other list that we did that you basically considered it as flight. Because yeah, theoretically, you're right. I've never actually done it that way because, I don't know, I just never have. I feel like I never get enough fly items for me to... I probably have had the situation and I just, like, didn't think of it. It makes sense, though, in my mind. Yeah, it is weird, isn't it? But... in those scenarios, it is always just flight. Because why would you ever go for it if you don't have the 2 items, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's very odd. Okay, no. Maybe we should rank this item as if it's like Chaos Pool, and it does take up another option.
So this actually can't show up with Chaos because... Actually, maybe it can. I think there is a show game pool that's kind of weird. I think it can. Anyway, even if it couldn't show up with Chaos, I still think we should rank it as if it's Chaos if we factor in the fact that, that you're gonna pick it up mostly when it's flight. I think that's more like shell game logic. Like, I would rank shell game as like semi-flight because of that. I'm not gonna rank Skatole. Like, most of the time when you get Skatole, like, okay, it's
right.
just
We're
really
ranking
good.
the item. We're ranking the item itself. So like, would you take this if you spin down into it, or D6 something into it? Can you?
Good point, actually. And I'm not going to take it if I have no fly items. So, like, yeah, if we start ranking it, assuming we're going to get flight when we pick it up, then we're basically just ranking BAs above, and we're not ranking the item, and that's a bit kind of losing the point. So I think we should just rank the actual effect. But like Brother Bobby, we can say that it is 1/3 flight. Like, that's fair, but let's not assume that it's guaranteed flight. So yeah, it also goes towards the poop transformation. Insane.
Insane.
The poop transformation is actually really good, but the problem is it's so rare that you never get it. Now this, okay, I would say the best use of Skatole is on Ascent. It makes all of the like tainted fly enemies on Ascent not hit you.
I do think we should give at least a little credit. Like, okay, so usually, because we already said earlier, we're not ranking items based on rarity. However, if an item is consistent, I do think that's worth bringing up. And I think that actually bumps up Skatole a good bit for me. So, for example, I'll consider that for IV Bag or Blood Bag. The fact that you could get those items in, like, basically any run, like, that's a buff to the item in my mind. Like,
actually, it's true. Yeah, I'm gonna re-clarify my my rarity point, because some people will say like things are rare, so therefore it should be lower. I disagree. However, I think if something is really common, then it should get boosted.
Right.
So I'm never gonna bring something down for being rare, because most items in the game are really rare. Like, you can't, if you start a run and you say, yes, on this run I started, I'm gonna get Sad Onion. You probably won't get Sad Onion.
Yeah, no, you
like,
just
there's
won't.
somebody else in the game.
Exactly.
But
you
I
can
say, I'm gonna start this run and get Skatole, and I actually could force that. I definitely could.
Right.
So yeah, I actually think that is a good point.
Maybe it could even go as high as C-. I don't know. It just doesn't have that good of an effect besides the Beelzebub.
Let's keep it in D+.
Yeah.
Let's keep it in D+. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because honestly, I think the effect alone, like, let's say it just didn't give Beelzebub, I actually think it might go E+ without Beelzebub.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
It's really only good in Ascent. Otherwise, it's kind of like extremely whatever. It's extremely whatever. Otherwise, on Ascent, it's okay. And then it's like,
I mean, I'll put it this way. Okay, well, here's another good point. Would you rather have Flight or Conjoined?
flight.
Fair enough. Okay.
The only problem is flight is more common than conjoined, obviously. So I'm probably already going to have flight in some runs, therefore I'll take conjoined. But if I had to pick right now, I didn't have flight, I take flight, yeah.
Okay. Crazy work putting it above Bobby. It really is just flight and consistency. I don't know, though. That is true, though. I feel like it's weird to put it a whole tier above Brother Bobby. Maybe we should have it here.
I can kind of see that.
Yeah, I actually think that feels more right. Having Skatole a whole tier above Brother Bobby feels wrong.
Someone said Turt what? What? Is it weird that I would rather have flight over conjoined? What? I don't think that's weird at all.
I can see the point either way, honestly. It depends on the run for Conjoined. Conjoined has really good synergies, but like if you don't have that synergy, then it could even be bad, depending. I don't know.
Conjoined is kind of mid sometimes. Like, conjoined is actually not good sometimes, but it's like fine.
All right, do I think Brother Bobby's slight, very slight, minuscule DPS up is better than being immune to flies?
I think being immune to flies is better anyway.
I think so too, actually. The Brother Bobby DPS is so minimal after, like, second floor. Like, seriously. After second floor, Brother Bobby basically does nothing for the rest of the run. Yeah. I think that's fair. Okay. Halo flies. I mean, there's 2 orbitals.
This is... What do you think, actually?
It's complicated. So 2 orbitals, I guess you could say the same thing about 2 orbitals that you could say about, like, the situations where you break tier cap, but it's not the same because, like, getting 3 orbitals is very rare, and getting 2 immediately is very good. Like, very good. Like, I would take this over Cube of Meat every single day of the week if I had the choice. This is an example. 2 orbitals is vastly better than just 1. Like, 1 orbital by itself is very whatever. 2 orbitals, however, is really freaking good. Because if you get 3 orbitals, you're almost immune to tears, like, actually. So, getting 2 immediately from 1 item is very good. I think I'm talking myself into putting it at least above number 1.
I think I was going to put it above number 1 anyway.
Right. Okay, so where would you put it? I'm lowballing myself a little bit.
Like, right where you have it.
You think right here?
I was thinking, yeah.
Would I take a normal tears up over 2 orbitals?
That's a hard question. That's actually a hard question.
Maybe okay, it should probably go B- then, if we're saying that. I think B- feels correct either way, because it doesn't...
I'd probably take the tears up. I think I would. Would
Okay.
I think I would.
It just depends on the run. That's why it's hard, because it depends on the run. Like, if I already have 1 orbital, 100% I'm taking the Halo. Because if you get 3 orbital, again, like, it's drastically better. 3 orbitals, you're almost immune to tears. Like, actually.
Yeah, you basically are.
So
the problem with this is that it doesn't do damage, except to fly enemies, but it basically doesn't do damage. It would be nice if it did. I feel like it's below Sad Onion and B-. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not against that. They're pretty comparable in my eyes. Like, I could definitely see times where I take Halo over the tears up. But I think most of the time, I'd rather take a tears up.
Yeah,
Probably.
legitimately, if I walked into my first item room and it was a choice item room between Sad Onion and Halo of Flies, I would have to think. And I feel like that's an indication they should be next to each other.
Offense is best defense, tears up is better. It just depends. Like, keep in mind, chat. Again, 3 orbitals, you are immune to tears. Like, I don't know, man. It's a big deal. It's hard to get 3 orbitals. Like, I think that's the biggest difference for me. It's easy to max out the tier cap. Like, very easy. It is very hard to get 3 orbitals.
That's true.
Like, very hard.
I think early game, I would rather have the Sad Onion 100%. Late game, I'm probably taking the Halo of Flies.
Actually, I agree. Shoot, by that logic, would I take Halo over the Sad Onion more often? I don't know, maybe. You do hit tier cap very commonly.
Yeah, it really depends on if I need the tears or not.
You know what? Okay, if you feel like it should be below, then I'll just leave it. But I actually would put it above the tiers.
I think it should be below, and also a lot of people in chat seem to think that Sad Onion probably goes higher. So, like, if we want to use it as a tiebreaker, it seems like Sad Onion would be higher. I do think Sad Onion's a little bit better.
Okay, that's
fine.
I again, I don't feel too strongly about it. I do actually think they're comparable. Like, I could see situations where I take either. But honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of times where a tears up just does nothing. You know?
It's funny, as soon as I said the chat is saying Sad Onion is better, because that's like most of what I was seeing, immediately I get people saying, no way Sad Onion is better. I take Halo Flies over Tears Up. Do you want to do a poll for this one, actually?
I don't know, is it necessary? Because I've convinced myself. I actually think Halo's a lot better. Do you actually think that Tears Up's better after what we've said?
I don't know. If I'm taking a Halo Flies, like, in mid-game, like, if I'm going into mines, I would rather have the Tears Up, because I'd rather just have damage to kill the enemies faster. Like, in mid-game. Mid-game is where the Tears Up is better, like, early and mid-game. It's late-game where the Halo gets better.
The Halo's just so... Like, I feel
like I'm more scared of mines than I am against the final boss.
I completely see what you're saying. So, it's weird, because Halo doesn't feel stronger, but, like, into late game... It just gives you so much protection, dude. And if you, like, it's not uncommon. I think that's the biggest thing with Halo. Most of the time when I pick up Halo, like, I'm probably going to get 3 orbitals. Like, Cuban meat's very common. Cuban meat's very common. So, like, even though the item itself gives you 2 orbitals, it's very common to get 3 if you have already picked up Halo. Like, getting 1 orbital is pretty easy. Like, that happens pretty often, right? So, if you get the item that gives you 2, you're basically just getting a 3. Is that flawed logic? I don't know. And I mean, you could always, and here's another thing, right? If you get Halo, guess what you could spend all your money on in Womb? Freaking slot machine! Like, there are ways to get that 3rd orbital.
I can kind of see it. I kind of want to do a chat poll. I'm kind of
No, let's do it then. Let's do it then. If you still feel like Tears Up is better, let's do it then. Why not, right? Do you know how to set it up since you're a moderator?
No.
Shoot. I don't know either. Okay, look, I tell you what. Figure it out. Let's take a slight, like, very tiny break, because I want to figure out if I can get chat on the screen.
I was gonna say do a YouTube community poll and only have it up for like 2 minutes or something.
No, there's definitely a way that we could do a YouTube chat poll. I want to figure it out.
Okay.
Alright, very, very slight break. But yeah, give us reasonings why you think. Actually, Sad Onion is just like one of those mid-boss items. It's just a stat up. Halo might be better. Halo's great! Whenever I get Halo, I'm just like, let's go! But the Sad Onion, like, I agree with what Turt said. Like, early game, Sad Onion feels very strong. Because, again, it's just a DPS up. But I actually think there's more times where Sad Onion does nothing compared to when Halo helps. Because, again, tier cap is a thing. Oh my god! Somebody has a really good point. Min-Maxer says, Halo adds into Lord of Flies. So
yeah.
that could also help with Beelzebub, right? I wasn't even thinking about that.
I think I am willing to say Halo is better.
Okay. See, because that's what I was thinking. Like, I think from the discussion, it just feels like Halo is better. Are you able to do the poll, though? I am curious.
I don't know.
Here, keep trying to figure it out, because I really want to put chat on screen. Like, look it up. Yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. If you're doing the stream later, welcome in. We are doing the all items tier list. Honestly, I already am pretty satisfied with some of the debates we've had. I thought this part of the list would be really boring. There's more interesting items so far than I thought. Oh my god. YouTube chat, why are you so annoying?
I legitimately have no idea where the poll button is.
Did you Google it?
I did. I have no... It just says from the bottom of the chat window, tap create poll. I did not see that.
Are you in moderator view?
No, I'm not. That would probably help. How do I go to moderator? Two idiots try to figure out how to stream.
Literally.
Yeah, I have no clue. No clue at all.
Bro, keep trying. Oh, almost done. It's gonna be a 30-hour stream. Again, chat, this is not gonna be all items, like in one stream. This is gonna be over the course of multiple streams. Just got up starting to start. Yeah, so that's actually J-Tron gonna stream. Well, looking at everybody to stream, I should say. But yeah, it's one of the other reasons why I really want to do this stream on YouTube. So I'm very aware that our videos are really good to be podcasted. The great thing about YouTube streaming as opposed to Twitch streaming is that the player's just a lot better. So you could actually just like scroll back to the beginning of the stream if you don't care about like actually being live and in chat. You could actually just scroll to the beginning of the stream and just lurk. Like you actually just could.
Yeah.
So, and that's something you can't do on Twitch. So, yeah, it's a good benefit of YouTube streaming, unironically. I think Twitch is still the better streaming platform for sure, for many different reasons, but for specifically our kinds of debates, I think YouTube's better for this kind of stream. If I have more options appear in a treasure room and also I'm taking flies. Yeah, I think I take flies more often because I can always just justify it, even early game, because I could always just be like, yeah, I'm gonna get tears ups. Halo will be so much better late game.
Okay, legitimately, I have no idea how to create this poll. I do not see where like the button would be to let me add a poll. I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm blind. I don't see it.
Okay. Whatever. Let's just move on. We'll figure more out about YouTube streaming in time. Either way, I don't think the poll's too necessary. I think it's pretty obvious that most people would have picked Halo anyway. I think
like most people were saying Sad Onion first, but I think the more points you made, a lot of people started like switching over.
Yeah. All right. So that's good. I'm glad I was able to win y'all over about Halo. Halo's just good, man. Halo's just good. 1-up. This is a fun fact about 1-up. Turt, did you know that this is the very first item we ever ranked?
That makes sense, actually, because the secret room list was alphabetical, so...
Yeah, so this is the first ever item that... I thought it was Book of Secrets at first, but no, Book of Secrets is just, like, one of the first funny ones we've ever had.
It was like, first 10 or something, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, the 1-up. I mean, it's an extra life. I only learned just in that secret room video that it fully heals you, right?
Yeah.
And it keeps all your heart containers.
Keeps all your red hearts fully healed.
So, unironically, it's a pretty decent life up item.
I'm seeing a lot of people really lowball this. E-, worse than Brother Bobby and Skatole.
I will say...
I think it's at least C tier.
I definitely... No, it's way better than Skatole and Brother Bobby, like, way better. Honestly, the fact that it keeps your heart containers is such a massive point that I think nobody knows about. Because I didn't know about that.
You can use this to min-max. Like, you don't have to use this to revive. You can just play a sack room with this and then get a full
It's true. Like, so many things open up with this item. You can, let's say you have 6 red hearts, or more even, but let's just say 6, I think that's fair, right? Let's say you have 6 red hearts. You can play, like, so many hits of the Blood Dono machine with this. Because you just revive at all your same heart containers, right? Like, you could actually play this so free and just heal to full. I don't...
feel like it's...
Obviously, it revives you outside the room, so it's not a Laz relife, so I don't really care about it too much for battle. But even then, right? Like, if you're healing all your red heart containers, obviously you're still going to lose your soul hearts. But if you heal all your heart containers, technically, in battle, you just basically get a full restart, no?
Yeah, I've had this save a run before, where I needed the revive from 1-up. I don't really see it as that type of item, though. I do just see it as...
I mean, it's mostly min-maxing, right?
This is... Okay, I don't really see it as, like... come back and beat the boss. I see this as you're on a run that's struggling to clear rooms. And you're slowly clearing rooms, you're taking hits, and then eventually you die. But
and
this
then you heal all the way to
full.
full. Fair.
Enough to save your run.
Fair. It doesn't happen that often, that's why it doesn't feel that strong, but yeah, its effect is just good.
The problem is that with revive items, is that most runs you just won't die. Like, if you are on a run that died, you probably just might be low power and just lose anyway. But this will let you live longer, and that is good. And I see it for the min-max value. You can play a full blood donation machine with this. You can play a full sacrifice room. I see that as the value.
Okay, now I want to also bring this up. So this is a criteria thing. I was talking to Turt about this off stream, or off video, but I think we should give a lot more weighting to certain items for specifically if they are good with challenge characters. So I'm not saying that this should be like high tier because of that, but I think it might even move up a whole tier than where it usually would go. Just because this is like still one of the best items you could get with the Lost or even Keeper, right? Hell, with Keeper, wouldn't he keep his coin hearts? I think he would, right?
Yeah, because those are effectively red hearts that'd be healed.
Yeah, so that's a big deal. Like, this is actually probably one of Keeper's best life items, right? Like, this is unironically, I think this is better than Dead Cat for Keeper then.
Yes.
That's a pretty big deal. You keep your coin hearts. But yeah, I would give more weighting to specifically the challenge characters than the base characters overall. Like, I would say ×2 weighting. So, like, as if Lost was, like, 2 characters, right? Same for Tainted Lost.
Yeah.
That's basically how I would rank it. So, I would maybe even go as far to say, for half the characters, this is pretty freaking good, right?
If you die as a challenge character, then you'll die after you res. Not true at all. If you die as the Lost, that can sometimes be you had one bad run.
It's very different.
Otherwise good run.
It's
and then you'll just win.
Completely different. What Turt said about being a low power run is only applicable to a base character. But with Lost, it's completely different. You could just get unlucky, you could get a really bad room. Now that you have the knowledge of that room, you're most likely not going to die in that same room. That's usually how all Lost runs go.
Yeah, and that can, like, usually on a Lost run, on a winning Lost run, obviously you never die. On a losing Lost run, you'll usually be like doing fine, and then it's just one room that gets you, or one boss that gets you. And then if it wasn't for that room or boss, you might have went a lot longer, and 1-up will possibly just let you win the run from there. Does depend though, it does depend. I do think C is correct for it. Over number 1, is difficult. I'm not sure.
So the way I see it, right? I have never actually used this because, again, before Secret Room List, I never realized it kept all your heart containers. I thought it just acted like any regular revive item. That is just such a benefit of it. Like, it actually is. Like, this could be such a great min-max item. You don't need to save it for when you actually die. Like, you just get so many free hits out of this.
Actually, I will say, because a lot of people are bringing up Damocles in chat, I think I think it's worth considering synergies when synergies are like a common thing. Like when there's so many synergies that you'll get one. I think it's worth considering synergies when you have like a detrimental like a heavily detrimental synergy that basically makes it hard to pick up blind items like My Reflection. But I think if it's a really good synergy, the chance you actually get it is so low that it's almost worth not considering. So it is true that if you have Damocles, you really want 1-up, or if you have 1-up, then you really want Damocles. Either way. But it's so rare that you're gonna have.
Yeah.
Like, Damocles is one item in the entire game. Like.
Yeah, if it has multiple synergies, I generally would agree.
Yeah.
That being said, I mean, it does have some synergies, right? I mean, IV bag would work, right?
Yeah.
Need extra money.
Some people saying in chat as well that this does nothing until you die. Again, it's not necessarily true because you can, like, don't think of it as a battle item. Like, don't think of it as a life item.
Right.
Think of it as a lot of red health.
Yeah, it's a ton of
health.
But, like, fully healing is such a big deal. This isn't just reviving you with one container like the other life items. It actually is so different. Like, it completely changed my mind on it. In Secret Room List, I put it so much lower. Like, I would have put it so much lower, but then I found out about the heart container thing. It actually is such a big deal. Again, because number one, almost always, like, I reach tier cap and I'm just like, whatever, this is more of a negative than it was a positive. Like, that happens fairly often. I actually think...
Okay, I'll let you go, sorry.
I actually think I might take 1-up. That being said, I haven't used 1-up for this min-maxing stuff, but just theoretically, I just feel like that's really strong. Like, 6 full red hearts, and then you just fully heal on any blood donor machine. Not to mention, you could always break it and just get a blood bag. And guess what? HPF stack with this so easy, right? The more HP you get, the more benefit you get out of this.
I think saying this synergizes with Damocles is a bit very rare. So
but it synergizes with health ups, right?
It synergizes. This synergizes with every effect in the game that gives you benefit from taking damage, and that becomes enough that there's
that's a huge synergy. Yeah.
Can be in Conception. You can
just
hit yourself on a fire over and over and over.
Bloodlust, bloody gust, any of that stuff.
Yeah, bloody gust. Like anything. There's quite a lot of things you could use with this. Yeah, so, literally the simple one is literally just blood donation machines and sack rooms, which are so common.
Yeah, I think most people who lowballed this just didn't realize about the health thing. Because I didn't. Again, the health thing is so massive for it. Because again, like, and it makes sense that people think that, right? Like, it feels like it should just be a normal life up, but it just isn't. It actually, like, is... It's a good min-max item. It actually just is. And again, it synergizes with health ups, which is, like, the most common effect in the game. Right?
Yeah.
Like, the more health you have, the more benefit you get out of this, because you just get that much more health back. Honestly, like, let's say, granted, this doesn't happen that often, but let's say you're running a freaking 12 red heart run, which debatably is not even that good, because then you take red heart damage, but whatever. Bro, you basically have glowing hourglass at that point.
Yeah.
You basically have glowing hourglass at that point.
I would say exactly where it is correct. I think this is going to give enough value that I like it over number one. That being said, I don't think it's quite B-, because it is true that sometimes it just doesn't do much. It's quite bad on Soul Heart characters. And I would rather just have Sad on you just for extra damage. Like,
yeah, on Soul Heart characters it's fair, but I think the challenge characters kind of overrank it for Soul Hearts.
I guess.
Like there's three categories of characters. There's red health characters, Soul Heart characters, and challenge characters. And I think the challenge characters have more weighting, as I said previously. So the challenge characters, I think, basically mitigate the problems that it has for Soul Heart characters. And for red heart characters, just really good. Like, you synergize with it really well. You know? So I think where it is right now is kind of fair.
Yeah. I think most of the time I would rather just have tears up. Just more damage will help me clear runes.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Tears up, you know. Yeah, I think so. I think where it is actually pretty solid.
Yeah. Oh, we've got an F tier item coming up. really bad item. It sucks. It's so
detrimental,
bad.
even.
Yeah.
Detrimental. Detrimental and
okay.
trash at the same time.
Hey, speaking of full health effects. So
True.
wait, so 1-up is a full health. This is also a full heal, so it has to be C+, right?
Yeah. Actually, I think 1-up is better than Mushroom, because in Mario, if you die, when you run out of lives, then you get a game over, and 1-up can stop that.
That's true. That's true. And also, 1-up, like, it revives you. What does
Yeah.
Magic Mush do?
Does Magic Mush revive you? No. Freaking
No.
trash.
You just lose your run.
I agree with Brainwashed in chat, actually. It's at least trash.
It's at least, that is true. I think that's an actual statement. It's at least.
It's at least trash. It could be detrimental, but it's at least trash, bro.
Okay, for real. Again, I think our insane tier is going to be very strict. I could maybe see it being insane, but I think it's more accurately like the very top of A+.
That's interesting. So, okay, what's the Magic Mush damage multiplier again? Is it the same?
It's the same as Cricket's Head. It actually gives you less damage than Cricket's Head, because Cricket's Head gives you the actual like Cricket's Head gives you the multiplier and a flat like a damage up in the formula. Magic Mush also gives you damage in the formula, but it's less than Cricket's Head is. It's not that much less. But then Magic Mush also gives you a full heal in your red heart, a health container, speed up and range up.
Someone in chat said, someone said it's Brother Bobby tier. True. Anyway, I like how that's Brother Bobby tier. Wait, that's funny, that's the same color. But yeah, okay. So, stat-wise,
it's less damage than Cricket's Head, barely, and then it gives you a lot of other stat ups and a full heal, so I think it's easily better than Cricket's Head. And I think because Cricket's Head and homing were so close, I think it's easily better than homing, by that same logic.
I still don't think it's that obvious. I don't know, man. Homing is so good.
No, I think Cricket's Head and homing were very comparable, and this is better than Cricket's Head, so therefore it's better than homing.
I'm not gonna fight it too hard. I'm not, because I mean, again, these are all insane items, but I don't know. Like, gun to my head, I had to pick one of these 3 items. I think I pick homing. Is that wrong?
Yes.
I don't know. Homing
Yes.
is so good. It actually just is. Homing is so good. There isn't even that much discussion. The thing with homing is that there isn't even that much that I can defend about homing. My discussion about homing is it's homing. Homing is just that good.
The full heal effect of Magic Mush has been incredibly relevant. The fact that it fully heals your right heart on pickup is actually so relevant sometimes.
But that doesn't do anything for the challenge characters.
Okay.
Homing does.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think it's easily better than homing. Well, not easily better than homing, but I would comfortably put it above.
I'm not against it. I think, to be fair, they're very close in my mind, but I actually think I'd pick homing. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, it depends on the character. Like, I think for a Soul Heart character, I always pick homing.
No, I would still pick Magic Mush. The extra speed and range can sometimes help.
Yeah.
Mostly the speed, I feel. The speed is pretty good to have. If you're on a low speed run, it solves that. Even just the +1 Soul Heart on a Soul Heart character.
Again, it's close. I'm really not. I'm not gonna fight it too hard. If you're confident that it's better by a good margin, that's fine. I just really like homing, man.
Homing is very good, but damage multipliers are also very good.
Didn't I just have a synergy with Virus that was like kind of insane on stream the other day?
I don't remember.
Anyway, whatever, it doesn't matter. Virus. This is like one of the most like. This is one of the items that everybody thinks of instantly when they think of like kind of useless items, but like.
This item has so many changes on the wiki. Oh my god. Okay, let me read what it says for Repentance.
Yeah, it got
the
buffed
poison
a lot.
lasts for 47 ticks. Deals damage equal to. I'm not gonna read that formula. Oh wait, it's based on. Oh, it's based on your heart containers. Huh.
Wait, really?
Wait, just the heart containers, not filled. Just the heart containers. That's weird. Anyway, Oh, the poison always works against bosses. That's cool. You deal 12 contact damage per tick. So 24 damage per second with contact.
I don't know. Contact.
The main thing I think is the speed. It's a speed.
Right. Right. Honestly, I only really care about it for the speed up. Like, the thing is with it is that... Because this used to not give speed up, right?
It used to be speed down.
Oh my god! No wonder. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if it's a speed up, it can't be that low. I mean, I would take a speed up over these two, I think. Right?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I think it's exactly here, actually.
I think it is exactly there. You can occasionally, like with Book of Shadows, maybe, and Isaac's Heart, I guess. Some things that like you deal contact damage to enemies. That's actually kind of good. Like if you have Book of Shadows, is the main one I would say. But most of the time it's just speed up.
Yeah, speed up plus 1/3 of spun, valid. Yeah, I actually just think it's right there.
It's just right there.
I don't consider contact as a viable strategy.
It's not.
Like 99% of the time. There's very rare synergies.
Even on Tainted Maggie, the contact works for rooms until you get to Womb, and then you start taking a full heart of damage, and then you can't use it on the bosses. Tainted Maggie sucks. Even on Tainted Maggie, contact is like not super viable, and you need to get your tears to do something, otherwise you're gonna lose.
You know what they should have done for Tainted Maggie? They should have made it so Tainted Maggie took half damage specifically from contact.
It would make sense. They should have done that, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been pretty cool, right? Like, you basically have Wafer for, like, if you, like, hit an enemy with contact. Like, obviously, if you get hit by a tear, it still does the regular full heart. But yeah, I think that actually pretty cool. Anyways.
Yeah. I think Virus just goes right there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's another range up. No, speed up. I mean, I meant to say speed up, but it is also a range up.
I mean, this is absolutely better.
It is just better.
But probably just above it. I don't think it's so much better.
You know, okay, speed ups are not bad by any means, but they are pretty underwhelming. So I feel like D+ makes sense for speed ups.
The weird thing about speed is that speed is necessary. Like, I would argue you need 1 speed up per run, 2 depending on the character. Yes. Like Tainted Lilith, for example, I would say you need 2.
Probably, yeah.
But for most characters, you need at least 1 to have like a solid speed to actually like effectively dodge everything. That being said, you only really need 1. Like, you don't need to get to 2 speed, for example, right? I know a lot of people that specifically don't want to get to max speed. Like it's too fast. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, you just don't. You get to the point where you don't need speed so much easier. Like, tier cap, it's always beneficial to get to tier cap, but getting to speed cap just doesn't really matter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's overkill. Like, you don't actually need that much speed.
You just don't need that much speed.
If you're at like 1.5 speed, you've got enough. Like,
yeah, like you always want to get to tier cap. Getting to speed cap doesn't really matter. You do 1 speed, so it's obviously still better than these two. I don't know. I can even see this. Is the range enough to bring it a whole tier above?
Maybe. I was thinking about it. It might be very low C-, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I do think it's quite a bit better than Virus.
I do find that often, well, it definitely is a lot better than Virus. But I thought maybe Roid Rage would be like top of D+, and Virus would be like near the bottom of D+. That's what I was kind of thinking. But I could just see Roid Rage being in C-. The thing with Roid Rage is the fact that it gives you 2 stat ups means, okay, Roid Rage will do nothing on quite a lot of runs. However, on the runs it helps. It usually helps a lot. Like, I'll have a run, I'm struggling on speed, I get Roid Rage, thank God. Or I'm having a run that I'm struggling on range, I get Roid Rage, thank God. Both of those scenarios it's really good for. So, yeah, I mean, I think maybe, I don't know, it might be D+. It could be C-. Maybe we'll just leave it there for now.
Someone says I'd rank both these syringes over 1-up and number 1. I think that's wrong. Well, it's funny. I could see it over number 1, but I can't see it over 1-up.
Could maybe then put number 1 in C-, but I don't agree. I think, again, it does depend, but I think when I need number 1, I need it more.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's so true. Number 1 actually does have good synergies, too. Like, I feel like, I wonder, it'd be funny to have, like, a Brimstone counter. The amount of times I'm going to bring up Brimstone synergies. But number 1 with Brimstone's really good. Or number 1 with really just any charge item is really good.
That's actually a good point. There are a lot of effects in the game that don't care about range. Like if you have Ludo, number 1's just good. If you have Brimstone, number 1's just good. If you have I don't know, Sacred Heart, and you have a million range because you have a Sacred Heart.
Yeah.
Number one's just good. Like,
right, like number one does have situations where it is very good.
Easy. It's quite easy to, you have tech, like you have other.
Oh yeah, tech.
It's quite easy to either have a tier modifier that doesn't use range, or you get so much range anyway that you basically offset the fact that you lost range. So.
Yeah, but yeah, Dragonfish is an example of what I was saying earlier. Speed is like the only stat that can be bad if it's too high, which depending on the player, absolutely, I think that's fair to consider.
Yeah.
Right. Depending on the player.
I personally don't understand. I've never had a problem with it, but I have seen people say that quite a lot. So
I mean, I've dealt with times like with 2 speed, like 2 being the max speed, right? I've dealt with max speed plenty of times, so it isn't a detriment to me, but I do absolutely get it, 100%.
Yeah. Remember when Roid Rage used to be plus 0.6 speed? Yes, I do. That was crazy. That was stupid.
Alright. Health up, but it heals all your red hearts, right?
Okay, I think most health up effects, like regular boring health up effects, are like probably C-. And this is a good boring health up effect, so it's top of C-.
Yeah, I think this is always going to be worse than 1-up. Like, I think...
For sure.
I mean, a health up is good, but you just get so much more min-max utility over 1-up. Like, with 1-up. It's funny, though, because is there a regular life up item besides 1-up that just revives you? Like,
just revives you with no special effects.
Yeah, like, not like
I know the reason. I'm struggling to think. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there is one. It's just not coming to mind right now.
I mean, I guess Dead Cat, in a way, but that's 9 lives, so it's different. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Basically, in a world where there was just a life-up item that did nothing, like it just revives you with 1 heart in the room beforehand, I think that would actually be worse than a health up. But it's just the fact that you heal all your health with 1-up that completely changes everything.
I was actually thinking about this. With heart, you can also min-max with that, and you can also heal all your health before you pick it up. So actually, on that note, isn't that kind of better than 1-up, because this also gives you a +1 heart container?
No, because 1-up, you keep forever, and you could do it on any floor. The health up, it has to be on the floor that spawns the health up.
I agree, but I'm just now wondering, how often is it going to be that you can't use your... No, actually, it is true, because, for example, I might get the heart on a floor that doesn't have a sack room, or it doesn't have a blood donor, or anything, and I can't really use it. And I might, let's say I have, like, Cambion Conception, I want to get Cambion hits. I might have a bunch of soul hearts, and it was like, okay, well, if I want to get all these Cambion hits, I need to lose all my soul hearts, is that worth it? Well, if I have 1-up, I could just wait until I've naturally played off a sack room that floor, and I've already lost my soul hearts to the sack room, and then just spawned a bunch more, and now I don't have soul hearts, I can get hit on my Cambion, then trigger my 1-up, and then take the soul hearts, and I'm back at full health. So the fact that you can wait on it is probably actually quite valuable.
Bro, I'm really talking myself up into 1-up. Is 1-up B-?
Probably not.
I don't know. The thing with 1-up is that I didn't even consider the sack rooms somehow. I was just purely thinking of Devil Beggar and Blood Dono. But sack room is insane. You basically get it for free.
Yeah.
This is like a full health pill. It actually is.
You can actually heal from a sack room quite often. Because if you don't have a lot of soul hearts, you can just hit your red hearts, lose your red hearts, heal back all your red hearts, and then get a bunch of soul hearts for the final reward of the sack room. You could heal.
When we come down to it, Demon Baby is S tier. Demon Baby. It's true. Anyway.
I would still almost always take a Sad Onion.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of utility with 1-up. Free sack room. Do you understand how good that is? It actually is. It actually is free, though. Like, if you have 4 heart containers, which is very fair, you basically just get it for free.
You need a bit more than that, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but you're gonna get heart pickups on the floor as well.
Yeah. I still think it's just C+. It is still true that sometimes you get this and you can't do much. Like, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, I definitely think 1-up is at least a full tier better than this, because this has to be on a specific floor that you can do the min-maxing. You can do the min-maxing with this any floor ever.
Yeah. And I do think I would actually take number 1 over the heart, so I think that makes sense as well. I like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think right here is actually completely fair.
Yeah.
I would take a health up over Roid Rage, I think.
I would definitely, yes.
It depends on the run,
Especially when I
though.
have a full heal attached.
It depends on the run, though. If I really need the speed, then I would take this, obviously.
I feel like there's going to be a lot more often that you either need red health or you need the full health, and the heart is just way better.
Now, here's where it's a little complicated. So, I do agree that 1-up is a lot better than this. But 2 health ups...
I think that might be C+ above 1-up.
Maybe.
2 health is a lot, even if you're not using the full heal, and if you are using the full heal, it's crazy.
I'm not against it. I mean, this is more hearts to use for devil deals. But you can also die with 1-up on a devil deal. There's a question. Wait, there's a question. How does that work? If you, let's say you take a 2-heart devil deal, you have 2 heart containers with 1-up.
1 heart container back.
You just get 1. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Wait, so it's a +1 health up. It's like the heart. Insane.
Insane. Yeah, I'm not against the double health up being above 1-up. I think that's fair enough.
Yeah. I feel like all of it is sometimes underwhelming. I probably would still just take stats, because stats are quite powerful.
Would I take... I don't know, though, because a double health up can get you a lot from devil deals.
Actually, no, now that you mention it, a double health up and a full heal...
That might be better than a tears up, honestly.
That might be better than the tears up.
I think I would actually put it above the tears up. You get a lot of benefit from double health up. Like, the difference between a double health up and a regular health up is pretty massive.
You know, I'm kind of looking at it more. I actually think that the heart should go in C+, C+ at the bottom.
The problem with that is that I don't think it's comparable to 1-up at all. I think 1-up's so much better than the heart. Like, by a lot.
I don't think it's significantly better. I think it's definitely better. I think they should be opposite ends of the tier, but I think it's enough to go into C+. I don't think it's 2 tiers below Raw Liver. And I think it's better than Roid Rage for sure. I definitely like seeing heart more than Roid Rage.
But I also think Raw Liver is, like, a way better than a normal, like, just the heart.
It's only +1 heart container over the heart.
I know, but that's, again, I just said, that's massive. That is 2 items in 1, basically.
I guess.
Like, that's a big difference. 2 health? You can do so much with devil deals with that.
That's true.
It actually is just such a massive difference. And I mean, I feel the same with 1-up. So, with 1-up, you can take an extra devil deal. With the 1 heart, how can I explain this? I don't know. It is very complicated. If you're going
yeah, I guess I'm fine with the Raw Liver being right there, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think I'm fine with that.
And then 2 hearts is good in general. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Raw Liver next to Halo of Flies is weird to me. Because it's like...
Halo of Flies feels a lot stronger, though, IMO. You just save so many more hits with Halo.
It probably is.
But if we're talking about it from a defensive standpoint, Halo's way better. Like, it's not even close.
Someone else, do we take into account different characters? Yes, to an extent.
So I guess it's fair to note... I mean, hell. You know what? Maybe that is important to note. Because Raw Liver is... Wait.
Nothing on challenge characters.
And it's not good on Soul Heart characters either. Wait, maybe it actually is C+.
I don't want to factor in challenge characters and Soul Heart characters too heavily.
Well, no,
like, if
because...
it's a health item, it just feels unfair. It feels unfair to say, well, this does nothing on a small handful of characters in the game, therefore it's...
Somebody do the math. Somebody do the math. If we're counting... Okay, I consider the challenge characters to be both the Lost and both the Keepers.
That's 4. And plus Blue Baby as Soul Heart characters. Then there's Tainted Blue Baby, Tainted Bethany, Tainted Judas, and Tainted Forgotten. So 9 characters out of 34.
But I would double... No. But like I said earlier, I would count the 4 challenge characters as twice waiting over all the other characters. Absolutely. Because their waiting for items deserves more credit than just other characters. Because those characters need certain items more than other characters. So
okay, so instead of doing 9 out of 34, I will do 13.
So basically I'm saying there's 8 challenge characters.
Yeah. So I'll instead of doing 9 out of 34, I'll do 13 out of 38, which is 34%.
So 34% of the characters get debatably a bad use of Raw Liver.
Having said, it doesn't exist for Tainted Lost, so really actually should take off 2 from that. It doesn't exist as Tainted Lost.
Well, can you spin down into it?
Yeah, but that's stupid. So let's say 30%, because it doesn't exist as Tainted Lost.
Even a Solar character delivers okay. I don't know. I think for that alone, I would put 1-up over it. Because 1-up is good on everyone. It just is. It actually just is good on everyone. Like
I would say Raw Liver is very easily better than 1-up. So if you want to factor
on Red Heart characters,
I think
for over 30% of the characters in the game, based on our weighting, 1-up is only better. That's a big deal. And even on the Red Heart characters, I don't think the difference is that massive. Like, you're going to get more benefit from min-maxing out of 1-up than you will with Raw Liver. Almost all the time.
I feel like this is too harsh on red health effects. Like, I just don't think it's a good idea to weight it that heavily.
Well, I mean, to weight it based on one tier, I think is fair. I'm saying one tier drop, not like a bunch of tiers. Like, okay, realistically, right? I'm talking. Okay, this is where I placed it based on Red Heart characters alone. I was not considering the challenge or the Soul Heart characters when I placed it right here, right? It's a 30%. It is over 30% of a negative. So I think going down one tier is not harsh at all. Is my logic wrong?
Better on the Soul Heart characters. A lot better on the Soul Heart characters, actually.
It's fine. You get 2 Soul Hearts. You can just get a Hierophant. Like
1-up does almost nothing of the Soul Heart characters.
That's not true. An extra life is still good on Soul Heart characters. You could actually take a Devil Deal.
I guess you respawn on half a Soul Heart. It's not that good.
That being said, I mean, you're still right. Okay, so what's the percentage of challenge characters then? Because that's the biggest deal for 1-up.
Again, I think 1-up does exist on Tainted Lost, but Raw Liver doesn't. If we consider just the, if we consider Tainted Lost as in the pool, then it will be 21%. If we don't consider Tainted Lost in the pool, then it will be 16%.
Okay, at the very least, because of this, they should be in the same tier, no matter where it goes, either above or below. And if anything, maybe they both move to B-. I
don't think they move to B-. I think they stay right there. I think C+, top of C+ for Raw Liver is fine.
I think 1-up's better. You know what? I'm gonna figure out how to do the poll because I think this is a tie. I actually think 1-up's quite a bit better. I really do. I'm gonna figure it out. I think this is definitely worth the tie for the chat poll. Let's see. Alright, so slight break. Turt, feel free to read out chat while I figure this out.
Okay. Oh wait, you respawn with 3 Soul Hearts? I did not know that. Good point.
Oh, for 1-up? Wow.
I still don't think that's that valuable, but that's a good point. I actually did not know that.
But no, it absolutely is still valuable. I mean, it makes Soul Heart characters still able to use the Saccharum pretty well. Like, you could definitely get a solid amount of hits, and, you know, that's just good. Because I guess that's the big difference. Like, for a Soul Heart character, you may as well just do it, right? Like, if you see a Saccharum, just do it, because a lot of times, like, let's say you have 3 Soul Hearts.
Soul Hearts back, yeah.
Yeah, just do it. Why not? Die, and then you'll just get your health back and stuff.
Are we taking into account item pools in this? No, we're not. Try to consider it as if you have, like, a Chaos choice pedestal. So, Chaos, so any items could appear next to each other. Just assume that you have 2 random items appear next to each other. Which one do you take in that scenario? So in this example, we'd be saying if you had 1-up and Raw Liver appear next to each other in a choice item pedestal, which one would you take?
Alright. So,
that's a way to think about it.
Keep in mind all of the characters when you rank. Obviously, I think Raw Liver is quite a bit better for only considering health characters, like Red Heart characters. But is that enough to weight it, like, to rank it a full spot higher than 1-up? So, I'm putting up the poll right now.
Someone said that you have to make me an editor on your YouTube account for me to be able to make polls.
Oh, how do I do that? I
don't
just
know.
I just posted the poll though. Thank you to whoever said that, by the way. I would go 1-up personally. Turt would go raw liver. I don't know. I think you could do so much more with 1-up. For more characters too. I think even debatably on the red heart characters, there's some things you could do with 1-up that you just can't do with raw health. I mean with raw liver. That being said, on red heart characters specifically, I think I do take raw liver more often than 1-up. But there's still like scenarios that 1-up is better. There definitely is. I want to see. Can you put something in the chat?
Me.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Oh wow. Okay, 1-up 1. There you go.
I did not expect that, to be honest. When you said you're making a poll, there were so many people saying raw liver is way better. So I thought raw liver was gonna crush. I'm actually very surprised.
I think generally the people that you know what? There's actually a theory that I have. So I think there's more commenters that agree with you, but there's more lurkers that agree with me in general.
Maybe.
Because like when I do like community polls, like sometimes I'll win because here's a great example actually. For Machine List, I posted a community poll a good bit after over Slot Machine and Blood Donor Machine. And I was DMing Turt. I was 90% sure that sorry, Shell Game, you're right. I'm so sorry. Slot Machine and Shell Game. I was 90% sure Shell Game was gonna win because more people in the comments agreed with Turt over me that Shell Game was better than Slots. However, Slot Machine very slightly, now granted, I still consider it as a tie on the list, but Slot Machine did barely win, which I'm shocked by. Like, I actually thought it would be like a very one-sided poll. I thought it was going to be Shell Game, like 90%. The fact that the results were so close shows that, yeah, like, there definitely are a lot of people that do agree with my points. It's just, they're less like, they don't advocate for themselves as much as the Turt agreeers, right? Which I think it's pretty funny that we have, like, different sides, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, 1-up did pretty good in that poll, so I think it's absolutely fair to put her above. There you go. Okay. The power to influence Turt and fight hard enough to prove raw liver is better. I just think there's more points about 1-up, that's all. Like, raw liver is a pretty basic item, right? At the end of the day.
I just think, like, a lot of the time, that, I don't know, I'm going to get the same, like, outcome, but the raw liver's giving me +2 health as well.
I mean, again, like, there's no doubt in my mind that raw liver is better on red heart characters. I just think that it's important to note that 1-up is good on all characters. Like, actually, it's just good on all characters.
1-up is a lot worse than soul heart characters.
It revives you with 3 soul hearts. That's not bad at all. 3 soul hearts is not bad. A lot of times you run a soul...
I'd rather just get +2 health right now on a soul heart character.
It depends. On early game, I'd rather take the 1-up. Because you could just, like, use that on a sack room. Or even a blood donor machine. And just die and get the instant benefit.
It's a difference of 1 soul heart. Okay, it's a difference of 1 soul heart. So it's basically saying, would I want 1 extra soul heart, but I have to die? Or would I just take 2 right now?
Wait, is that true?
2 right now every time.
No, that's not true. Wait, is it? Because if you... Yeah. Okay, let's say you have 3 soul hearts. You die, then you revive to 3 soul hearts again.
So
and then you can hit twice, so that's 5. Yeah, I guess it is the same. I guess
it gives you 3 soul hearts, because you would have had 0, but now you have 3. Raw liver just gives you 2 immediately. So it's 1 extra soul heart overall, but you have to die to get it. And I'd rather... You're not always going to kill yourself to get the soul heart. So I would rather just have the raw liver to get the 2 in general, and then I don't even have to kill myself on a soul heart character. That being said, on the challenge characters, it is better to have 1-up. Like on a Tainted Keeper run, I would like to have a 1-up. So yeah, whatever.
Okay. whatever. Either way, I think they're comparable. I think it's fine that they're in the... Like, if this was a YouTube video, they would be on a tied placement. But since we're live streaming, we get to have chat polls, so thank you, chat. Appreciate you. Okay, Skeleton Key. That's 99 keys, right?
Yeah.
Shoutouts, 99 keys. I mean, if you get this early, like, you're just set for the run on keys. I mean, no matter what, you're set for the run on keys. Where this
Actually, I'm gonna go back to 1-up for a little bit, because someone made a good point. I just thought of it now. So someone said, because this is why I thought that that 1-up revives you on half a soul heart if you have, if you're a soul heart character. It's because if you have no red heart containers on a red heart character, then you will revive on half a soul heart. And that does mean that if you're on a red heart run that's been going devil deals heavily, you're actually I was wrong before when I said it gives you 1. If you buy a devil deal with this, like as a red heart character and die on a devil deal, you will revive with half a soul heart. If you're on a devil deal run in general, like if you're going soul hearts on a red heart character, you will revive with half a soul heart. So even on red heart characters, like you're not really like, if you're not running a red heart build, you're not actually getting like any benefit from 1-up at all. But Raw Liver on every run as a red heart character will give you 2 hearts.
Yeah, I don't know. I still don't... I just... Again, like, 100%, I agree Raw Liver is better on red heart characters. I still just think I value the life a lot better, just in general. I mean, like, it's also important to note that for the challenge characters, this is, like, one of their best items. Like, I'm talking, like, in a theoretical list where challenge like, this is only for challenge characters, 1-up would be insane. Or A tier, A+. Like, that's why I think, absolutely, it deserves, like, you know, it deserves that credit, you know? So, I don't know. I'd still put 1-up above, but I think it's fair that they're right next to each other.
To be honest, after like all the talking we've done about it, I was going to put Raw Liver like significantly higher than 1-up. The more we've talked about it, I do think they're kind of close. I would still put Raw Liver above, but I think it would be like right above. Yeah. So I'm actually fine with it being below.
And honestly, I think I'd only put it 1 spot above myself. 1-up, that is.
Yeah.
So, I think it's fine.
That's fair then.
It's fine. Anyway, Skeleton Key again. So, the good thing about Skeleton Key, so you're set for keys for the entire run. I think if Key Bum was not a thing, this would be a lot lower, but Key Bum makes this actually kind of insane. Like, if you ever find a Key Bum, you just get so much stuff.
You'll get so much stuff, yeah. Well, okay, not necessarily because he might just pay out and leave.
True, but it's somewhat likely you'll find more than just 1 Key Bum in a run anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
So, the fact that Key Bums exist alone makes me want to put it...
Insane!
Insane! It's top 5 items! Anyway.
Top 5 items.
Do I think... It's basically infinite keys, right? Do I think that's better than the Halo? You do just get a lot of stuff from Key Bum, man. Like...
Yeah, it's like, if I'm early in a run and I see a sad onion versus a skeleton key...
I think I take the skeleton key. Yeah.
And if I'm late in a run, I might already have enough tears ups that I'll still take the
Exactly. No, you're actually so right. I was going to say, yeah, I take the tears up late game, but no, there's also all the times where you're already capped at tears. So skeleton key might still be better late game.
Okay. So again, I think it's like a mid-run argument. If I'm extremely early in the run, I'm taking the skeleton key. If I'm like mid-run, like maybe in Mines and Ash Pit or like Mausoleum, I'll probably take the sad onion. And if I'm near the end of the run, I'm taking the skeleton key again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
I mean, and key bums can spawn at any point in a run. Like, yeah. I don't know. Okay, I do definitely think it's better than the Tears Up. I think I could say that for sure.
I actually think that Tears Up is probably maybe a little bit better more often, but I think when Skeleton Key is good, it's like really, really
like
good.
It's insane. Like
even if you're on a Guppy's Tail run, you get Skeleton Key. Like, normally I say I don't like Guppy's Tail that much in some runs because you run out of keys. Well, if you get Skeleton Key, you obviously have enough keys forever.
You're always going to have enough keys with Skeleton Key.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sometimes you get the Skeleton Key and your keys just sit there useless forever and you don't find a key bum, and then it's like, why did you take this? You could have just taken a Tears Up. Like,
yeah, it's important to note that I guess there are scenarios. It's just pretty unlikely is the thing. Like, it's pretty unlikely that this does nothing
Actually, no, this is what I meant. This is what I was trying to say before. I think it's more likely that Skeleton Key will be useless for your run than it will be that seeing a Sad Onion when you already have like max tiers. I think it's more likely you'll get nothing out of the Skeleton Key. But when you do get use out of the Skeleton Key, it's definitely better.
Do I think that's true though? Maybe. But like, Skeleton Key is only ever completely useless if you get it late game and never spawn a key bomb. Like, yeah. That's pretty niche when you think about it. If you get it mid-run, you're still getting so much benefit out of infinite keys. So, I don't know. Like, I actually think it's not as often as you might think that the keys are more useful than the tiers up. Like, you just get so much stuff. Like, even just from one key bomb, just one, you could, like, theoretically highball and get, like, full health, like, full soul hearts and stuff. You get multiple golden chest items.
Yeah,
like, you just get so much stuff, man. I actually wonder if I'd put it above the Halo.
I just want to cover something someone said in chat. They said, can't you only get Skeleton Key from secret rooms? Yes, but we're not gonna, like,
we're not ranking that. Yeah, that's irrelevant to us. I think the only time where it becomes relevant is specifically when we're talking about, like, something like an angel deal item. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, but like even then, I would still consider it if you're chaos. Like I want to consider things like I have chaos, I get a choice item, like Sacred Heart's on my pedestal. Like I'm taking Sacred Heart. Like,
but yeah, I mean, even with angel deal items, you can always get that first floor sack room and get an angel deal item. Like, so
yeah, exactly. It is true that sometimes you will just get keys and you don't need keys, but yeah, I do think when it's good, it's really good. It's more unique than a tiers up is.
Like,
but, okay, well, actually, no.
You're just so set on keys, though. Like, that's never an issue anymore.
Some runs, though, you just have, like, so much value. Like, you might have Humbling Bundle, or you might have Mum's Key, or you'll have, like, a different effect that's giving you a ton of keys. And then this is completely redundant. Like, you don't need more keys at all.
Like, a lot of
them happen a fair amount, I think.
So, this is important to note, because I know Turt doesn't do, like, chest runs. Like, he mostly does mother runs. But, like, a lot of times in chest runs, you'll just run out of keys, and you can't even open the golden chests.
So kind of, I noticed that on Hush runs a lot, actually. On Hush runs, sometimes I get to the Hush run
yeah.
and I don't have enough.
Actually, good point. Yeah, because on the Hush floor, you have to use a key for the shop, both item rooms, and all 4 golden chests. That's a lot of keys. Yeah. A lot of times I don't have enough keys for
usually I'll just skip my 4 chests if I don't have enough keys, right? But I like those chests and I don't get them sometimes.
I actually think it's a misplay. I would always open all the golden chests because they can spawn keys.
I know, but I'm not a gambler. I would really hate it if I open the chest, no keys dropped, and then I lose my item room.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
I go to the shop though. I go to the shop to buy keys. Like if I pick item room or shop, I'll pick the shop.
I would pick the shop. Yeah. Honestly, I'd probably pick the shop first, then the chests, and then the item rooms. Because
I would say this is usually true. I would say if you have the keys for the Hush room, those 4 chests, I find you usually get at least 1 item. Like on average, I feel like I get at least 1 from those 4 chests. That's good. Like, I'll get like a Binky or something. It's like, oh, it's free soul hearts and tears. Like, that's nice.
Saga Boss Fight says, I know in one of the videos, Turt said bombs are rarer than keys. I think that's so cap. I thought it was so cap that as well, but I mean, hey, he was looking at the wiki. I'm sure it's correct. But it just doesn't feel right. Like, I feel like keys are rarer than bombs.
Also, more items give you bombs. Like, there's quite a lot of items that just give you 5 bombs. However, you do use bombs more often. Bombs are you use a lot quicker, so it kind of balances. Like, okay, that's...
Anyway, okay, you know what? Okay, where I would rank it, unironically, I think, the more I think about it, you could just high roll so much with this. I think I put it here.
I really don't think it goes that high.
I don't know, man.
I think it is
You get so much. You just get so much stuff. Like, you get a full health loadout with this. You get multiple items from this, from key bombs. Multiple items.
All the time it does do nothing sometimes. Like, I don't know.
Key bomb is not that rare.
I would not put it higher than my reflection, I can say that for sure. I would rather have the damage. I think maybe top of B- makes sense.
I think I would put it above my reflection. I'm even debating maybe above the damage up. Because you just get so many items. Like, not just consumables, you get items from this.
I think
how about the argument that you get this floor 1, you don't have enough keys to even open up your item rooms or your planetarium or your shops. How about the items that you actually got saved because of this item? You just get keys for the rest of the run. All of the
Okay.
items that you were unable to get.
But hear me out, right? Let's say we're assuming a choice item. If I have a choice item between Skeleton Key or My Reflection, if I take My Reflection, I get the damage right now. So even if I lose an item in the future, I still have My Reflection. Like, that item in the future has to then be better than My Reflection as well.
Yeah, I think I would take Skeleton Key, because you have to understand, that one item is not better than multiple items. Like, there are so many scenarios where you can lose out on items because you don't have keys. Especially in a chest run.
Yeah, like, but there are also so many scenarios where you have enough keys that you don't get any items from Skeleton Key at all. Like, you actually get 0. And it does nothing. And
okay,
I feel like that's
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you think Skeleton Key is at least better than Halo?
Yeah, I was gonna say top of B minus. Yeah, top of B minus.
Okay.
I think it's fair.
I still think it's I actually think it's a good bit better than My Reflection, to a point where I might even say it's better than a base damage up. You actually just get so much out of it.
I just don't think it is. I just don't think it is.
Okay, the damage up is a little bit harder for me to quantify, but My Reflection, I think I take the keys. I think I'm convinced on that. I actually think I am. I think there's so many scenarios where you get stuff from the keys that you wouldn't have been able to get.
Yeah, but like, why would you need that when you just take the damage up now and like...
Because
also,
you could get so much more powerful over time. Like, way more powerful. Like, way more like, the high roll is so important to note here.
You're also gonna save health in the short term if you have an early damage up. Like, I would rather just have instant power. And if I'm trying to go to boss rush, I need instant power. Like, there are scenarios where having the instant damage is better. Skeleton might be better in the long run, but I feel like some runs where Skeleton Key is better in the long run, and I go to, like, chest with a key beggar, and I get, like, 1,000,000 keys. Like, half the time, I just win those runs anyway, and I didn't actually need the Skeleton Key. Like, sure, I'm getting better. I didn't need that. But, like, when you get My Reflection early in a run, when you're on, like, mines, and you're kind of, like, maybe struggling on damage, you get the My Reflection right now, it makes your floor significantly easier, and that just, like, that will help you a lot. Like, way more when you pick it up.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I can't stop thinking about the high roll potential and how this just, like, saves your entire run on keys. Let's do, I guess, another poll. I mean, we're doing polls pretty constantly.
I just feel like a lot of the time I have other items, like, especially in the shop pool, where you get, like, Humbling Bundle, or you get, like, Mum's Key, or you buy any of those min-maxing items, even, like, a Book of Sin, I would say. You get, like, any of those items, and those are already going to help your key situation. So I think there's a lot of redundancy. There's a lot of redundancy where you'll get other items that help your consumables. Therefore, you don't need 99 keys, because you're already going to have enough keys. I feel like that happens a lot. So yes, sometimes you need keys, and this helps. I feel like more runs just need damage up.
This one's an interesting one. Alright, I'm setting up the poll right now. At the very least, we're at a similar spot with it. So, this seems like a fair poll thing. Alright, Skeleton Key versus My Reflection. I'm not going to be upset if either one wins, to be fair. To be fair.
I could also see Mum's Key. I think Mum's Key is better than Skeleton Key for sure.
Oh, definitely. No, Mom's Key's great.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. I would take Mom's Key every day.
Yeah.
Mom's Key's crazy. Mom's Key may as well be infinite keys. You just get so many more keys from stuff.
Yeah, 10 keys are enough. Those other 89 don't help at all. Yeah, I feel like an item like Humbling Bundle will get you those, like, 10 keys that you need. So, like, I feel like there's a lot of redundancy with Skeleton Key. Like, you just don't need it sometimes.
Skeleton Key or My Reflection? Vote in the poll. Alright, seems like My Reflection is doing really well here. I think it's probably going to be the winner at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's decimating 94% to 6. I don't think that's coming back.
To be fair, I think Skeleton Key is a little underrated in general, because I think we're prioritizing all the times where Skeleton Key is, like, in those useless moments. Like, we're thinking of those moments more. I'm thinking more of the high roll of it, which I feel like happens more often than the low roll. Like, I don't know. I just think key bums are common enough that you get this.
What I'm curious about, if you want to do a second poll, is Skeleton Key versus Halo Flies, because I'm actually not sure, and I'm kind of curious what people think.
That's fair, I suppose. We could do a second one. It's pretty obvious that my reflection's gonna win, though. All right, I'll just end it early. That's fine.
Can you guys rank the Swarm right now, please? Is this one person who's really
The
obsessed
Swarm! I know! That cup is so fun to me every time.
Should we say the approximate placement? We're not going to rank it. Should we say the approximate placement of the Swarm right now, or should we leave it a mystery? I mean, you already replied to their comment and told
I mean, it's top 5. Like, we can spoil it right now.
Yeah,
it's top 5, obviously. It's better than freaking
Maybe it's detrimental, though. Have you considered?
It's better than Rock.
Detrimental?
It actually might be detrimental. Hold on. I didn't think about it like that. That's a good argument. Halo of... You know what? It's funny. Because I actually think, like, for me personally, I think I take Halo over my reflection. So, for me, I actually think this is a harder question to me.
I think my reflection's definitely better than Halo Flies.
Let's get Halo or Skeleton Key. Alright. Alright, new poll. And if it loses this, then we're just going to place it below Halo and then move on. Because I think me and Turt both agree that the keys are at least better than the Tears Up.
Yeah. I actually think it's like a little bit close with the Tears Up, but I think it's... Wow, this is 50-50.
Yeah. This is definitely closer, yeah. Alright, I think, you know what? Fair enough that it should be in B- then. If the majority really think. Maybe I am high rating it a little bit. I just think that the high roll potential
it's been exactly 50 still.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
This is so close.
That's awesome.
Oh my god.
That's actually awesome.
I'm fine with this either way, I think.
Look at the 50-50, like it's so close.
It keeps going, like, Skeleton King will get, like, slightly ahead, and then it will even back out with Halo. But, like, Halo's never been above, like, for quite a while.
But yeah, while I'm waiting on this poll, I'd like to mention that I will be posting this VOD as a YouTube video. Like, I'm recording it as well, and I might do, like, some slight edits to make it a little more appealing. What bums me out is that I still have yet to figure out how to put chat on screen for YouTube streams. I'm gonna have to do that off stream. Maybe I'll do a test stream at some point.
Whenever I've replied to a comment, I've been trying to read out the comment first before I say anything.
I'm sure it's fine. Again, most of our videos are enjoyed podcasted anyways. Like, y'all don't even really watch the actual video itself anyway. So it's probably fine. But it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's an OCD thing for me. I want people to be able to see it.
So looks like Skeleton won. It finally stopped being 50-50, and now Skeleton's a bit ahead. That makes sense. I'm fine with that. I think that makes enough sense.
So wait, what won the poll? Can I see it?
Skeleton. It's at 61 to 39 now. Skeleton's winning.
Okay, cool. I don't know why.
I'm fine with that. I think that makes sense. I think it makes a little sense. I wanted it top of B-. I could consider Halo of Flies as better, but I think it's fair enough.
I think it's close. That's fine. Shoutouts to the polls. Hey, the polls are actually coming in clutch so far. I like it.
They are. Otherwise, in a video, we would have spent another 10 minutes on Skeleton Key versus...
True. True.
At least.
True. Alright. I also think it helps that, like, we're still, like, relying on our own placements for the most part. Like, we're not saying, like, poll for whether Skeleton Key is A- or E+. You know what I mean? Like...
E+ for sure.
Yeah, for placement... For placements, I think it's fine. Like... You know, comparing two items. Anyway, dollar bill.
I just want to read this out. Turn Manor, you're all awesome. Love your videos. Got me back into Isaac. The videos got me back into Isaac as well.
I mean, me too, to be fair. I'm the same way. I know this is Isaac is what I'm most known for now. Like, because, you know, of my my channel videos popping off. But yeah, I started streaming because of Isaac, but my community only got bigger from, like, Pokemon and other Nintendo games. My Isaac streams were not very popular. It's just these videos that kind of popped off for Isaac. So it was very surprising for me, and it got me so interested into Isaac discussion. So I appreciate that y'all all enjoy the stuff. We love discussing these items. We really do. We're clearly way too passionate about this stupid video game.
Yes.
Anyways, dollar bill. So question is, do you think 99 coins is better than 99 keys?
Because you can play a restock machine and then buy all the keys you need anyway.
I actually disagree.
Really?
So, here's my argument here. With 99 keys, you're set for the entire run. With 99 coins, you can get a good amount of items from the shop. And then you're out of money. And you still need to get more money. You are not set for the run with coins. With keys, you are.
I think that's an incredibly flawed argument. You find a single arcade, you play the shell game, you're infinite keys as well.
You think so?
Yes. Your money gets you keys. I think a dollar bill is way better than Skeleton Key, actually. Your money will get you keys from an arcade.
But what about all the key bombs? You get so many consumables from key bomb.
And again, like, why would I need that many keys? Because again, a lot of runs will already have enough keys, but dollar, like, okay, it depends when you get the dollar, because late game, when you have a lot of money, it's useless. But if you get a dollar, like, Caves 1, let's say, that 99 cents is huge, and use it right now,
I'm actually
and then you get money later on.
I'm blown away that you think the dollar bill is a lot better than Skeleton Key. I thought it was pretty obvious. I thought it was obvious that Skeleton Key is better.
I mean, I actually think it's obvious dollar bill is better, just because you use the dollar to get bombs and keys. I see dollar as infinite bombs, well, not infinite, but like a lot of bombs, a lot of keys, items from the shop that you want to buy, and like, yeah, I mean, that's just a lot of stuff.
I will say with money, you do have more use for money, and while that's true, you could also just get to 99 cents so much easier without this item. Like, the difference is that you don't need the dollar bill. Let's be honest, most of the time we don't get this when we get to 99 coins. We get to 99 coins on our own. Skeleton Key, like, we have other ways to get money. I think that's the argument I'm trying to go for here. Blood dono machines exist, alright? IV bag exists that you could get consistently. You can get 99 coins without dollar bill. You cannot, you just can't consistently get 99 keys and break through key bombs for free. You just can't.
Okay, again, if you find a single arcade and you get a shell game, and shell games are very common, shell games are infinite to play. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people, when they were talking about shell game, they don't actually know this. If you get Skatole as an option and you don't want Skatole, if you leave the room and come back, he will reset his option. So you'll lose a coin, but you won't get Skatole if you don't want it. So you can actually infinitely play the shell game, unless he bombs himself with a troll bomb. Be careful of that. But otherwise, you can infinitely play the shell game. Shell game is way more efficient than slot machine in terms of the rate he pays out with consumables. So with a shell game, you get a lot of health, bombs, and keys. With that health, you can play sack rooms, or you can play blood runner if you need more money for some reason. So you can just keep fueling your shell game. And with the dollar, you will very easily get probably 20 keys and 20 bombs. I would say easily. And you don't need 99 keys. A lot of people in chat are saying you only need 10. So if you're getting that many keys from a shell game because of one arcade, because you had a dollar, and arcades are common, then you're gonna have infinite keys anyway. This is Skeleton Key. Dollar is Skeleton Key, but it's also
I don't know if that's true.
Skeleton Key with more options.
I will say I really don't know if that's true. I don't think you get nearly as many keys. It's not as much of a comparison as you think. Because you could say the same thing about the keys. Having 99 keys means you get so much more money, so much more consumables from the chest from Key Bomb.
No, the what you can use keys on is a lot more limited because it's basically just Key Beggar that is an infinite key sink. Everything else is not an infinite key sink, but there are a lot of
but Key Beggar. Okay, yes, you're right. You could use money on shops, you could use money on arcades, but the one thing, which is Key Bomb, is so strong that I completely think it overrates any of the other stuff. You get so much stuff with 99 keys. You get items, you get consumables, you get infinite money, infinite bombs. You get it all from key bombs. And key bombs pay out very rarely, alright? And you're gonna get multiple per run. You just will. So, I mean, potentially even multiple key bombs per floor. It's possible. It's happened. It happens. So, I don't know. I actually... It's crazy to me that you think dollar bill's so much better. I actually think key is a lot better.
I think
because you could get to 99 coins so many ways. The dollar, it's nice. It's definitely nice. But the key does something that other items can't do, right? The dollar gets you to 99 coins, which is nice, but you get to 99 coins at base anyway. You don't even need an item to get to 99 coins. Coins are super abundant. Nickels, there's so many items that give you money too. Freaking piggy bank. Piggy bank is basically infinite money, let's be real, on a red heart character. Swallow penny. I don't freaking know. IV bag. There's a ton of, even the quarter. All right, if you get 25 coins, it's a lot of money. All right, donation machine you can bomb. Blood donation machine.
I'm just gonna say this. I feel like the high roll scenario you're talking about with the skeleton key, I can basically say the equivalent is the high roll scenarios. You get any shop with a restock machine with $1, and you get so much more value with the $1 in that scenario. Right now.
Well, that's not, okay, but that's not accurate though, because I think it's way more likely for you to find multiple key bums than it is for you to instantly find a restock machine in a shop. Out of all of the rooms, you're going to find more key bums than you will restock shops.
I feel like you're ignoring my main point, which is that literally you get basically like infinite keys from a shell game. I don't like.
Okay, I agree, but I also think but I also think that you get infinite coins from the keys. You get so much. Or at least enough. Maybe not infinite coins, but I also don't think you get infinite keys from the $1. I absolutely don't think
you don't get infinite keys, but each key is worth more value.
Like, you get enough money...
enough keys for your run.
It's like the opposite for each item, right? You don't get infinite of either, for either case. But you get enough money to buy what you need in the shop from the keys, and you get enough keys from the $1 to do what you need on the floor. However, I don't think you get enough keys to break key bum, like multiple key bums in the run, like you do from the $1, like you do from the skeleton key.
I just want to read something in chat. Someone said a lot of us don't play show game because it takes too much time. Yeah, I have noticed a few people said that. I want everyone to keep in mind for this list that a show game taking a while is not something we should put against like anything. Like, we are assuming that you're gonna play optimally. So if you don't want to play show game because it's like not fun, then that's fair. But in terms of ranking an item on how good it is, then you will play the show game, right?
Right.
I mean, when you get a $1, that is your time to play show game.
The thing is, I think the main difference is that, okay, we will mostly be ranking, because most weighting goes towards, like, the majority of the runs. So while speed is still a consideration, and that's exactly why I thought slot machine, like, that was a major point for slot machine in that list. Speed is a consideration, but overall, the optimal, like, outcome is what we're mostly ranking. So, and again, in the machine list, I would still rank slot machine above Skull Game, despite Skull Game paying out more, because dumping all your late game coins into a slot machine will give you pretty flies, right? I feel like you get more benefit late game from a slot machine than you do from Skull Game in the late game. So that was basically my whole argument there. So anyway, I'm rambling a little bit, but yes, speed, I would still, I'm not 100% on Turt's side that we should not consider speed at all, because it is optimal for certain runs to be quicker, right? That being said, most of the time, playing slower is more optimal. Most of the time.
Yeah.
So, I'm still going to give more weighting to more optimal play, but I'm not going to completely ignore speed either. It'll just be a lesser weighting.
The thing is, like, we're comparing the skeleton key and the $1. Like, I think it's like several placements above. I almost certainly take $1 over damage ups.
Really? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
If you get early enough $1, you just buy items in shops. You're getting multiple items in shops.
That's insane. $1 over a damage up.
Yeah.
$1 equals 6 shop items, aka you could buy every shop item. Yeah, but there aren't... That's insane.
Again, if you're getting this on depths, then sure, you probably have enough money already. If you're getting it any earlier, then this money is huge. Like, if you're getting it at the point... Yeah, because depths is the point of the game where you start getting a lot of greed fights. Maybe caves too. But if you're, like, earlier than that point, if you're not getting greed fights constantly, then $1, like, the money is actually huge. Because you can just spend it on your shops. And then later on, you get your greed fights. Now you have infinite money again. And you can spend that money as well. But, like, before that point, that money is so much value. And I think getting the early money is way, 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 way better than getting early keys. Because the money will just get you the early keys anyway.
Maybe
And then late game, when you have 99 coins and nothing to spend on, you go to a shell game anyway, and you end up getting a lot of keys anyway, so you can still play the Keymaster. You can still play the Keymaster when you have dollar. Like, I think you just get both scenarios with the dollar. I think it's just strictly better. I think a lot of ways.
Where would you put the dollar?
I'm comparing it to Inner Eye. I think maybe between Inner Eye and Blood of the Martyr.
Huh, that's so funny. Okay. I mean, I was gonna put the dollar below the tiers up, actually.
Someone said, Turt, how often are you playing slot machines or basement or caves? If I have 99 cents, I'm playing the shell game, and I've got infinite bomb, not infinite, but I've got, like, way more bombs and keys than I need for the rest of the run. Meaning dollar is effectively giving me pyro and skeleton key, and potentially Skatole if I want to go, like, if I want to get a flight item, like, early, like a part of the flight transformation, which sometimes happens.
I'm just so blown away, because I thought it was...
play it if I have that much money.
I'm actually just so blown away, because we actually have varying... I mean, granted, it's not like this is a crooked penny scenario where it's, like, insane and trash.
Wait, let me... I'm sorry, I need to... The person I just responded to said a follow-up thing, and I need to address that right now. They said, how often are you playing slot machines or basement or caves? That's the only way to get dollar. Doesn't need to play a slot machine to come into play. This is where this is, like, weird, because we aren't considering, like, the spawn condition of the item. We're considering if you would take the item. Like, how good the item actually is. So yes, it's very rare that I would play a slot machine. But if I ever did play a slot machine, like, I tap one coin into it and a dollar spawns, that is way higher value on my run. It's very weird because we're trying to treat it as if it's like an item pedestal when it's not. So it is a bit awkward, but everything else is being ranked that way, and not ranking dollar that way would be very weird. So we have to kind of rank it that way. We did the same thing with Skatole, where you can... With Skatole, you can at least acknowledge that it's common. It's common enough to get...
Yeah, the thing with dollar, I can tell you right now, with... Like, I so much more consistently get, like, multiple pretty flies over slot machines than the dollar. The dollar is, like, absurdly rare. It really is.
Someone said, keep in mind that these items are being considered like you're playing Eden and starting with the item. That's another really, really good way to see it. There's a really good way to see it. Now, granted, I don't want to give too much weight to the fact that you're literally starting on basement 1 with it, because some items, if you're starting on basement 1, get way better. So maybe, let's say, like, you're getting it on caves 1, I think is a fair, like, kind of middle point to say.
See, like, I just... For early game, I absolutely think I'd rather have the set keys the entire run.
But if you have 99 cents, okay, normally your first shop you can't really buy anything from. With dollar, you can definitely buy your entire first shop, the entire thing, all the consumables and the items, the entire thing. How is that not busted?
Can I, like, okay. Okay, so with our mid placement, it goes, like, right here, or, like, here, right? How does that work? So, 1, 2...
Where are you putting it?
1, 2... Yeah, it's, like, the same spot as skeleton key. I already said I put it here.
How is it less than a tears up? What?
I actually just think I'd take a tears up, because you get money so often.
I just think you're really underrating the fact that using the dollar will get you so many keys that you will get the same chest items that you would have gotten if you had skeleton key. You're getting the same things. It's just better. It's literally just better.
Spam yes if we should do a skeleton key versus dollar bill poll.
I don't want a skeleton key versus dollar bill poll because I don't even think they're next to each other. Like the polls are meant to be
well, if that's the case, then
I can convince you that it's not even tied. It's
no,
not close.
Well,
it's actually not.
Okay, well then, dollar will win, right? I need to be shown. I need to be shown that I'm wrong. Is what I'm saying. I need to be shown that I'm wrong.
I feel like some people are either not going to like get the scenario that I'm talking about, like they're going to use a different criteria, or they're going to factor in that they don't want to play a shell game, and that's not part of what we're ranking. So even if a poll wins, it might not actually be an accurate representation of how we're meant to rank it.
Okay, well it's overwhelming. Yes, let's just do it. If dollar bill wins, then by like okay, I'll put it this way: if it's even, okay, here's a good idea. If the poll is even, we'll put it right here. But like obviously in this world, we're saying dollar bill slightly wins, right? If dollar bill slightly wins, it's here. If it overwhelmingly wins, depending on the percentage, I could even place exactly where you are, because then I can acknowledge that I'm just underrating it. I think that's fair.
Okay. Me personally, I would actually like. I could maybe see skeleton. Like the fact that Dollar Bill is only 1 tier above Skeleton Key actually makes me think Skeleton Key is too high. Like legitimately, I could actually maybe see even Dollar Bill in A minus. I really like this item. If you get it early.
Let's see.
That being said, it's probably not higher than Inner Eye. That's why I'm not going to put it higher than Inner Eye.
All right, let's see. I mean, again, I'm very aware that I could just be 100% wrong.
Yeah, so someone in chat said basically what I was saying. Don't think poll is good here. Most people won't. Actually, I can't read the poll. Don't think poll is good here. Most people don't have as much experience as you two. Results will be skewed. That's kind of what I worry about when we go to polls. So I like polls when it's like Halo Flies versus Skeleton Key, where I'm unsure myself, and I want to see like others' opinions. With this one, I am so sure that Dollar is better by a margin. So it's like.
But I feel the same about Skeleton Key is the problem. So, like, it almost does feel even. So, in our mid placement, it actually is in the exact spot that Skeleton Key is in. So, in this scenario, it actually is just tied. Like, it's not like it lands here or here.
Dollar's winning.
Yeah.
So,
okay, but, however, that being said, like I said, it's close. So, I think we're going to do this then. I think that's fair, because it's still the mid placement. So, basically, our mid placement was either here or here. So that's why I think the poll is valid, because it breaks this. But if it was majority, like let's say Skeleton Key, I mean, let's say Dollar Bill won by like 90%, then I would just place it where you put it, because clearly I'd be capping then. But here I could see, hey, I do have some reasoning here, because, you know, there's multiple reasonings that agree. The fact that it's even, I think they should go right next to each other, absolutely. Like, it's close. That being said, obviously, you know, Dollar Bill's winning, so it's going to go above, for sure. But I don't think that they should be separated if it's this close. I did vote for Dollar Bill, but I don't think it's that much better. I put Dollar Bill at the bottom of B+. Well, the thing is that if two items are very similar, like, if one is not that much better than the other, then they should just go in the same tier, right?
You know what? I think we need a follow-up poll, okay? Dollar Bill won. I now want a follow-up poll of if it goes, of like how much higher it goes than the Skeleton Key.
Okay, that's fine. But yeah, Dollar Bill did barely win. But like I said before I started the poll, the fact that it was close means I don't think it should go above, but tell you what. I mean, I don't know. How exactly did you want to do the poll?
I'm not sure anything about it.
Honestly, I don't even think honestly, I'm gonna be real. I don't even think we should, because I think it just makes sense here, because we were already completely tied with our placements. So we're relying too much on polls at that point if we do another one. This is the midpoint. The midpoint was either here or here. The poll already decided where it goes. So I think we actually just move on.
Can we at least put it at the bottom of B+?
I don't think so, because again, it was mid. This is the mid placement.
But the poll won by like. It did kind of like near the end get a bit closer, but I still.
No, it was close. But it was. Hello? In no world is 55% a majority. I'm talking a majority needs to be like 90%, Turt. Like 90%.
It's literally never gonna happen.
That just happened with that literally just happened. That was the previous poll. I think it's in a fair spot. I don't want to rely on polls too much. It's just that was a tie, clearly. Okay.
I don't know, man. I really want it in B+.
I just don't think it's needed. Clearly, we have different opinions on the item.
There's just no way it's next to Skeleton Key on the list. Like, there's just no way. That's so much better.
That's where it is, though.
Skeleton Key with extra upside. It's Skeleton Key with extra upside.
That says, I agree with Manor. Dollar Bill's in the right place. I don't know. It's just, between our two arguments, I think it makes sense that they're close. I don't think that it's, like, that insane. I mean, we clearly think differently about both. It's like Cricket Penny, right? Like, we just go mid. And the poll helped us decide which one's slightly better. I can accept that. Anyways. I was following Skeleton at first, but Terry's going to say that it's fine, but no. Okay. 55% is majority. Well, yeah, but it has to be like a big, like, percentage. This is just 10 bombs.
Can we please do a poll if it's B- or B+?
Oh my god, fine. Just for you. Ay.
Yeah.
B-,
bottom of B- versus top of B+.
Whatever.
Bottom of B- versus top of B+.
Alright, there. Just for you, Turt.
It feels wrong. There's a part of my soul that's dying at seeing dollar only one slot above skeleton key.
Yeah, the main reason why I don't want to rely too much on polls is because it'll make the videos a lot worse for people who watch afterwards.
Okay, B- is winning. I'm in pain! I'm in pain!
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is where it should be, to be honest. I think it makes more sense.
I don't! Skeleton key has to go lower now. Skeleton key has to go to C+. Like, they need to be a tier different. This is not right. They're not comparable.
No, they are. I think it's fair. I mean, whatever. Even if it's slight. Alright, we gotta move on.
I need to re-explain how the items are being tiered. See, I like this one person in chat who's like, really? Like, really on my side with this. I have the one believer. I'm the one believer who agreed when I said A-. And I'm really happy about that. There's one person. There's one person. You might need to re-explain how the items are being tiered. We are tiering the items not on the condition that you get them.
Crazy.
Item pool does not matter. Item pool does not matter, okay? The way you get it does not matter. We're just considering what the item actually does. And what the item actually does, getting 99 cents is way better because you can spend that cents to get keys. So it's just better than skeleton key because you don't need 99 keys. You need like 10. And dollar will easily get you 10 keys. Easy. It will get you more. Anyway.
Anyways, let's just move on.
The next item, the noose. That's what I'm about to do.
No. Oh yeah, true. The noose. The optimal Sudoku method.
Okay.
Right.
This one's easily insane. I mean, 10 bombs.
I mean, I actually think it's top 5. Like,
you can
think about it.
You can use 10 bombs. You can blow up a shopkeeper, and he will drop a nickel. So that's basically the same as the dollar. And I already said that the dollar is the same as skeleton key, or just better. So it's also better than skeleton key. So it's actually, and skeleton key, you can open the chest to get a tears up. So it's better than a tears up as well. So
honestly,
every item in the list.
Honestly, I absolutely think it's top 5. In fact, I think this might even be the best item in the game because what can you do without bombs? Like nothing. Like you just die.
Yeah, exactly. Like how are you meant to enter mines without bombs?
No, true. You can't even enter mines without bombs.
Can't complete the game.
You actually cannot even win. Like you just suck ass. Anyway.
Exactly. Okay, for real, 10. This is like the most like average like item. It looks boring, but 10 bombs is actually kind of okay. It's actually nice. Okay. I'm not that sad to see this sometimes. Sometimes it's just useless. It's probably just D+ somewhere, but like.
I think I'd take it over Virus. Unironically, I think 10 bombs is pretty good.
10 bombs, you can actually do a lot with 10 bombs, and I feel like it's a lot easier to run out of bombs because, you use bombs a lot more often. Like you use bombs for everything.
You can blow up rotten beggars, so it's 10 free devil deals.
It's true.
That's 10 free devil deals. You actually get teleported to the devil deal when you blow up a rotten beggar. So that's 10
just
devil deals.
Devil items out of the sky. Like it will just spawn like brimstone characters.
I love our channel memes. That crap is so funny. I actually think it's right here. I think this makes the most sense.
I think that's correct.
I guess we just move on. It's 10 bombs. There's not much to talk about. 10 bombs I would take over just the speed up, I think.
Yeah. Flight.
The noose is Turt's favorite Sudoku method.
Yeah. I think it's B+ at the very least.
Flight is very good. It gives no stats though, right? It's literally just flight.
It's no stats, but flight is really good.
Yeah, I mean obviously flight's really good. I think I'd take flight over a damage up, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Triple shot is, man, I can't stop thinking about it, man. I actually do think triple shot deserves A-. Triple shot's so good.
I was about to say, because I was going to put dollar in A-, but I couldn't put it above triple shot, and that might mean that triple shot has to be in A-.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because it just doesn't feel correct.
And then I also want flight in A-, but maybe below the triple shot.
I'm okay with that. I do think flight's just so useful, like a good bit over damage ups.
Flight can become redundant quite easily. There is quite a few things that give flight.
That's true.
However, flight is like so good. Like it's okay if it's redundant later. It's like homing. It's okay if it's redundant later because when you get it, it's really good. Like if we assume this is your first flight item, it's quite valuable.
I will say though, the fact that flight is so common, maybe it is just top of B+.
I don't agree.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever. I'm not.
I think just
honestly, I'm not even gonna fight. Like, I'm not gonna fight you too much on that because flight is really good. Like it definitely deserves high placement. I just think like there's a lot of like half the transformations give you flight. Like items give you flight. Well, obviously, but I just mean like cards can give you flight. There's just ways, you know, to do what you need to. I don't know. I can see
people saying that flight is better than triple shot, and this is another one that's like really close to me. I can definitely see flight being better than triple shot. In fact, I kind of agree. I'm not sure. I'm actually really not sure.
The problem is I don't agree at all. I think triple shot. Okay, here's the big difference for me. Triple shot, I win the run when I see it. Like I've never lost a run with triple shot. Like legit, unless it's like a lost run. Whenever I say that, by the way, whenever I say I never lose a run, obviously I'm assuming I'm not playing as a challenge character because any challenge character can lose, like no matter how good your run is. But on a normal character, I never lose with triple shot. I can absolutely say that I've lost runs with flight, 100%. So I think by that logic, I don't know. I might even put it top of B+.
I think it's definitely better than a damage up, but I think you are kind of right. Flight is good for min-maxing, and it's good for being easier to dodge things. But you kind of need damage to win, and a good, like, unique damage item, like triple shot.
Like triple shot, yeah.
Is probably more useful.
So I would personally, I actually definitely think it's more deserving of B+, but if you are that confident that it's A-, then I'm not going to fight you on it. I just don't think it should go above triple shot.
I think maybe most of the flight effects probably go bottom of A-. I think that makes sense.
Okay.
I think that, I think if I saw both next to each other in an item room, I might want flight more, but I have to factor in that I'm not going to see triple shot again. But there is a decent chance I'll see flight.
Yeah, so there's multiple things that go into me wanting triple shot a good bit above flight, just regular flight. Because, like, there's a lot of things that can do flight, and there's, like, nothing... Well, like, okay, there is stuff that does triple shot. Like, quad shot exists. But there isn't that many, right? Like, what triple shot does is not that common. It just isn't.
Yeah, I think this is fine then. I like that.
Okay, so you still think it should be A-, not top of B+?
I think A-. I just think... I mean, okay, triple shot versus a flight. Like, yes, I want the flight, but if we're talking about what's common... I got the triple shot, I mean. But if we're talking about what's common, damage up is common. Flight is... Like, if I see flight versus damage up, I snap take the flight. That's not a consideration. And I think it's such a quick choice.
You're actually right. I take flight over a damage up. I agree with that.
It's easy, and I think how quick I would do it is evidence that it's a tier above.
That's actually, you know what?
If
there's one argument you've made that's convinced me, it's that. Like, you're right. Because you're right. I would take flight instantly over a damage up, like a base damage up.
Yeah, but triple shot versus flight, I'd have to think, and I might take triple shot instead. But I might take flight. It's close enough that I would have to think about.
That being said, Alone But Free chatter made a good point. They said triple shot just needs one tier effect, and that's true. The thing with triple shot and like multi-hit like tier effects is that they stack so well with other synergies. Like the moment you get like just a lot of different tier effects with this, it stacks so heavily. Like I already mentioned Brimstone earlier. Yes, it's a higher charge, but you just nuke, right? You absolutely just nuke with Polyphemus, right? I mean, again, you're shooting slower, but you're sweeping an entire room, right? An entire room. You just destroy. You get this with number 1 even. That will help your tier rate a lot. And you could just like, you basically shotgun an entire enemy room. Like, it synergizes with so much stuff. Like, you could just never get hit at that point. And the spread is so good. So, I don't know.
I mean, I think triple shot's good. And it's probably better than flight. I just don't think it's
No, that's fine.
better.
No, that's fine. I think your point about the damage ups has convinced me it deserves bottom of A minus.
Yeah.
Okay. Compass.
It's convenient. Okay, someone said flight is convenient, not that necessary. I disagree. I think flight will make you take less damage.
Yeah, flight can do a lot. Flight can do a lot.
And it's min-maxing. You're gonna get consumables you wouldn't have been able to get otherwise. So I don't think it's convenient. This is convenient. This item's convenient. Like I like to buy. Like I will buy it for convenience. But do I actually need it? No. It's good on boss rush and hush, I guess. But otherwise, I don't need this. This is convenience. This is convenience.
It only... Wait, what exactly does it show again?
Only the special rooms, not secret rooms. So only the special rooms like boss room, item room, sack room, stuff like that.
Does it show arcades?
Yes.
Alright, I put it bottom of D+. Specifically because... Because I agree, before... Okay, the thing is, you're probably... If you're playing optimally, besides... I mean, no matter what, this item is just flat out good in boss rush and hush, and we know that. And delirium to that extent.
I snap by this and I'm going to boss rush, because one of my bigger problems with boss rush, and why I don't like it as a mark, is that a lot of the time I'll lose boss rush because literally I just passed incorrectly. I went the wrong way. Well, I won't go the wrong way with the compass, so it basically guarantees I'll get boss rush. Like, that... Guaranteeing that I go the right way is enough to basically guarantee I'll get there.
So no matter what, it's good there. But, so it doesn't really matter on runs where you're not going for a rush mark, because you're probably just going to explore the entire floor anyway for the early floors. However, the fact that it shows like arcades and special rooms, like does it show bedrooms? Does it show dice rooms as well?
Yes.
Does it show cursed rooms?
Any special map icon except the secret room.
Does it show sack rooms?
Yes, any special map icon except the secret room.
All of this makes me think it deserves above Skatole and Brother Bobby, because womb traversal is very important.
Yeah, I mean, this lets you go, like, because
you can just instantly go to the boss. You can just instantly go to the boss. Or you go to the arcade, which are the two main things in womb that I'm looking for. And you don't want to explore womb, alright? You probably do explore, like, if you're playing optimal, you probably explore the entire floor for all the early floors. But the moment you get to womb, you're skipping rooms, alright?
Yeah, no.
Like, you don't want to explore that whole floor. So yeah, I think...
normally I go straight to the boss, and then if I really want to use an arcade, I can go to the arcade too. It's good.
So yeah,
it is actually good.
I think for that late game utility, I actually think it's quite a bit better than Skatole and Brother Bobby. Do I think it's better than Speed Up? What do you think?
That's a hard one, because speed up, I feel like when you need it... Okay, I think speed up's better. I think the runs where you need a speed up, you really need a speed up. Like,
fair enough, I suppose.
And I think I'm getting more use out of 10 bombs as well, but I think it is better than Skatole. I think it goes right there.
It saves me more health than the heart. I think it's better than the virus. It's actually not a terrible, like, point to make, though. Like, to be fair, this is not just womb. This is womb 1, womb 2, cathedral / shield, dark room / chest. You're saving a lot of health by not going the wrong way.
That being said, dark room and chest, there's no arcades, and also you're probably going to full clear anyway. Like, if you can, you will.
That depends on the run, but for the most part, I can see what you're saying there, yeah. There definitely are runs where you prefer to just go straight to the boss.
Definitely, yeah. But, yeah, sometimes you do want to full clear.
But yeah, okay, either way, 100%. For womb to cathedral / shield, 100%. Compass is great. I think, I don't know, the more I think about it, that's actually a very good point. You just save health. Like, you save quite a few hits that way. Maybe it is bottom of C-.
You know what? I can kind of get by, and the fact that it's really good in boss rush as well. I can kind of see it, actually. Yeah, maybe right there. I think Roid Rage is better, though.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Good job, chat. You've convinced us. Good job, chat. Okay. Alright, let's move on. I like that.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's the 25
HP ups!
Okay,
they're all insane!
Let's rank one health up, and then I have a method to distinguish the health ups, okay? So, please don't, Mana. Please, Mana. Actually, no. You know what?
These are the top 5 items!
They are the top 5
These are the top 5 items! Exactly!
Yeah, this is it. Actually, the list is over. We decided to stop ranking here. This is the all items list. Sorry,
I mean,
short,
what else do you need to know?
but,
These are the top 5 items. Better than Death Certificate.
So
You know, this is just so free.
Continuing.
Anyways, it's funny that there's
let's
exactly
rank
5 of them.
Let's rank one health up. So, okay, it has to be worse than the heart in C minus.
True.
I think health ups, like regular boring health ups, are either like the very, very top of D plus or the very, very bottom of C minus. And I want to say bottom of C minus. I think health up is quite good.
Yeah. Do I think the full health? Yeah, I still think it's the same tier as the heart. The full heal is very nice, like definitely enough to put it above a few item placements, but I don't think it's enough to bring it a whole tier above. So I think
I did say earlier that I kind of wanted the heart at the bottom of C plus, but now that Raw Live is there, maybe not. I think that top of C minus is fine. The heart.
I think them all just going right here makes sense.
But they're not going in that order. Because there is a thing that differentiates these health ups, and it's called Binge Eater. Binge Eater gives different stats, and
oh my god!
So if you pick up like dinner, I'm pretty sure dinner is the best health up. Oh no, it's dessert. Dessert is the second one, the dog food. It's +1 damage. Like retroactively, you get damage. Just saying. So we need to rank these based on the stats they give. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So. Actually, what will be easier? What will be easier is if we just decide right now what order these stats go.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Can I put up a statement about one of these?
Sure.
Can we rank breakfast in trash? Or even detrimental? Okay, not detrimental, it's health up.
No.
Okay, no, it wouldn't be trash.
Spawn condition doesn't count, Mana. The spawn condition doesn't count. We don't care.
Okay, to be fair, it's most of the time just a health up, so it wouldn't go that low. Can we put it in D+? Because at the end of the day, breakfasting is a thing that does ruin certain setups.
No, it's irrelevant. Any run that breakfasts the game has already won Mana.
Yes, but you can't do crazy crap anymore after you start breakfasting.
If you've breakfasted. If anything, that makes breakfast insane because you see it most often when you've already won the game.
Listen, okay, hear me out. It's still a very niche scenario. You're right, but what do we think is more niche, chat? Binge eater or breakfasting your run? I think you breakfast your run more often than you binge eater. 100%.
I think binge eater is more common now. I think in After Plus, 100% breakfast was way more common. I think now, binge eater is more common. I think breakfasting, you don't break the game nearly as often in Repentance.
Okay, at the very least, because I'm slightly memeing. At the very least, no matter what the stats are for binge eater, I'd say we put breakfast at the bottom of all the health ups.
You're lucky because I think the stats breakfast gives is easily the worst. It's shot speed and range.
Well, there you go. Okay.
So it's already going to be the bottom.
Because to be fair, even with breakfasting, the most I could ever argue, I don't even know if I could actually argue that it's D+, honestly. It's not enough of a consideration that it drops an entire tier.
Seriously, if you're considering breakfasting, even like 0.01% of the item's placement is on breakfasting, then you're doing it wrong. It has literally nothing to do.
Well, okay. It does for these. This could actually be the damage up for binge eater, and I'd still rank it at the bottom. Because it's more consistent. You breakfast than you get binge eater.
Mana, if you've breakfasted your run, you've already won. Why is there any relevance to this argument?
Because
it is irrelevant.
You
don't make these
listen. It doesn't matter. Every single challenge character run can always get more OP. There's no such thing as too powerful for a challenge character. It is impossible to be too powerful for a challenge character. Am I wrong?
Mana. If you have breakfasted the game, a challenge character has already won.
That's not true. That is just not true. You can still die. You can always still die. Now, granted, obviously the more OP you get, the easier it is. I'm not saying it's a hard run when you get to the point of breakfasting, but I'm just saying it's enough for me to lower it, no matter what, below the other health ups. I would not rank it another tier lower, though. That was cap. I was just memeing. But
no, you don't even put it lower than the health ups, Mana. There's like. Anyway, can we just rank based on the stats, please? It's going lowest anyway because it's got the worst stats for sure.
Well, that's fine, but I'm just saying, in the hypothetical world that it had the damage up, I'd still rank it at the lowest, 100%.
You're just dumb. Anyway, okay. So I think the easiest way to rank these health ups would be we just figure out right now, and this will be useful for later on in the list when we have to rank other stat upgrades. we decide right now what the order of these stat upgrades are, okay? So the options are shot speed, range, luck, tears, and damage. I actually think I just ranked them from lowest to highest as well. I think that's the lowest to highest order I would use.
Alright, so what's
worse
tears?
than range, which is worse than luck, which is worse than tears, which is worse than damage.
Which one's tears?
They both give 2 stats each, so there is no one that is just tears. There's one that's tears like plus range maybe, and then one that's like tears plus. There's none that are tears plus damage. But Matter, do you agree that from lowest to highest, the 5 stats would be shot speed, range, luck, tears, and damage?
Wait, say it again.
From lowest to highest, so from worst to best, the stats would be shot speed, range, luck, tears, damage.
I think range is more important than luck.
Really? I feel like you get enough range extremely easily on most runs.
The fact of the matter is that it depends on the character. For a lot of characters, range is huge. Like, a lot of characters. Azazel is insane. The Losts are really good with it because obviously you want to be as far away from the big room bosses as possible. And I mean, range is just really good depending on the item. I mean, hell, you get number 1 and range is insane.
I think you
luck is really good. Okay, the problem though is that luck is very good. Like, luck is insane, but the problem with luck is that you need a lot of luck for it to be very obviously really good. And you don't actually... Luck is not common enough. Like, okay, perfection luck is insane, right? We could all agree with that. But besides perfection, are you ever really getting to 10 luck? No. You might get to 3 if you're really lucky.
All I think about range, so some people are saying range is important. Range is important, but the thing is, you will get 1 range up on your run, and if you get one range up on your run, you are literally set for range. You only need 1. Range scales so quickly that if you get a single range up, you're already done. You don't need more. And at that point, as soon as you've done that, which everyone does that, like we were talking about hitting the tier cap on Sad Onion, you're way less likely to hit the tier cap than you are to get a single range up. And as soon as you get a single range up, every future range up is basically useless. You don't need more. But luck will keep scaling. Luck is basically like a pseudo damage stat on some runs, because if you have luck-based tier effects, then it's just giving you more damage. Because it's getting your luck.
To be fair, it definitely depends on the run.
Room clear rewards, so you're getting like a bit of min-maxing out of your luck stat as well.
To be fair, it absolutely depends on the run. I love luck. I actually think it's a super slept-on stat. Luck is amazing. Like, it's actually such a good stat. But it depends on the run, you know? Like, if I don't have any tier-based effects in a run, and I have subpar range, I'm taking the range up. That's just how it is. It just depends on the run.
Yeah, I think almost every run I do, I'm going to already have range, and I won't need a range up. Like,
Alright,
almost every run.
I don't feel super strongly about it. This is a very niche scenario anyway. This is only for binge eaters, so just rank whatever order you feel
This
like.
is when we rank stat upgrades in general. This is going to help later on, if we establish this now.
It's very hard because it's so character dependent. It really is. Like, because, you know, as an example, I'd always take a range up on Lost, because I'm going to have perfection anyway.
No, to be honest, just... I'm actually not kidding here. Just for the extra room clear reward, like, I don't even have to be on a run that... I don't even have to be on a run that, that has, like, luck-based tier effects. Just for the extra room clear reward, I would take luck over range, because range is so common, and you only need 1 of them anyway, that the slightly better room clear rewards are already going to be better than range literally doing nothing.
You know what? At the very least, I can agree that commonality is the reason why I would put luck above range. I think
if range ups were rarer, then for sure I would think range is better, because you need...
I think that's the only reason why I'll agree with you. I think in general, range is... Like, you need range more than you need luck. You just do. Like, so there's some characters you need range. You never need luck.
It's so common, and luck is not as common, so getting luck upgrade is better.
Right. So, I don't know. Okay. But anyway, it's fine. You're right. Luck is not as common. Just rank them however you want then.
Yeah, so that being said, some people wondering where's speed. Since we were ranking binge eater stats, speed isn't one, so that's why speed isn't there. Okay, so if shot speed and range are the worst, then breakfast has to be last, because it gives shot speed and range. Dessert, which is the dog food, the one in the middle, gives damage and shot speed. Rotten meat, which is the second last one, gives damage and range is better than shot speed, so it's higher than dessert.
Which one?
The second last one goes higher than the second one. The one that's in front is tears and shot speed, so that goes below the damage and shot speed one. One more down. And then lunch is tears and range, which is better than shot speed, so the one that's next to that, swap them. We did all that luck discussion, and I realized that luck upgrades are for the later items like supper and a snack and midnight snack. So we actually didn't get to luck at all. Anyway, we've done that discussion out of the way, so when we get there, we have them. Those are the order. There we go.
Alright, speed up.
Speed up. I think a basic speed up is probably D+. I would rather have health.
I'd rather have 10 bombs.
I would also... Honestly, I would rather have bombs, but also, like, if I'm low... No, if I'm low on bombs, it's a problem, and if I'm low on speed, it's a problem. If I'm low on bombs, I would rather have 10 bombs right now. Yeah, I think that's right. I think I would rather have
speed is just so common. That's the main reason. I mean, you're right. Like, I think... this sounds dumb, but, like... I think it's more common that you're low on bombs than you're low on speed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, another speed up.
It's literally identical to Spoon. Now, how are we going to do a tiebreaker for this one? How are we going to do a tiebreaker? Mana and chat. I have a tiebreaker scenario. Okay. It's called Spin Down Dice. Should the item with the better spin down be ranked higher, or should the item with the worst spin down be ranked higher? Because technically, if it has a worse spin down, it means you're more likely to actually take the item.
No, sure, let's do it. All right, what's the spin downs?
Well, this is by item ID. So belt spins down into spoon, it's useless, and spoon spins down into a HP up. So it's not that great, but it is better than spinning down into itself. So are we ranking a good spin down as lower tier or higher tier?
A good spin down is higher tier, obviously.
You would rank a good spin down as higher tier, then therefore the wooden spoon is better because it actually has an option to spin.
I mean, I already knew that. I'm Isaac Lord 69, so that's why I had it ahead already. Like, you're kind of cringe if you didn't already know that. I know all the spin downs by heart. Yeah, get good, nerds. Anyway, range up.
Mixer says it really doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't. I know. I just wanted to, I want an official tiebreaker, okay? I'm joking. Like, I hope you know I'm joking, but I didn't want an official. Okay, it's range. Okay, is speed versus range? What's more important?
It's so run dependent. Range is the most character dependent. Like, originally I thought speed was the most character dependent stat. I actually think range is. Maybe. I mean, like...
I feel like I'm lower on speed more than I'm lower on range. I think I would much prefer a speed up. Maybe not much prefer a speed up, but I would prefer a speed up over a range up.
You might actually be right. It definitely hurts more when you're slow than when you don't shoot as far, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So what, would it go here?
I guess so. Could it go D-? Nah, it's not enough to not be. Start upgrades are like okay. They're okay. A D+ is fine.
Yeah, I would still. Oh, it gives you mom.
The real benefit is it spawns 3 to 6 blue flies when picked up.
Insane!
Insane!
Alright, mom's heal. Range up.
Okay. Put mom's underwear back down. The second effect of mom's heals is actually kind of okay.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not good. But it's actually kind of okay. It's contact damage. It's the same as virus, actually. This is the virus of range ups. It actually does, like, a bit of damage. I mean, I don't like virus or mom's heals for the contact, but if you have a Book of Shadows, it is actually kind of relevant. It's definitely better than mom's underwear for that, for sure. That's it though. It's just the same. Their mom's lipstick. I remember one of these giving more range than the others, so I'm gonna check. I think it's actually this one that gives more than the others. Yeah, this one gives more than the others. It's more range and it spawns a red heart. I think this is the best one. It gives more range and spawns a red heart. White Coat Hanger is the exact same as Sad Onion. But if we're considering spin downs and being better, then Sad Onion spins down into nothing. But White Coat Hanger spins down into a range up, which you probably don't need, but it is better to have the option to do that.
Does this actually spin down into nothing? I would think it would spin down into like
item ID
the last
of 1,
item.
And it spins down into nothing, because it's the item ID of 1. It
I didn't know that's how it worked. I thought it would just like roll over and go to the final item.
It disappears. You delete the item.
Wow. I didn't realize that's how it worked.
Okay. Huge. Bible. We've
The
ranked
most,
this item like
the
5
most
times.
ranked item out of all of our tier lists.
Pool.
It's in every single item pool for some reason. Detrimental because I'm tired of it. No.
I am also tired of it. Insane.
Insane! I'm tired of it, so insane. Get it out of our lives.
We've ranked Bible like... every time. Honestly... Okay, I think it's like E+ or D- in that range.
Really? I was gonna put E-.
No, there's definitely worse items for E-, trust. 100% there's worse items.
Alright. We have yet to see him, so. Okay, realistically,
just people asking if item pools should be a tiebreaker. Again, we're not considering how these items spawn. We're just considering when you get them. And at least with spin down, if you see the item appear, you can then spin it down. Anyway, the tiebreaker is not that serious. If we're doing a spin down as a tiebreaker, it means the items are literally 100% identical.
Yeah.
And just for the sake of it, we're having a slight tiebreaker for the position. The items are literally identical. Wycro, Hangout, and Saturn.
That being said, I'll keep on saying it just because obviously there might be new people in the stream. If an item can consistently spawn, I will consider that as a perk over it. So like Blood Bag and IV Bag are going to get a perk for me because you can consistently get them.
Yeah.
That's just different. Can cause Bookworm. You know what? I actually think I prefer Bible over these two. Am I crazy?
I think I do as well. But it's... Don't drop them down. I think they stay in D-. I think Bible just goes above them.
But I actually think there's too many tiers below here because I think these need to be closer to the bottom.
I feel like they're gonna fill up.
You really think so?
Yes.
I actually think these are too high.
Actually, maybe you're right. Maybe we can leave them there for now. I feel like there's a lot of crap that goes below them.
But yeah, but there's 2 whole tiers below here. There's 3. I mean, detrimental is detrimental, but still. Like, do you really think that there's 3 tiers of items that are worse than these? I don't think so.
Possibly. There's a lot of stinkers. A lot of really, really bad active items.
Right, but okay, bad active items are basically all in trash.
Kinda. Some of them are probably E-.
Bible is genuinely... Okay, to be fair, I do actually think Bible is a whole tier above these two, no matter what. Because, listen, as much as we meme on the Bible, it gives Bookworm. It can be found in a library. Well, I know we're not talking about how it spawns, but it's likely going to be a part of a Bookworm, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's more common to give you the form than other things, because libraries exist. It kills...
That being said, you're right to move those items down to E+. I think that makes sense, actually.
Right.
It's fine.
Anyways, Bible, what a lot of people don't recognize about Bible... Now, obviously, most people know that it kills Mom and Mom's heart. But what I've recently been bringing up about Bible in our lists is the fact that it kills... what's it called? Mausoleum Mom and Mausoleum Mom's heart, which are significantly harder fights than Mom and Mom's heart. The fact that it can kill those is a big deal. Those are actually hard fights, like legitimately.
Yeah. You know what I want to do? Considering that we moved down Brother Bobby and Skatole, I think I want to move the range ups down to the top of D- as well.
You think range is a whole tier below speed?
Yeah, I honestly think I think speed... I often need speed more than range, like, quite a lot.
Okay.
And then that's probably fine. Will I take a range up? I feel like I'll take the Bible. Range ups do nothing half the time.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think that's fine. That's better. That makes more sense to me, I think.
And I mean, you know, obviously, it gives you flight for a room. There's still utility to use with it. But it's an active item. That's honestly the biggest reason why it's so low, is that it's an active item. Like, you don't want your active slot to be taken up by this.
Yeah.
Like, if this was a card, I think it would actually be better. Like, you just use it to kill Mom, and then you move on. But the fact that it uses your active slot, and you can't pick up a different active item, I think is a pretty big hindrance of the item.
Yeah, no, active items in general, a big problem with active items is that every time you take an active item, there's opportunity cost on it. So, even if, let's say you had, like, I don't know, the Hourglass, like a kind of crappy active, the Hourglass. If you take Bible, you are still losing the Hourglass. I know it's not much, but you are losing something. you're always going to lose something when you take an active because you're losing the other item you had. And then also now it takes up your active slot. I don't know. It's a problem with actives in general, and that affects its placement on the list.
Yo, Legends of Laughter said, yeah, but sucking the Bible with Void and accidentally suiciding on Satan is a niche yet sad thing. That is so sad. That is so sad. I'll never forget the first time I ever Bibled on Satan. It was in Rebirth, actually. I remember, oh, well, I can kill Mom's heart with a Bible. Maybe I could do it against Satan. Let's just try it out. Instant dies. And it was like a really good run, too. I had Brimstone. I had like a crazy setup.
I just wanted to use Void to get homing because I had telepathy for dummies in my Void. I just wanted homing against Satan.
And you just instant died. That's so sad.
Because I used it in the library, obviously. This was back in After Earth Plus. I used it in a library, so I think I had a Book of Belial and a telepathy for dummies in there. But it was next to a Bible. And I forgot about the Bible, so I just died.
Yeah. Anyways.
It's very sad.
But yeah. I think this is a fair spot for it.
This is a good book.
This is an actual good book. Okay, do you think that this active is better than a base damage up?
No. Definitely not.
It does still give Bookworm. It gives you higher double deal chance. So that basically means that you get guaranteed double deal chance every single time.
Yeah, exactly. Insane.
Insane! It might actually just go right here.
Right there. Yeah.
Like, legitimately, this is one of the books that you could definitely see yourself bringing to the end. Like, 100%.
Yeah. It's what I call a filler active. I
wouldn't say a filler active. It's a good... No, it's just flat out a good active.
It's a...
It's not one of the best.
It's a filler active that I'm fine taking to the end of the game.
Yeah.
Like, it's... I have it. I will probably get rid of it later if I get something really good, but I'm not that disappointed if I just have it at the end as well.
I think it being right here is fine. The benefit of the double deal chance and other things like Bookworm makes sure that it doesn't go to B- despite being inactive.
Yeah, someone said this was back just in Rebirth. They got patched very quickly as soon as After Earth came out. This used to be active Goat Head.
What?
Goat Head. Like you were joking about the guaranteed double. It actually used to be guaranteed.
I actually didn't know that. That's insane.
That meant Judas was insane because Judas had.
Wait, Judas was crazy. No wonder you unlocked him by getting to shield. That's crazy.
Yeah. Insane.
Okay, to this day, I am so pissed off that Necronomicon on our books list was not lower. I hate this book. I actually hate Necronomicon.
I hate you.
Necronomicon sucks ass. Now, that being said, I obviously can't consider it detrimental because it's not. Like, you could use it. But it uses an active slot, but that doesn't matter. Obviously, that's not detrimental. I would unironically put it E- and maybe even lower. I might actually just put it in trash. It's a useless active.
No, I'm bringing it E-. It's not a useless active. It's not useless, but it's E-.
What is more useless?
It's kind of bad. Huh? What?
Give me an example of an active that's more useful than Necronomicon.
Mom's bra, Mom's pad.
I think Mom's bra is better.
I would say.
Mom's bra is better against bosses.
Then there's a bunch of useless ones like Clicker and Data Miner, and there's a lot, but I'm kind of blanking. But there's definitely a lot worse items than this.
Necro
is way worse.
Legends gives a good point. Necro gets progressively worse throughout the run. I think Necro is only okay in the early game and is awful in the late game. Necronomicon is worse flush. True. I would skip picking it up.
Bookworm. It's 1/3 Bookworm. Like, it can't be trash.
You're right. Okay, literally, that's the only reason why I'll agree with you that it's E-. That is the only thing that's its saving grace. It is significantly worse than something like Bible. And that's saying a lot, because I don't even like Bible.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Whatever. I hate Necronomicon. I unironically think the poop is better than Necronomicon. By like a good amount.
I also do. I also do. Easily. The poop is underrated.
The poop is underrated. You get petrified poop and you're going crazy.
Like, okay, it's not good. It's definitely not good. I would say it's E at the most. Like E- or E+ at the most. I don't think it goes higher, but it actually, like, if this gives you petrified poop, it's suddenly good. If you have Midas's touch, this is always gold poops. That's a very niche synergy, but that's actually insane. If you have Midas's touch, this is infinite money.
It has actually, like, a good amount of synergy is the thing. Like, there's a
It actually does.
Like, Dirty Mind is crazy. Petrified Poop is insane. Like, any poop item ever. Like, I don't know. It just is legitimately, like, better than people give it credit for. Like, if you're on a blue baby run...
I was about to say it. Poop is an active ladder. You can put a poop next to a 1-block gap and then bomb next to it and make a bridge.
No, you absolutely can. Like, if you're on a blue baby run, make sure you use this every single room. Because if you get Petrified Poop, that's the thing with this item. I value this as almost like a Petrified Poop spawner. Petrified Poop, I think, is one of the best trinkets in the game. Spoiler for the trinkets list. Like, well, not like as insane as like some of the more insane trinkets, obviously, but for the underrated trinkets, it's absolutely underrated. I think Petrified Poop is crazy. You just get so much soul hearts from it.
It is pretty crazy. I wouldn't say one of the best in the game, but it's up there. It's up there somewhere.
Well, I'm not saying like top 5, but I do absolutely think it might be like top 15, 100%.
I still don't think maybe not that high, but it's really not that ridiculous. To put it there.
Okay, but as a part of that factor, it's spawnable. Like, it's way more likely than any other trinket.
Sure, it's common. Yeah, no, actually, fair enough, fair enough.
It is common, and that's very important to note with this item, because you can just spawn it from this. And Petrified Poop is just that good, right? I think the one weakness of Petrified Poop is that it falls off late game. But guess what? With this, it doesn't fall off late game. It's just amazing into late game. If you have pet poop with the poop. I rest my case.
I actually think, though, it's not in D-. I think top of E+ is probably fine, actually. Put it back down.
Alright, fine. Mr. Boom.
I actually kind of like this. This is... It's 2-room charge bomb.
I'd take 10 bombs over it for sure.
Like, it's not amazing, and this is fairly common because Wrath drops it a lot. I like this early game. Like, I will drop it later, but I don't mind this early game. I definitely rather have it over the Bible, for sure.
It doesn't get bookworm, though.
Yeah, but the early game benefit I get from the bombs is nice.
I think we underrate the benefit of flight for Bible quite a bit.
It's 4-room charge, it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, there's a lot of room combos that there'll have stuff. I mean, you could still use it in the situations where you need to. I mean, realistically, okay, here's the thing that makes me think Bible's better. With his name is Mr. Boom, right?
Yeah, Mr. Boom.
The thing with Mr. Boom is that you could actually just get bombs and it's the same effect. With this, there are times where there is stuff you cannot get. You actually flat out cannot get that Bible can get you. That, you know, bombs can get you the stuff that this gets you. You need flight to get the stuff that this gets you, which is much more
so
rare.
If we are factoring in when things are common, that's a big reason Mr. Boom is kind of good. It's common to get early. Like, there's quite often you'll get this in basement because you have a Wrath fight and it drops Mr. Boom. And then it's giving you a lot of bombs that you wouldn't have had early game.
What I will say, okay, I don't think that commonality, I think you're misinterpreting how I rank commonality.
You actually kind of are right. You're ranking it as if you can guarantee it. And you
need to be able to guarantee it somehow. Yeah. And you cannot guarantee Mr. Boom. You just can't.
That's true. That's true. Okay, fair enough, actually.
So yeah, I think there's more scenarios where the utility of the usable flight is better than Mr. Boom, only because bombs exist, and you could just do anything with Mr. Boom that you could do with just bombs. That being said, Mr. Boom absolutely still helps in the early game, like you said. That's why I think it's not like E+ or E- even. Because exactly what you said. There's times where you don't have bombs in the early game and it can help. But I think there's more times where there will be rooms that there's stuff that you need to fly to that you cannot access without bombs. So yeah, there you go. Have I convinced you?
Just because it's also got bookworm attached, then I think fair enough.
Bible can get items that one secret room layout item. It's true.
I think it's fine being above. That's fine.
Okay. This is like the synergy item. Like active item. This is like either the most insane like top 5 item ever or like the most useless item ever.
Yeah.
Well, okay, no. To be fair, I'm underrating it. Even with no item synergies, it's actually not that bad. It's 1-room charge. You just use it every room. Like you could actually sweep a lot of rooms with this.
Most of the time the tiers just miss, to be honest.
That's true.
With rooming, this is hard.
True. Well, I mean, have you had a brimstone run with this?
Yes.
So like, okay, this is one of the reasons, like, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but this is another example of an item, like, whenever we do character tier list, why I would rank Azazel so highly, because if you get this floor 1 as Azazel, just like Ludovico, you just win the entire run. Like, this has insane high roll. Like, absolutely you just win high roll.
By the way, Mena, I know this is very random, but I just realized something now, because I looked at Tammy's Head wiki page, and it has an item tag available to Tainted Lost. I thought that the item tag for Tainted Lost was can't be picked up by Tainted Lost. So I need to correct something I said way earlier. 1-up is not available to Tainted Lost.
That's fine.
I know it probably doesn't make a difference. I just wanted to clarify that, just in case it did.
But yeah, so Tammy's Head, I don't know. I mean, again, if you get Brimstone, you just win. If you are Azazel, you just win. And the fact that it's on one of the base characters... Wait, how does this work with Tainted Azazel?
Probably Fin Beam every direction. Let me test.
It's probably insane.
It's a test time. Oh, we have the test. Do you want to switch over? This is gonna, like, be extremely short, though. But I have the test ready.
Alright, look. Check out the test chat. Oh, wait, shoot.
Good job, see?
It barely. It's good enough. Wait. It's good enough. Just do it. Well, go to the left a little bit. Oh!
What?
Yeah, that's... Wow.
What?
That's insane.
It's still weak. I can tell just from how much, like, how long it took to kill that Horf. That
it's still insane, though. Either way. Like, that's still a room clear, 100%.
Yeah, you know, it's actually a thick Brim Beam. I didn't expect it to be a thick Brim Beam.
That's still definitely a room clear. So yeah, I mean, 2 characters then that you just instant win, I would say. You're going to save so much health even as Tainted Azazel, and you're still going to do a lot of damage to bosses, you can tell. This is the synergy item. At its own, it's just okay. Like, I wouldn't take this over most actives by itself, but the runs that you have with this 100% can be more OP than like anything in A+, those specific synergies.
I think,
and the fact that it is on 2 characters is important because, you know, that's 2 characters. So, like, you know,
it's not that great a lot of the time. That being said, would I take this over a single red health up the heart? Probably. Like, this is more unique. Although, it does take up an active slot, and then...
Right.
It takes up an active slot, and that's a problem. While the heart doesn't. The heart also has a full heal. I think I take the heart more often, actually. I think I would take the heart more often.
It just depends. Like, the thing is, it's very complicated, because a lot of the characters also already start with a decent active. So, for, like, both the Azazels, yes, I mean, 100%, this just breaks you. If you get Brimstone, you win. Any, like, super good tier rate effect, you just win. You get Polyphemus, you just win. Like, I don't know. It's multiplicative. Because, okay, look up Tammy's Head really quick. I'm curious. Does this multiply the damage output of each tier?
Oh yeah, it gives you plus 25 damage on each tier.
Like, that's insane! 25 damage?
By the way, you need to move on the stream, you need to move the, you need to readjust the tier list. The tiers are outside the range.
Oh my god, how'd that happen?
On the left.
Wait, how'd that actually happen? I'm so confused. Hello? I'm sorry, chat.
Man, it's trash. He's throwing again. Oh my god. First he's 15 minutes late to stream, and now this.
I really don't have any idea why that even happened. I don't know, whatever. Good enough. Okay, that probably did it. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I don't know. It is weird. Because, can you just ignore the fact that this wins your run based on the synergy? I don't think so. Yes, it's very, like, it's still pretty niche.
It is very specific synergies.
But I actually still think it's okay, even without the absolutely bonkers synergies. Let me put it this way. This is only better Necronomicon by a lot. Alright? Like, Necronomicon is a room clear after 4 rooms, and this is a room.
Necro. Why are you bringing up Necro? I didn't.
Okay, well, no. I know you're not. I'm just saying, like, I'm telling chat basically. Like, this is Necro on crack. All right, this is every single room. You can just use it. Like, actually, just use it. Why not? Clear the room. This is like one of the best room clear items.
Have you considered that Necro is better though? Because Necro hits all enemies for 40 damage, and Tammy's head only gives you plus 25 on your tiers, so your tiers are going to do less damage to the enemies. Have you considered Banner?
Man, Necro must be so much better. That's crazy.
Yeah, insane.
Insane.
No, it's 1 room charge.
Anyway, obviously, the main reason why I put it here is because I think its synergies carry it that high. I absolutely do. I think, because again, with certain synergies, basically any really good tier effect, it could go here. I mean, it really could. You win the run with this. But obviously that's inconsistent.
You actually don't. You win the rooms, you don't beat the final boss. You have 1
with
use on
Brimstone, you do. Now, that's specifically Brimstone, but you do.
You beat the final boss with 1 use of Tammy's head Brim? No, you don't.
Okay, if you're doing tests, put yourself at 10 damage. Put yourself at 10 damage. Play as Azazel. And go against Blue Baby. 10 damage.
Oh, Blue Baby. Okay, Blue Baby maybe.
Hello? That's a final boss! That is a final boss!
When I say final boss, no one's talking about Blue Baby. That's like...
Either way, like, I mean, okay, well then fine. Against Mega Satan, you do a lot of damage. Like,
you're gonna do nothing to Mega Satan at all.
What do you mean? He doesn't even have boss armor. Does he?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Either way, you're still gonna do a lot of damage. It's not like it's nothing.
Have you switched to my screen, by the way? I can't tell if you have or not.
Oh,
look how I forgot to give myself damage ups. My bad. Get full. How much damage up you said?
Like
yeah,
10.
I'm at 11.26 damage. Is that fine?
That's fine. Damn.
Yeah, it kills
That's
Blue
way
Baby,
less.
guys. Look, kills him. He's dead.
Alright, fine. Maybe I was highballing it a little bit. Alright, fine. Fair enough. It's lowering the HP up, so you win.
Look how dead he is. Oh, he died.
Alright,
so
fine.
quickly.
You win. It still clears all the rooms, alright?
It does clear all the rooms. I honestly want it in D+. I think I would take bombs over this sometimes, but I think with the Senji it's above that.
Alright, fair enough. You win. Mom's bra.
Trash. This item, I definitely want Necro more. Necro actually, like, kills some rooms. Necro is slightly underrated. I actually do think Necro is a little bit underrated.
What's the charge for Mom's bra?
Give me a sec. I could have just went on the clock.
Because I feel like Mom's bra is stronger, but that's just going based on feeling.
It's 4 seconds of Petrify every 3 rooms, and Necronomicon is 4 rooms to do 40 damage to all the enemies. It's not comparable.
Well,
and it's bookworm on Necro.
For rooms, it's not comparable, but for bosses, Mom's bra is far better.
No, I think just doing 40 damage is probably better. Actually, no, maybe not. Either way, I think Necro is a 3rd bookworm.
That's the one thing that you can get me on, but I don't think it's a whole tier lower.
I think it is a whole tier lower. I think Mom's bra is like, actually, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not in quite.
Somebody said Mom's bra is at least A+. So true.
Insane.
I just don't think it's that much worse. I actually think they're very comparable.
I
mean, like, this is just better against bosses and this is better against rooms. It's just not that deep.
Okay, I think it's fine not being in trash, but if we end up... I think it's fine there, I guess. I personally think that the Necro is a lot better than the Mom's bra, but that's okay.
I only think it's better because of Bookworm. Without Bookworm, absolutely. Mom's bra, I actually think is a lot better.
You're crazy. I think you're just biased against Necro. Necro is not as bad as people say. It is bad. I'm not saying it's a good item. It's not. but it is not as bad as people think it is. It's actually way more usable than everyone thinks.
To be fair,
it's
without Bookworm, Necro's in trash, 100%.
It's not that bad. Even late game, weakening the enemies, like even in depth, you're weakening the enemies by 40 health. You're gonna weaken to a spot where you can basically just kill them with your tears very quickly. So you basically are killing them. So it's every 4 rooms you get an easier room.
Can we get a fact?
Or a cleared room.
Can we get a fact check on this? Pretty sure the freeze effect removes armor from things like mushrooms. That's pretty nice.
It doesn't say that on the wiki. I'm not sure if that's true. I can't verify.
Hearing bosses mess
Actually, wait. I'll check the petrify effect, the status effect itself. It doesn't say anything. Okay, I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Boss armor wiki page, I guess.
To be fair, Bookworm is the main reason why I put Necro above. Like, I agree Necro's above, but only because of Bookworm. Without Bookworm, 100% this is better.
Guess it's armor.
You know what?
Okay, damage scan.
Because I don't think there'll be that much things in trash, I'm okay to move Brawl to trash.
Yeah. I checked. I looked at the armor with the damage scaling wiki page. I looked at Mom's Bra. I looked at the petrify effect. None of it says that it removes boss armor, so I can't verify that. It looks like it's not true. I'm not sure though.
The pick they flash you with makes it so bad. True. Detrimental to my eyes, actually.
Detrimental to my eyes.
Kamikaze. This has some cool synergies, but it's way too niche. It actually... Would we consider this detrimental?
No. I think
no, because it's usable. Right. It's usable. It's usable. You're right.
Yeah. This is actually, if you think about it, this is spend half a heart, or half a soul heart though. It will take from your highest health. This is spend half a heart for a bomb, instantly, whenever you need.
Yeah, but on womb it's a full
terrible.
Heart.
Yeah, at womb it's a full heart, but at that point you probably have enough bombs anyway. Especially if you've been using this up to that point to save bombs.
Right.
If you're only getting damage on red health, actually that being said, let me just check to make sure. You don't have to sort your screen for this one. This will be quick.
Does this do more damage? The explosion?
Wait, I'm just checking if this gets rid of your devil chance. I'm pretty sure it does. Let me just,
Am I crazy? Alone says, am I crazy for saying more times out of 10 I take Bra? The funny thing is, I see where you're coming from, but that's probably wrong. Like, I think it's actually the correct play to take Kamikaze.
I just checked. I'm happy I checked because I actually thought it would have. It doesn't remove your devil chance if you take this on red hearts.
Oh, wow, really? That's good to know.
So you can actually, if you don't have any soul hearts, you can use this for half a red heart as a bomb on demand. That's actually kind of useful.
I mean, you could nuke a boss with this.
And you can nuke a boss, yes. For half a red heart, just kill the boss. Like, if you don't have soul hearts, right? If you don't have soul hearts and you're worried that you might actually get hit and lose your devil deal to the boss, you can just kill the boss for half a heart and it won't lose your devil chance. That's actually not bad.
I feel like I get more benefit out of this than Skatole and Brother Bobby.
Oh, yeah, someone just said, does Kamikaze affect deal chance? No, it doesn't. Yeah, I just tested that. It does not remove your devil deal chance.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal.
Changes a lot for me.
That changes a lot for me too. I mean, you
can hit your red hearts before the floor's over and not lose anything.
I mean, sacrificing half a heart for a bomb, I think that's absolutely, like, that has a lot of utility.
It's quite a lot of damage. It is 185 damage. It's identical to a Mr. Mega Bomb. It's 185 damage. That pierces boss armor too, because bombs pierce boss armor. 185 damage.
That being said, it's important to note that this doesn't only hit your red hearts. Like, it will hurt soul hearts.
It will hit its highest in your health, which is kind of sad. Yes.
So maybe that does move it to E-. It's pretty niche when you think about it like that. Like, I think it's only okay at the very first floor when you have no soul hearts. Because you're never going to want to... I don't think it's ever the correct play to get rid of half a soul heart for an explosion. Unless you unless there's something like really good.
Not half a soul heart, but I'm basically saying, like, if you've ever lost your soul hearts, or maybe you played a sack room and you don't have soul hearts at the moment, you can use this for bombs. But if you're playing a sack room, you probably don't have much red health to spare either, so probably don't want to be spending half a red heart on a bomb.
You need red hearts.
And it's an active slot, so I think maybe top of E makes sense. That being said, I feel like it's a bit better than Necro.
Hard time ranking spacebar items because a lot of characters start with really good actives. Yeah, I feel the same way. It's hard to rank them because comparing them to cares becomes a lot harder at that point. I was saying the same thing for Tammy's head. Alright. How do you feel about this? I'm okay with this. I still think like it's probably underused.
I can maybe see it bottom of E+. I think makes a little bit more sense. I actually think it's not terrible.
I'm not against it. I mean, theoretically, like trading health for an explosion is not bad.
Yeah. Even just for dealing damage. And, like, let's not forget, this is pretty niche, but if you get one of the bomb immunity items, this item is actively busted.
That is true.
Like, really...
This does have really good synergy. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Pyromaniac with this is just one run, 100%.
Yeah.
Also, important to note that Kamikaze is just insane on Tainted Forgotten.
Oh yeah, that's true. Apparently it's insane on Dark Judas too. Kamikaze can be used for free while Dark Arts is active.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Shoot, did you go where I had it before? These synergies are kind of crazy. Hold on.
It is actually real characters. And Tainted Forgotten is like, he's a soul high character.
I actually think this is fair, now that I think about it like that. The synergies, like, that's good high roll potential.
Like, legitimately, if you have bomb immunity, this is really good. If you're Pyromaniac, you win.
Yeah, I mean, Pyromaniac or Skull Hat, like, I don't know, it's not that insane.
Also, you can just use this reactively. So if you get hit, you can just quickly hit Kamikaze, and it will hit your iframes, and you won't take damage.
True.
That's a real use. Because this technically, it doesn't actually deal self-damage the way other self-damage items do, like IV Bag, where it always takes your health. This spawns an explosion on top of you. The only thing different about this explosion is that it doesn't take away your devil chance. Everything else is the same as if you just had a bomb explode on top of you. So if you have iframes, you actually don't take damage.
Legends of Laughter. Legends of Laughter says it's great on Tainted Lost because you get to stop playing Tainted Lost.
That's true. Insane.
Insane. I think it's
happy
right
with
here.
it there.
Yeah, this is good.
Yeah. Mom's pad. Okay, this is trash. Like below Mom's bra. For
what does it do exactly?
It gives every enemy fear for...
But I like fear. Insane. No, I'm just kidding.
For 4 seconds. And you get... Oh, wait, hold on. You get one blue fly on...
Insane!
It's like... It's half a blue fly every room. It's below Mom's bra.
Okay, I think this is better than Mr. Boom. Well, what's the charge time?
2 rune. And it does a lot of... This is actually like a good like combat active for bosses. Like, you go at the boss, they die.
I actually think this, for combat application alone, considering they're the same charge time, I'd put it up like above Bible even.
That being said, it's a lot more awkward to use this as a reusable bomb than it is for Mr. Boom. It's very easy to use against secret room doors. Although actually sometimes not. Sometimes you get like rocks that are near the secret room wall, and then you can't actually throw it because like you'd be in the explosion range. So it's very awkward that you have to throw this to get the explosion. Sometimes for min-maxing.
That's fair.
That being said, yeah, so it probably is lower than Bible, I think.
You know, that's
actually,
fair.
You know what?
To be fair, they are
Mr. Boom.
Huh?
I think.
You prefer Mr. Boom?
Do I prefer Mr. Boom? Mr. Boom is just so much easier to use as a bomb, and that's the main use I want to get out of this. As
the thing is,
Mr. Boom is so much easier.
The thing is, though, is that the niche scenarios that you said about Bob doesn't happen that often. And, like, the fact that this is multi-purpose, like, using this against a boss is not nearly as... I mean, you still can, and you probably still will. But you can actually just miss. This you don't miss. Like, this is impossible to miss. Let's be real. Against a boss. And, like, this is easier to clear rooms with if you really need to.
Yeah,
like,
it's a better combat item, so I think just for that purpose it can be a bit higher.
It can do everything that this can do, plus more. That's my reasoning.
No, it can't do everything. There are certain bomb like scenarios where also the bomb explosion of Mr. Boom is bigger because it's a mega bomb explosion. It's a bigger bomb, so you can get more things with the bomb and it's easier to place. So I think as a bomb, Mr. Boom is way better. But as a combat item, Bob's Rotten Head is better for sure. And honestly, I would prefer the bomb aspect. That being said, Bob's Rotten Head is significantly better as a combat, while Mr. Boom is like only a bit better as a bomb item. So I guess in that regard, you'd rather have Bob's Rotten Head. It's not a big deal. They're probably next to each other. They're very similar.
I mean, no matter what, they're next to each other. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Teleport.
Is this trash? What is this item? Why? If it could take you to the error room, it could maybe do something, but it's so bad.
I would put it above Necronomicon.
Really? Why?
You can teleport out of cursed rooms. You can teleport out of boss rush. You can teleport, like, after you pick up the item in boss rush. You can teleport into error room if you're really lucky. You can just spam it until you get error room.
It's not possible to teleport to the
Oh, really? Is that only the 2.0 one?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. You can...
If it's good to get error rooms, I would rate it a lot higher. Not a lot higher, but higher for sure.
If you're really have no other option and are about to die to a boss and you have heart pickups on the floor, then you can use it in a boss fight to get out of there. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's like, it can be used. I feel like
someone said that Mum's pad is so much worse than Bra that it should be a whole tier lower, and I kind of agree. So maybe Mum's Bra does go back to the bottom of E-. But I think Teleport is worse than Mum's Bra, for sure. I think it's worse than Necro and Mum's Bra, easily. So I think Teleport goes in trash, above Mum's pad, and Mum's Bra goes
I don't know, I value Mom's Bra and Necronomicon so low that I actually think the niche scenarios where I use Teleport is more valuable.
I just don't... it can technically save you like half a heart on a curse room. It can also teleport you into a curse room if you use it any other time. Although I guess it does don't use it. But
well, no, if it teleports you in, it could also teleport you into a cursed room that you haven't walked into yet. So then you save a hit.
I guess, but like sometimes it's a bad thing. Sometimes you don't want to be in the curse room. Sometimes you've already been there.
At the end of the day, it's E- for a reason. I just think like these utility reasons are like usable enough.
I would rather have an easier room every 4 rooms and a third of bookworm with Necro easily. Easily, I'd rather have that.
I've used Teleport way more than Necro. Tele gives actual utility and can get you stuff like curse room items. Yeah, I mean, it's simple. You go into the curse room, you use it. I mean, it's like a teleport card. Like, you just do it. And it's reusable. Like, you can do this every floor. I think for that reason alone, like, that's pretty valuable, actually. You could just use this multiple floors and get less hits off your curse room. Get the free item from the boss rush. Like, it's not that bad. Hell, frickin', let's say you forget your Fool card on your Beast run, which does happen. Alright? It happens. And you have this, insane. Like,
this is why I say Necronomicon is a little bit underrated. You 100% save more health if you spam Necronomicon every room it recharges than you will from the curse room health you save on the teleport. 100% you save more with Necronomicon.
I don't know if that's true, though.
100%. It's 100%.
No, because you save 1 hit every single floor with teleport.
Yeah, and you will clear rooms easily.
I don't get hit every floor. Are you kidding me? I only get hit like once every 3 floors.
Okay, then save the Necro for a room you're scared of, and then use it.
But that doesn't happen until really late game, and I'm not holding Necro until really late game.
I'm not holding Teleport until really late game either.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's why they're both E tier.
But I think I would rather have a Necro.
I'm not saying it's a whole tier above. I'm just saying I think there's more use cases for Teleport than Necro.
Necro is the 3rd bookworm, as well.
I think it's time for a poll, chat. I think it's time for a poll.
I'm gonna rate Necronomicon, because Necronomicon is like the most slept on item in the game, even though it's bad. Like, I know it's bad, but everyone thinks it's like shit. But it's not shit, it's just bad, okay? There's a difference. It's not that bad.
There's just unironically good utility with Teleport. Teleport. Necro.
An active slot to save you half a heart on every floor is trash. Yes, it is.
Alright, what are we thinking, chat? Let me see it. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom while this poll goes on. I'll be right back. Feel free to entertain chat and read it out.
I hope Necro wins. It's also a 3rd bookworm. I think just for the active item effect, I prefer Necro over Teleport. And then it's also a 3rd bookworm. So I'm way more likely to get use out of Necro on my run than Teleport. You have a guaranteed full card on the floor that boss rush is on, so teleport's almost no value. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Necro is good. I really want to say I don't think Necro is a good item. I just think a lot of people think it's like borderline useless, and I don't think it's that bad. If I'm stuck with Necro, I think it will save me a few hits here and there, and I think that's okay. I'm gonna replace it pretty quickly, but I think it's okay. Well, teleport I actually think is gonna do almost nothing on my run. If teleport could take you to the error room, I would think it's a lot better. Although, in a way, that would kind of make it worse. Because then it's like you can only use it at the end of the floor, otherwise it's really bad. But at least then I could just, like... I would have a chance to get the error room at the end of every floor. And I could just, like, if I have extra batteries laying around, I'd have a chance to get an error room. That could be a free item. It'd be something, right? Necro synergizes with the missing page. That's actually true. If you have the missing page, Necro will actually do a decent amount of damage. Yeah, I do think if Necro was 3-room charge, that'd be a lot better. That'd be a nice buff to it. I think it does deserve that buff. It already got buffed from 6-room charge. It's not quite enough. If it was 3-room charge, I think it'd be fairly solid. Still not like really good or anything, but it would be like a lot more solid.
I'm back.
Looks like Necro's winning.
Oh wow, how about
Necro is bad, but teleport whack. I agree.
I mean, they're both bad. It is close.
I don't think I'm anywhere else on the internet where people are debating two terrible items. I think that's the whole appeal.
Absolutely. That's our appeal. Teleport, allowing you to save HP on curse rooms is kind of pog. It is. I also value the boss rush argument pretty highly. Because there's a lot of variance that you get out of the boss rush items. And just being able to skip that, like, you just save so much health and you just get a free item. But yeah, thank you all for coming off to the stream. This has been really fun so far. You having a good time, Turt?
No. Because $1 is barely higher than Skeleton Key. Unforgivable.
You should just be happy that it won. It was close. It was freaking close.
Maybe. We're behind rate, by the way. I expected us, like, it's almost hitting... We're actually almost hitting the... I guess half an hour because we started stream late. In like half an hour, we hit the... Or maybe like 20 minutes. 20 minutes to half an hour, we hit the time I expected to be down 30 items. We're only done 23. So... Yeah, it's gonna take longer. Let's up my estimate from it's gonna take 60 hours to let's up that to 80. You might be 100 with the, you might be right with that 100-hour estimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. As long as we're having a good time, you know, ranking items and everybody here is enjoying the discussion. That's what really matters, right?
I honestly think Mum's Bra, like, deserves E- over Teleport. Like, I don't think Teleport should be in the same tier.
It was close. I would agree with you if it was not close, but it was absolutely close, so they're going to be tied. Well, they're not tied. Like, Necro did win the poll, so it won, but they're, like, they will not be separated from each other unless there's another item that comes later on that, you know, we think deserves to be above Teleport and not Necro. But we'll come to that when it comes to it. For a change that drastic, it would literally have to be like an 80 to 90% diff. Anyway, Yumheart.
Well, I think Mom's Bra is better than Teleport though.
It doesn't matter.
Sure.
The tie. Well, what do you think? This should go up to E.
I guess it should. It is kind of true that it's better than Mom's Pad by a fair bit. Mom's Pad is like really useless.
Okay, but Mom's Bra shows you something icky when you use it though.
True. Still probably better than Teleport.
I don't know. I still think that, like, because you got to remember, like, you know, we're still counting both of our perspectives on this. I still think this is better than Necro, so it really just doesn't matter. Like, we're in the same spot. Like, at that point, we can't do a poll for that big of a gap because, you know, that's not what we're tying, right?
Well, at least as long as it's below Necro, I'm fine. I don't care much about Mom's Bra. I have no stock in that race.
Right.
Who cares?
Yumheart is pretty solid as a beginning item.
Yeah, I want to get this out of the way right now. I guess it's kind of true for Book of Belial, but we didn't really talk about it. If we are talking about an item that starts on a character, are we ranking that the fact that it starts on that character? I don't think we should. Like, I don't think we should factor in that Maggie starts with this.
Does that change anything?
Probably not. But it will for, like, Book of Virtues. I know that when we did Library, or maybe it was Angel, that you wanted Book of Virtues a bit higher because Bethany starts with it. And I think that's wrong. Because on Bethany, you have the soul charges, and that makes Book of Virtues a lot better. But only Bethany has the soul charges. I think we should just rank the item, like, ignoring the characters it's on. Just rank the item itself.
I'm a little conflicted on that. I guess that's fine.
Yeah. In Yumhart's case, I don't think it matters. I don't think there's any difference, even if we count Maggie.
That's fine, I guess. Whatever. Yumhart. I mean, it's an active. Like, active, y'all are gonna see, like, most actives, like, I don't think there's much, like, mid-room for actives in general. Like, actives are either going to be really low or really high, and there's not really going to be much in between. Because if an active is not good enough to carry into the late game, like, we're not going to consider it as
just
good.
Get removed.
Yeah.
You'll just
like,
lose it.
Exactly. That being said, I think the utility of Yumhart is actually good enough that I put it above Bible at least.
I would put it higher. Would
Maybe, would you put it above speed ups?
I probably would. Maybe it goes right there, actually.
I mean, yeah, you know, you're getting more utility out of Blood Donor Machines, Devil Beggars. You know, you could take Cursed Rooms. You get this on Samson. You get free Bloodlust.
Honestly, like, if you have a run that has like max red health, like when you get after Womb, you can just go safely into max red hearts because you can't lose Devil Chance anymore. Or maybe you have Goat Head on your run and you can just go into max red health. Or maybe you're just so strong you don't care. And you can just lose it on Womb. It's fine. Or maybe you have like mostly like red health and you have like 2 soul hearts in front. But when you're on a run like that has a lot of red health, you can start losing your like soul hearts late in the game. And then you can be taking hits on your red hearts and then heal them off with Yum Heart. And it's basically like a 4-room charge Book of Revelations and in those type of runs. I know that's kind of specific, but in red health runs, this is like quite a lot of healing. Like just for the end of the game, just to sustain you. And I feel like I get that scenario like a fair amount. It's not like super rare.
I will not stand for this Yumhart slander. I don't know. Right now I'm a little bit conflicted because I just brought up the point with Samson. See, it's weird because I do want to consider these items on specific characters, like for item synergies and stuff, but at that point, shouldn't we rank the items that the characters start with?
I guess the main reason I have a problem with it on Bethany is because Book of Virtues gets a lot better because Soul Heart charges exist. And that's like
fair.
So character specific. And
right,
also,
but that could have the same, but to be fair, that could still have the same exact weighting as, you know, like, it's not like that's going to change anything about Book of Virtues specifically. It's just something to consider. Like, it's one extra thing to consider.
I think that on Samson, you are better off with an IV bag.
Well, yeah, okay, obviously. No, IV bag's like the best item on Samson. I'm just saying, like, there are things to consider. You know? I don't know.
I think if you want to consider it, you have to consider it 1 character out of 34.
Well, yeah.
It's actually even less because you said challenge character has high weighting, so it's technically like 1 in like 38.
Yeah, I know. So we can still consider it. It's just, it'll be a lower point, right?
It'll go very low.
Anyways, basically I mainly say that because of like perspectives that I have on Yumhart. So, because in a Maggie run, right, it shows me some power of the Yumhart. It's easier to use sack rooms early game. Like, stuff like that. Like, you could just take damage on a sack room, recharge it, heal it, heal that heart, and then go back to the sack room, right? You can do that with any character. So it has utility at the end of the day.
I feel like even on Maggie runs, I end up getting the heart, getting rid of the heart, like fair.
I do too, to be fair. I mean,
like quite often actually.
Honestly, I think right here makes sense. Do you think it should go any higher?
I also think it does, but some people in chat seem to be like, seem to think we're dumb, and they might be right.
What, you think it's higher?
It might be. I think it's here, but people in chat, I think
it's still an active item. Like it takes up a slot.
Yeah, I think I would just rather have a regular red HP up.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like,
because you'll just.
And I think I'd rather have 10 bombs, because 10 bombs can probably like let me bomb into red hearts that I can pick up.
You know what? I'm gonna put Yumheart over 10 bombs. Because I think
Maybe.
you probably get more out of, like, you know, the money you get from Blood Dono, or the item you get from Devil Beggar, or the sack room. Like,
that's true, actually. No, you're right, you're right.
There probably is more utility here. That being said,
Tammy's better, though.
Yeah, that being said, I honestly think you probably save way more health from one-shotting enemies, like enemy rooms, like instantly, every single room, than the health you restore with this.
Yeah, and also you one-shot Blue Baby. Like,
it's
we have
true.
To consider.
You have to one-shot Blue Baby.
Literally dies in one hit.
He dies in one hit. It's kind of insane. Luckfoot.
It's good. It's good pills. It doesn't identify the pills for you, which is, but
that is
good
important.
pills. You can just use them.
Yeah, it's still important to note, but no matter what, you're still going to use your pills, so it's fine, right?
Wait, it gives you +1 luck. Insane.
Insane. Doesn't this also make you better into machines?
Yes. The machine's actually very relevant. I think a fortune-telling machine with a lucky foot is like infinite soul hearts. It's actually ridiculous. You get so many soul hearts.
How do you feel about here?
I think that's too high.
I don't know. You get a lot of benefit. It's very noticeable, the difference for the machines. And obviously luck is a good stat. It's pretty rare too. And the pills. Like, those are 3 separate conditions about this item that are all, like, individually very useful. You get a lot more consumables from the machines. A luck up is just nice, right, for your tier-based effects. And you basically have budget PhD, and PhD is amazing.
It gives you a better chance of room clear rewards, even independent of your luck stat. So your luck, you get a +1 luck, which boosts your room clear reward, and then the item itself, independent of that, also boosts your room clear reward.
Like I actually think it's a little underrated. Like it's very good.
You're kind of right though. It is kind of underrated. The more I read the perks,
because like realistically, you probably get way more stuff from Luckfoot than you get from the flight from Transcendence.
You're kind of right. Hold on.
You
Maybe
get so much more
exactly where you
stuff.
put it.
Yeah.
Maybe because exactly where you put it. It is kind of crazy, actually. Now that you mention it.
The later manner knowledge right there, bro.
But it's not speed up. Kane just has the speed up. That's just a part of his character. Luckfoot does not give you a speed up.
Yeah, Luckfoot. I think without the pills, like without the pill buff, it'd probably go like here. But like it's still really good besides the pill buff. Like just thinking about the consumables and the luck, like it's still good. Absolutely.
Yeah, I actually think you're kind of right that there's a lot of upsides to this, and it's kind of good.
Yeah, it's just a big combination of different effects that are all really good.
Real question, does Luckfoot and PhD make gold pills good? Yes, it does.
It does.
That is boss.
It's insane synergy, yeah.
You just win if you get one of those, honestly. Maybe not win, but a significant boost.
It is just a lot of utility, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's good. Okay, it's another 2-room charge bomb. This one's better than Bob's Rotten Head and Mr. Boom because this is good for combat and for blowing up.
And it one-shots Blue Baby.
True, no.
It one-shots Blue Baby, bro, trust.
It deals 20 times Isaac's damage, which
That's
is
insane. It's an epic fetus
damage.
shot. It's an epic fetus shot.
Yeah, it's an epic fetus shot.
I actually think, I mean, it's a lot of damage. This nukes early game bosses. I'd actually probably take this over speed ups, maybe. Am I overrating it? I don't know, because it does a lot. I mean, even into late game, right? Like, this is just a shot that does a crap ton of damage. Like, even into late game, and you have basically infinite bombs as a bonus.
Yeah. Like, you can just hold on to this as, like, a kind of okay combat item, and then also just get...
Like, the funny thing is, I already thought Bob's Rotten Head was, like, a decent battle item for the early game, but, like, now that the remote is good the entire game, like, it does change a lot, I think. Like, I could actually see myself keeping this, potentially.
Wait, someone said, how is Boom above the infinite bomb items? I assume they mean the Bob's Rotten Head and Mr. Boom.
Because the bomb is a passive, you just get 10 bombs. Actives are always going to be weaker than other items because they take up your active slot.
Yeah, so that's the problem. I actually think with Boom, cause I don't think I'm going to get, like, 10 good bombs. Like, you will probably get to bomb 10 things when you're Mr. Boom, but a lot of the time I'll like, bomb a secret room and it won't even be there because with Mr. Boom, I have a 2-room charge. I'm not just going to use it on cooldown, right? And a lot of the times those bombs actually do nothing. Right. So, in terms of useful bombs, like bombs that actually give me a good use, the 10 bombs from Brooms is probably more than I get while using those actives, because I will replace those actives.
Yeah, like, I mean, just think about it from experience. Like, how many times have you gotten one of these bomb items and you just drop them, like, within 2 floors? Like, you're just not getting that much more use. Meanwhile, 10 bombs, you're going to use all 10 of those bombs. You just will. Whereas,
you will.
Whereas the reusable bomb items, you might only use them, like, I don't know, I feel like on average, I only use these, like, 3 times in a run.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
actually.
I sometimes will get these and I'll keep it for, like, sometimes up to K.
Sometimes you don't get a better active item, and that happens. Yeah. But if there is...
But even then, I feel like the 10 bombs is, like, comparable, and it's not an active, and it would be better later in the run. Like, the 10 bombs is more versatile. You can't go wrong with 10 bombs.
Mm-hmm. Right. Either way, I think this is a fair placement. Do you think it should go below the speed ups or above?
I'm not against it being there, to be honest.
It does just do a lot of damage. Like, into early game, you one-shot every single boss, like, actually. Yeah, I don't know.
If you're talking about Brimstone synergy, this synergizes with Brimstone.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, this synergizes with all tier-based effects. So, I mean, you know.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I've never had, like, Mr. Boom or Bosron Head shot late and actually take it. But I have had, in very particular runs, I've had Doctor's Remote shot late, and I take it because I have some crazy synergy with Epic Fetus.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it synergizes with your kit, I think absolutely makes it deserve.
Yeah, I think it's right there.
Yeah.
I think it's right there. It could even maybe be higher than... no, I still think 10 bombs is probably just more versatile. But maybe.
The problem... I still think the 10 bombs is better. Because the problem is that 9 times out of 10 when I see this item, I already have a better active item.
Yeah, true.
That's the main problem. I'm not even going to be able to use it because I already have something better.
Yeah. Okay. Piercing. Cupid's arrow. It's piercing. That's it.
Well, Turt earlier said that piercing is better than homing, so it's obviously here.
A lot of people say, oh, Cupid's arrow is, like, boring, it needs a buff, it needs, like, charm. No, it doesn't. I know that there's piercing items that are objectively better, but piercing is just a really good modifier. Yeah. This is still good.
No, it doesn't need a buff. That's crazy if people think it needs a buff. Piercing's just really good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not really much else to say. Like, piercing is probably the best room clearing effect in the game, I think, right?
Yeah.
Like, I actually, specifically for room clearing, piercing's better than homing. Like,
easily. Actually.
So, I don't know, you just kill things. Like, it is that simple. That being said...
I think piercing goes A- at least.
That being said... Okay, and I could see A-. That being said, I do still think triple shot's a lot better. I actually think all 3 of these are better than Cupid's arrow.
I would take piercing over flight. Easy.
Maybe I would too, actually. I think it depends on the run, but I can actually see that argument. I don't think it goes up. I would also
easily take piercing over Lucky Foot. Easy.
No, I don't think... That's actually interesting for me. I actually think Lucky Foot is so, like, underrated. Like, Lucky Foot is just so good. It has so many good effects.
But piercing is busted.
I don't think piercing is busted. Piercing is nice. So, piercing, it's nice in the same way that flight is nice. You don't need flight or piercing. You never need it.
I would actually, like, quite confidently put Cupid's arrow over Inner Eye, the more I think about it as well.
Really?
I don't think it's A+, but I think
the thing with Inner Eye,
the top of A- makes sense to me.
The thing with Inner Eye is that Inner Eye, you just, like, Inner Eye is great against both rooms and bosses. Whereas Inner Eye, the thing with piercing, sorry. The thing with, piercing is that, I mean, piercing's great, don't get me wrong. Like, you actually just do clear through enemies, like, for free. But technically, it doesn't do that much into bosses. Like, there's some certain bosses that it's really good into, like Hush. But even then, like, because it doesn't tick your tiers multiple times. I don't think so, at least, does it?
It definitely doesn't, no.
Yeah. So it technically does nothing against most of the bosses. Granted, I'm not saying that makes it bad, because, you know, then I wouldn't be putting an A-. Being able to clear all the enemy rooms is very valuable. Somebody said in one of our videos, actually, I'm going to bring this up again here, that we tend to rank items too heavily based on bosses, which I actually don't think is true. It just so happens that all the items that are good against bosses are also good against rooms. And I feel the same way about Triple Shot, for example. Triple Shot is amazing into both rooms and bosses. Whereas
but
Cupid's
piercing
arrow
is significantly better against rooms. Piercing is like one of the best room clearing.
Okay, well it is. No, it is. But I actually don't think it's that significant. The spread is still good. Like, it absolutely is. The spread of Triple Shot is still very good. Like, that cannot be understated. Like, there are scenarios, I'm not saying it's better, but there are scenarios where Triple Shot can do things that Cupid cannot do. That being said, I still agree that Cupid's better in rooms. Obviously, it's piercing. Piercing, I just said, piercing is the best effect in rooms. It just is. That being said, Triple's good in both. Triple is amazing in both. I actually would argue Triple makes clearing rooms far easier. Like, far easier. Because of the spread. The spread's really good. You could attack multiple enemies at once. It's like budget piercing, in a way. I mean, you just have spread. I would rather have Triple Shot every single night of the week, because Triple Shot is guaranteed win item. And I don't feel the same about piercing. It's funny, actually, because when we were talking about Lucky Foot, I was actually wondering if I put Lucky Foot over Triple. Lucky Foot, it's weird, because obviously Lucky Foot's a min-max item, but, like, it might actually just be a run-win item. Like, it doesn't feel like it, right?
I don't think it's that high, no.
I don't know. Like, every single pill is positive. All your machines are giving you so much stuff. You find a fortune machine, you get infinite soul hearts. You get luck up, which is just good, like, with tier-based effects. Like, that's a lot of effects. None of those effects individually are better than Triple Shot, but just combined, I don't know, man. Anyway, my whole point here is that I'm okay with keeping Triple Shot above. I think that they're both really, really good. But, that being said, I don't think it's even close to Cupid. I think Cupid's actually a lot less than both of those. Like, I don't think it's comparable. I could actually see the comparison to Transcendence, though.
I think Cupid's arrow is better than both. I think if you want to keep NRI above, I'm like, I guess okay with that. I think it's for sure better than Lucky Foot.
Really?
I would snap pick take Cupid's over Lucky Foot.
To be fair,
that being said,
I can see why. Okay, I will say I would take Cupid's if it's late game, 100%. But if we're talking about early game, 100% Lucky Foot. Like, it's not even close. You just gain way more from Lucky Foot. Like, you're going to get way more powerful from Lucky Foot than you will from Cupid's if you get it early enough. But obviously that depends on the run. So that's why I'm okay with them being in the same tier. In scenarios, Cupid's better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like...
We're ranking Cupid's arrow, by the way.
I think piercing is... I've had runs where I pick up piercing and my run just gets so much better, like, immediately. Like, it's just so strong. And I value that quite a lot.
Piercing is great. You know what? Let's do a poll. Why not? Luckfoot or piercing? I actually think piercing is going to win this one because I think piercing feels stronger. And I think most people are going to vote that because of that. Is my assumption. But hey, you never know, right? Luckfoot. We will put piercing above Lucky Foot if it wins. Lucky
I'm fine
Foot.
with that. I'm fine with the NRI being higher. I personally still think Cupid's better, but I'm not going to fight that too hard. I don't think it's a big difference versus NRI. I don't think it's a massive difference with Lucky Foot either, to be fair, but I do think it's a I'm pretty comfortable saying that I think Cupid.
It's just weird because we're ranking like one of the best utility items with one of the best battle
yeah, like one
effects.
of the most no-nonsense room clearing items. Like,
yeah,
it's kind of completely different.
So these are completely different effects. Just try to like think of the entire run. I mean, one's better late game, one's better if you get an earlier game. Like, there's a lot of things to consider here, so it's kind of
I feel like a big part of the game. I feel like most of the time I get to the end of the run and I just beat the bosses. Like, the bosses aren't a problem. But I find that the scariest part of the game is when you don't have enough ways to deal with room clearing, and that's why I really like piercing. I think room clearing is quite important.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, like, I'll state it again. Lucky Foot is all good pills. You get a golden pill, you're just so freaking stacked. Every single arcade is insane. Again, all pills. I guess I just said that. Fortune Machine, you just get so much soul hearts. Luck Up is just like, I don't know. I mean, Luck Up's just nice. Like, it really buffs tier rate. I mean, tier effects by so much. It's just the fact that it's so many things, like, in one item. Whereas Cupid's there, I mean, don't get me wrong, piercing's great, but that's all it's got going for it, you know?
Okay. Looks like if it's winning. That's fine.
Alright.
Like, if it leads to blood bag from every blood bank. I don't think it increases the chance that you get blood bag from blood bank.
That being said, I think this is fine. Actually, Lucky Foot's winning by a little bit more than I expected. I thought it'd be a little bit closer. I actually thought Cupid's arrow was gonna win. Now that I think about it, I guess people liked my Lucky Foot arguments then. Lucky Foot's just good, man. It's underrated. It really is.
I think it is. I think it is underrated, to be fair. But I also think piercing is just kind of nutty.
Okay. Let's move on. I mean, no matter what, Cupid's arrow is great. Piercing is amazing. Piercing is amazing, no doubt. But yeah. Alright. I'm really liking these chat polls, by the way. It keeps things moving nicely instead of us just fighting for hours.
Yeah. No, I think we should spend another half an hour on Cupid's arrow versus Lucky Foot.
True.
Not enough of the same item.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, there's honestly a lot more of these tied items than I expected.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, definitely.
Like, I thought it'd be a lot more rare. Okay, let's do it. Shoop de Whoop, the item, one of the best buffed items.
What was the buff again? I don't actually remember what the buff. Did it just make it hit for more damage?
Its main buff is that it synergizes with, like, everything. Actually, no, that's not true. Maybe it only synergizes with Book of Virtues. And that's what I'm thinking.
It actually looks like a nerf. That doesn't make any sense. I remember this getting better, but the only thing on the wiki page is that the laser hits less often. It went from 13 times to 12 times.
Did it get less of a charge time, maybe?
No, the charge room is still 2. I swear this got buffed. Am I going crazy? I swear SHOOP got buffed in Repentance. It feels way better. It feels like it does way more damage than it used to in After Earth Plus. Am I going crazy? I'm not the only one, right? SHOOP is and always has been amazing. Maybe I am going crazy, and maybe I just slept on it in After Earth Plus, and maybe it's always been good. I don't know. Anyway, right now, it's fairly good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a two-room charge. I mean, you sweep rooms. This is better than Necronomicon every single day of the week. Like, you basically sweep entire rooms with Brimstone anyway. And it's less room charge. Yeah. I actually don't know how much damage this does, because this doesn't follow your stats, does it?
It's literally just a Brimstone beam.
Does it just follow your stats?
I think so.
Oh. Okay. I actually thought it was its own separate damage.
But Brimstone does a lot of damage. Even one beam.
Brimstone does do a lot of damage. That being said, I don't think it's better than the utility of the bomb items, honestly.
I think this is better than Tammy's head.
I disagree hard, actually.
I think Tammy's head is better on certain runs, but I think on most runs, I would rather have SHOOP.
The difference between 2-room charge and 1-room charge is so massive. Like, you actually use Tammy's head every single room. With SHOOP, you know, you're gonna have, like, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, this room isn't that bad. and then still get hit anyway because you're being a little greedy, right?
But you know what's a way more common synergy than any of the Tammy's Head synergies? 9-volt and SHOOP. That's way more common, and that's really good.
It's just like, those two are so uncomparable. It's just crazy because of the one-room charge. Like, I don't even need to say more comparison, honestly. You actually just use Tammy's Head every single room. Like, there's no reason not to use it every single room. SHOOP, there's, you know, you always run the risk of using it on a room that, you know, granted, like, obviously a 2-room charge is still good. Like, obviously. Still vastly better than something like Necronomicon for room clearing. But, you know, you're always going to have that worry that, hey, I could have saved this for a better room, right?
By the way, just on the damage of SHOOP, it's actually twice as much as I said. It's double your tier damage on a Broom Beam, so.
How much is Tammy's Head again? Isn't it like times 20, I mean plus 25 damage?
It's plus 25, but it's one shot, while a Brimstone Beam that hits 12 times with double your tier damage is 84 damage.
Yeah,
versus a Tammy's Head, which is...
I don't think it's
like,
close at all. 25 plus damage is insane, especially for early game, which is where most of these items are used anyway.
Assuming base damage, which is where Tammy's Head is at its strongest comparatively, because SHOOP scales with your damage better.
Right.
So, at base damage, Tammy's Head is doing, what, 25 plus 1 point,
the thing is...
28.5. It's doing 28.5 damage on a tier, while the SHOOP is doing 84 damage.
The thing is that it's inaccurate to say that, okay, well, first of all, no matter what, the one-room charge is the biggest reason why Tammy's Head's always going to be better. But besides that, it's not fair to say that Tammy's Head doesn't scale as good, because it absolutely does. Any single tier effect scales with Tammy's Head. Any tier effect. It's not just Brimstone. Any tier effect.
You need to hit the shots.
It's not hard. Are you kidding me? You just get close. You hit 2 or 3, depending on the scenario.
Okay.
It really is not that hard. You just run to the middle of the room, use it, clear the room, and move on. Do it again. Every single room is a big-ass deal.
I want them at least next to each other. Like, this being this far apart is unreal. I think they're very comparable items.
I don't think they are at all.
Damage
No, the point that I'm trying to make here is that they're not comparable at all, specifically because of one-room charge. One-room charge is what makes Tammy's so good. If it was not one-room charge and it was 2, it'd be below the bomb items as well. 100%. One room, every single room. You just use it and clear the room.
I don't know. I think you're just underrating SHOOP.
I mean, SHOOP is good. Don't be wrong. SHOOP is...
I think you're
underrating it hard. SHOOP is stronger into boss fights. So it feels stronger. But it doesn't consistently kill more enemies than Tammy's. It just doesn't, because you use Tammy's every single room. And you're not even going to use SHOOP every 2 rooms, because, you know, there's always going to be times where you want to save it, right? But Tammy's is always free to use every single room. They're just not comparable, is my main point.
I really don't think... Like, I know that one-room charge is a lot better than 2-room charge. I don't think the effect is enough for Tammy's Head to be above SHOOP. Or at least not
SHOOP... Okay, here's how you'll convince me. Does SHOOP copy tier effects, or is it just your damage stat?
I actually am not sure. It's a
like, does it, like, for example, does it copy your homing shots? Because Tammy's does.
Actually, I'm gonna check that real quick.
If that's the case, I could actually see the argument a little bit more. But I actually don't think it does. I think it's just your damage stat. But I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong.
It does not copy homing.
Yeah. All right. So
does it copy, like...
Instantly, I already know. Like, it's not even close. Like, I actually think it's a full tier lower. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not fair to say that SHOOP is better into late game, because it just isn't. Tier effects are a lot stronger than just pure stats. And no matter what, guess what? Plus 25 damage at any point in the run is a lot of damage.
Okay, you have to hit the shot.
It's not hard to hit the shot. Are you kidding me? Have you ever actually used Tammy's head?
Yes, I have. Sometimes the shots miss.
It's actually just skill issue. I'm sorry. It's not hard. It goes in the same direction. This is actually just skill issue. You always hit the shots.
Run a poll on this, because I've seen a lot of people say that you're overrating Tammy's head.
Well, okay, I've already mentioned this previously. This is completely different because these two slots, because I agree, most people are going to say that SHOOP is probably better because it feels stronger into bosses and stuff. But that's because of underrating Tammy's. These are massively different. Okay, well, let me just ask you right now. Do you think SHOOP is better than the bomb items?
Yes.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then we can move it up. That's what I've been trying to get at this entire time. So where do you think it goes? Just don't ignore Tammy's head
next
right now.
to Tammy's head, higher than Tammy's head, actually.
Okay, so you think it goes up here?
At least. I probably would still... I don't know, I kind of like HP ups just because,
but again, I want
HP ups are kind of good for some runs.
Right, I just want you to ignore Tammy's head for right now. Is it better than all of these, you think?
Yes.
Okay, then fair enough. I don't think that's accurate at all because I think this is better than Shoop to Whoop. The remote. Doctor's remote is good as a utility item and as a battle item. Shoop is only good into battle. And admittedly, it's a better room clear than Doctor's remote, but I think it's worse against bosses. I would imagine. Yeah, it definitely is worse against bosses because this copies tier effects.
Run a poll on these two. 100% Shoop is winning.
Yeah, I mean, I know Shoop will win, but... Okay, well, here's the thing. Do you really think that Doctor's remote is worse than Shoop? Like, be honest with yourself.
Yes.
Really? Alright, well, if you think that.
Yes.
I'm not against Shoop being in D+, but we can run the poll. Either way, people are definitely underrating Tammy.
No, you're overrating Tammy.
People are... It's actually just skill issue. I don't know what to say.
Everyone in chat, for the record, I would probably drop Tammy too. But I know Mana won't let me.
Well, where would you put it?
Maybe like bottom D+. Maybe would I prefer the bomb items? What I would do is I would move Bible a little bit lower, put Tammy's head above the Bible, and put the bomb items above Tammy's head. That's what I would do.
But then you'd leave Shoop to appear?
Yes.
That actually makes no sense to me. Either way, we can do the poll. I'm fine with that. That being said, I said this in the community poll. The polls will not make drastic tier differences. It'll only be to break placements. And that's what we've been doing this whole time. So, feel free to say that I ruined the list because of Tammy's head hype. But Tammy's head just is that good.
These D tier items, I feel like the positions are actually all quite close together. So like I could put Tammy's head below the bomb items, but it's actually not that big of a jump. Like all of these feel kind of like close together to me. So,
it also helps that Shoop is a meme item, so just a lot of people like it a lot better. Like I'll say right now,
I really don't think that is boosting the.
I will say right now, I like Shoop more than Tammy, but I just don't think it's as strong. Like, the one room is just like so massive. Meta controls the board, so he just puts stuff where he wants. That's not true. Now that being said, if it really is this massive of a difference, maybe I will actually move it a little bit lower.
Yeah, I mean, you've already been talking about your 80-90% wins. Well,
yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah, for real. No way Shoop is lower than 1 health items.
I agree, actually. Now that I think about it more.
You really think Shoop is better than the health items?
I've had runs where I get Shoop late and it just shreds. Granted, there are better actives in the game, but I don't know, it shreds.
Oh shoot, I just stopped sharing my screen.
Big brain.
I know, I'm insane.
only the biggest brain.
Alright. Where was it that you were trying to put Tammy's before?
I was gonna drop Tammy's below the bomb item. Yeah, no, I think the bomb items are better than Bible. I think we're underrating them a little bit.
No, I still think my argument for Bible is very correct for the bomb items. You can always just get bombs to do what the bomb items do. It is so much harder to get flight for the stuff that you can only get with flight.
Whether or not SHOOP goes above health ups is like up in the air for me. Since you don't want it to, I think it's fine at the top of D tier. And then Tammy's head would probably go... Honestly, like... It's definitely better than Bible, at least. I guess put Tammy's at the bottom of D+. I don't want to bring it down a whole tier since I know that you like it. I don't want to push it too much.
It's not that I like it, it's just I know it's really strong. It makes you, like... It just trivializes runes.
Actually, you can maybe go higher than speed ups.
I am okay with this right here, if you want to do that.
I'm okay with that as well.
Okay. What? No, you always need more bombs. Oh, no, that's true. I mean, these are still useful. Don't get me wrong. It's just...
I think the bombs should definitely be higher than the Bible, for sure.
I think it's more likely that you can get bombs than get flight. I mean, it really is just that simple.
Actually, you know what? No, Bible does have the instant kill on Mom. It does have bookworm. Okay, actually, no. It's
like, yeah, it has a lot of benefits. I would take Tammy's over Doctor Remote, though. I mean, I would too. I would still have put it at top of D+. I actually would have put Tammy's above the health up items, but Turt lowered the placement back when we ranked it. Wait, no, actually, originally I put Tammy's as high as here. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tammy, it trivializes rooms. I can absolutely still see it there. You save so much more health from this than you do from any of these health ups. So, it makes sense, actually.
Actually, a lot of people are mentioning the health up. I actually think that Roid Rage and Compass should go below the health ups.
No, I disagree. The Compass, you just save so much health. Like, from one... You have to compare the Compass to one health up. And you save way more hits with Compass. Especially in Womb. Like, you gotta remember, you're taking full hearts of damage in Womb. You're saving health 100%.
You get min-maxing with health ups, you get Devil Deal currency with health ups. Like, during the first 6 floors in the game, you're getting a lot more value out of your health ups, for sure.
I guess that's fair. No, you're right. Health definitely does have use. But then I could instantly disregard that because health ups debatably suck into Soul Heart characters and are useless for challenge characters.
I guess.
So, yeah, no, I absolutely still think Compasses. Because even on Red Heart characters, I can consider it. Like, I could still consider Compass better.
No, you know what? Any of the Red Heart upgrades that have upside attached probably go higher than Roid Rage and Compass, but I think the basic ones probably go below.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. Okay.
What are we doing again?
Steven.
Steven. I mean, it's a damage up, right?
Damage. It's right below Blood of the Martyr. This is literally identical damage up to Blood of the Martyr. However, it doesn't have any secondary effect. Blood of the Martyr has the potential synergy with Book of Belial where you get 1.5 times damage multiplier, which is pretty small, so it's not going to be ranked that highly, but it's enough when the items are the same. Obviously, that's relevant. So.
Okay. This one's a very weird case. Because you can guarantee this item from fighting Steven. But that being said, you need to fight Steven. But like...
Yeah, no, you can't guarantee the item on your run. It's good when you see it, though. It's nice. But I don't think the spawning condition matters. We're just comparing it to like what the items actually are. If you were given an option between Steven and Blood of the Martyr, then Blood of the Martyr is objectively better. Like, objectively better. They do the same thing, but Blood of the Martyr has upside.
That's right, because I completely forgot about Book of Belial. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pentagram is the same thing. It goes above Steven because it's the same as Steven, but with upside with the Devil Deal chance.
which
And
makes
it's
them
probably better than Blood of the
guaranteed
Martyrs
devil
thing.
deal chance.
It's probably better than Blood of the Martyrs thing because Blood of the Martyrs thing is so situational. So it's just probably right above Blood of the Martyr. And that's probably it. Like,
Dr. Fetus, this is a fun one. I mean, okay,
this is a
well,
hard one.
obviously,
This item-
first things first to mention, infinite bombs. 100% infinite bombs.
Infinite Bombs is massive.
Second of all, I mean, damage-wise, you're set for the rest of the run. For the most part. I mean, damage ups help, but realistically, like, it is a huge DPS up. That being said, it's like, it's funny. So this is a huge boss killer, but it actually, like, is worse into rooms. Like, worse. Like, actually.
Yeah.
But even then,
kind of is.
is that true, though? Because you could skip rooms with this. You have infinite bombs.
Yeah, you can't skip rooms. This is awkward against, like, small and fast enemies. Like,
Right.
spiders.
It absolutely
legitimately
is.
spiders.
I actually,
kind of annoying to
I don't know if Tony the Penguin's still in chat, but I recently just had this item in an Isaac race that I did with them. Check out that video, by the way, if you want to see me in a race. Tony the Penguin on YouTube. But anyway, what is it? And yeah, even in that run, I noticed, like, there were some rooms where some of the enemies, like, are just fast, and it's hard to hit them.
I noticed there were the enemies in, I think, Gehenna or Mausoleum that whip you, that you would throw a bomb at them and they would whip the bomb away.
It's true.
And put it away. You took ages in that room. You were having trouble. And then you had trouble against Dark One as well. Because Dark One kept dashing and you couldn't hit.
That being said, realistically, this definitely does have the same idea that I have behind Triple Shot, where when I pick this up, I just win. And I still think that's true. So I actually think it at least goes here.
Yeah, I mean, this item does have downside attached, but also it's like...
Its downside gets
Chaos?
mitigated by its positive, to be fair.
You just win.
Yeah. Like, you might take some hits that you wouldn't have with tiers, but it gets discounted by all the times you kill the boss before they're even able to hit you. The rooms that you're able to skip, the extra utility you get from the bombs mean you just get more powerful. Like, like, the small, fast enemies is, like, a small weakness compared to all the positives. That being said, I actually don't think... I mean, do you think it might be bottom of A+?
I don't want it in A+, just because it does have some downside attached. Legitimately, this item, like, yes, it is incredibly powerful. I think top of A- makes sense, though.
So you think
this
it's
item is
better
incredibly...
than Triple?
I think this item is incredibly powerful. It's just that, you need to keep in mind the downside. This item's a lot harder to take with Tainted Lost. Like, that's actually scary.
It's true.
And, like, you probably still can take it. It might still be fine, but it's just scarier. You need to be very careful with this item. And I would definitely prefer Crooked Head on, like, almost every run.
But yeah, I agree
But
with... Oh, sorry. What you were
Oh,
saying?
you can go, actually. I don't...
Oh, I agree with Chad. They said Dr. Fetus a win condition. Yeah, I just said that earlier. So, yeah, same thing with Triple Shot. Like, when you see one of these two items, you just know that you've won, you know? Like, you've won. There you go. Like, I think with the other
Triple Shot
items,
is an instant win item at all.
I absolutely do. When I pick it up, I never lose. But yeah, I mean, do you think it should just go right here then? I'm not against it.
I think it goes right there. I think the A+ items are a step above, for sure.
Yeah, you're probably right. These are pretty free. You're probably right. Magneto.
There's no downside to them. And, like, they're almost equally as strong. Or not equally as strong, but yeah. Magneto. It's,
Magneto.
it's Magneto. Yeah, it is, actually. That's true. That's a good point. I didn't
It
consider.
is Magneto. Hold on. Insane.
Insane. It attracts things towards you, and that's kind of it. It brings things. It's like kind of like pseudo flight. Like, it gets the consumables for you, but it's not actually flight. Like, you don't have flight for, like, dodging enemies. You just have consumable grabbing. That's it.
Wait. I'm just now noticing that people are going crazy because they wanted Dr. Fetus an A+.
I understand why. I just think that the downsides do need to be considered.
Okay, but that being said, could I actually see Dr. Fetus in at least bottom of A+?
Maybe. I just think that Dr. Fetus has quite a few runs where I see it and it's a skip. Like, it's outright a skip. Like, quite
Yeah.
often,
No, you're right. I think if an item even has a condition where it's a skip, I think maybe it can't be A+, right? A+ items are always good, no matter what.
Top of A- makes a lot of sense, because it is very powerful, and if you get this early and you build your run around it, it's really good. But there's a lot of runs where you see Dr. Fetus, like, on an already established run, it's just not takeable sometimes. And I think it's very relevant.
The downside is skill issue. Not necessarily. There are runs that are actively worse with Dr. Fetus.
Dr. Fetus, is it capped at bomb damage? If so, it shouldn't be A+. It scales based on your tier damage. And it's not, like, it doesn't start at bomb damage. It scales with your tier damage.
And no matter what,
like a weak bomb, basically.
There are synergies that are negative with Dr. Fetus. Like Broken Mirror.
You skip it because you are confident, not because it's bad. Not true. I skip it because my tiers are strong enough to win the run, and taking Dr. Fetus is not going to make my run stronger, but it will increase the chance that I take damage to my own bombs. So there's literally no reason to take it. Like, actually, there is no reason to take it on the runs I skip it.
Yeah.
If I think Dr. Fetus makes my run, like, actually substantially stronger, I will take it.
I think I actually agree.
But there's some runs that won't.
I think I agree with you in it being top of A-. We can just move on. I think it actually fits pretty well there. Like, I do honestly think everything in A+ is quite a bit better. Like, actually.
You can skip the bad rooms. And yeah, and with Cricket's head, I can kill the rooms.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to skip the rooms. If you're trying to skip the rooms, I don't think that's actually super viable, because it is viable sometimes, but if you're trying to skip the rooms, you need to wait for
it's
the
not
bomb
as
to
easy
explode.
as it, yeah. It's not as
You have to run to the other side of the room, fire the bomb, then dodge the enemies, and then go through the room. I find a lot of times it's easier to just kill the enemies.
Yeah,
and
usually
if I
it
had
is.
Tears, Cricket's head, I would just kill them, and I wouldn't have to skip the room. And in late game, you can't even skip the floors anyway. Like, in chess, you can't bomb rooms anymore.
I do legitimately think, like, gun to my head, beat all the rooms in a floor without taking damage. Triple shot's far better than Dr. Fetus, honestly. Like, by a lot, I think. Like,
to be honest, I could even see triple shot over Dr. Fetus, but everyone's gonna get mad.
I'm okay with Dr. Fetus above or below. I just think those two are very comparable. Anyway, back to Magneto.
The best item in the game. It's definitely better than Dr. Fetus, I think for sure. So Magneto has no downside, but Dr. Fetus does have a downside.
No, unironically though, Magneto does have a downside. It makes min-maxing really annoying.
Yeah, you got it right.
Like, legitimately, like, when I'm D20 bugging, I shouldn't have said that. D20 game breaking, this is, like, one of the worst items to have, because it's impossible to keep it going. It actually is. Like, it's way too annoying. In Greed, it's annoying, because the coins are just going to come after you when you might have wanted to use something to manipulate the coins, or mess with the coins in some way. Like, there's a lot of things that this actually messes you up on. That being said, obviously it's not detrimental, because, you know, it's kind of like flight, right? Like, it gives you pickups.
I kind of want to stay on the Dr. Fetus point, because chat is going crazy, and I kind of want to debate chat. Is that okay?
What did they do?
No, everyone's just, like, really, like, insistent on Dr. Fetus. Like, I'm seeing stuff like, would you grab Inner Eye from Desert? There were times where I would grab Dr. Fetus. That same person said earlier, I would grab Dr. Fetus. I've grabbed Dr. Fetus from Desert before.
Why would you grab Dr. Fetus? Okay, no. Here's what I'm going to debate chat on. Why would you ever take Dr. Fetus from Death Cert when Epic Fetus is right there?
That's true.
Epic Fetus is only better than Dr. Fetus. And if you think Dr. Fetus is better than Epic Fetus, you are so cap. Actually, I don't see any world where Dr. Fetus is better than Epic Fetus.
You are so right.
Epic Fetus makes skipping the room so much easier than Dr. Fetus. You aim directly at the door. It's easier to hit enemies with Epic Fetus because you just keep on aiming.
I think of scenarios where Dr. Fetus is better.
No,
if
I
you
disagree.
have soy milk, Pyromaniac, you would rather have Dr. Fetus.
I guess. That's so niche. Like, in almost any situation, Epic Fetus is so much better. Epic Fetus is boring. What the frick do you mean? We're not ranking on boring, we're ranking on how good it is. Epic Fetus is significantly better than Dr. Fetus. Like, I will say that to the day I die.
It is.
Like, definitely. I actually would put Epic Fetus 2 tiers above Dr. Fetus. And I'm gonna...
No, I would put Epic Fetus in Insane.
I would too. I would too. Yeah. Where is Epic Fetus? Yeah. Where is Epic Fetus? Should I skip ahead?
No, let's not skip ahead. Let's not skip ahead.
But yeah, 100% Epic Fetus goes on Insane. I'm glad we've got that cleared up.
Okay, Dr. Fetus is an instant run with any bomb immunity item. there are 2 items in the game. It's just Host Hat and Pyromantic. Am I missing any? There might be a 3rd one. I think there's just 2. You're talking about 2 items in the game that are not like particularly common. They're in the treasure room pool. They're not in the shop pool where you can maybe like try to go for it. It's in the treasure room pool. It's completely RNG if you see Pyromaniac or Host Hat. You're not going to see them.
Mr.
So you can't...
Mr. I'm sorry. Keep going.
But you can't just assume that you're gonna get a bomb synergy item. Like, yes, obviously, if I have Pyromaniac, then Dr. Fetus is like top 2 best items I can get right behind Epic Fetus. Like, yes, I understand that. I'm not going to have Pyromaniac. Like, if Pyromaniac was a common item that I could guarantee, then yes, Dr. Fetus would be S tier because I can guarantee Pyromaniac and win every time. But I can't guarantee Pyromaniac. So what's the point? It's irrelevant.
It's funny. I feel like chat feels like I do whenever I'm arguing with you in a list.
What? What do you mean?
Well, it's just like the way you're arguing with chat is just like how you argue with me in the videos. It's just really funny.
Everyone like this. Someone came into my Slay Spire stream, and I was saying that I lost my run because I picked Chaos, and I had to explain to them how I actually lost my run because I didn't have enough block cards. And I was very passionate about it.
But yeah. Either way, no. At the end of the day, Dr. Fetus. I think the point that I would consider about Dr. Fetus at all is there are very niche runs, but there are runs where you just don't pick it up, and that alone is enough for me to not bring it an A+. So there you go.
Okay, wait. Someone's saying you only get hit when you mess up. It isn't the item's fault. If an item makes it easier for you to get hit, then it is the item's fault.
Yeah. So that logic is flawed because at that point, Broken Mirror should be like A-. Because like the way it shoots is clearly one of its issues, and it makes it harder to hit things. Like actually just worse. But at perfect skill ceiling, then who cares? It's just really good. Like, you could put, I don't know, like Cricket's head would be above homing because you'll just hit every hit. So like.
That's very flawed.
Right. I mean, obviously I know it's flawed. That's what I'm saying. Like, anyway, whatever. Let's just move on.
No, we're not moving on. I'm making my point here. I'm making my point. And Dr. Fetus is top of A-. I care a lot about this, okay? I will fight to the death. I 1v1 all of you in Minecraft and lose because I'm bad at PvP. but I.
Anyways,
okay,
Magneto.
Listen, okay? Listen. What was I saying?
I don't think there's anything more to discuss. Let's just move on.
We're not moving on.
We're just restating the same points. There's nothing new being said. Just move on. We've already stated our point. We both agree.
I just want to say one last time, okay? This is important. If I remember, like, my brain actually works. I needed my brain to come back to me, okay? I needed my brain to come back to me. Okay, if the item makes it easier for you to get hit, then it is the item's fault. Even if you are a good player, like, even if you're a very good player at the game, you are still going to sometimes hit yourself with Dr. Fetus. Or you're going to have to, like, dodge, like, more. Like, you're going to have to be, like, more careful because of Dr. Fetus. And yes, it's a powerful item, but I think that the difference in power between a Dr. Fetus and a Cricket's head is not enough for the fact that Dr. Fetus does have a downside. And it does have a downside. Do not say it doesn't have a downside. It does. It makes it hard to take blind items as well, because sometimes you get bad item synergies with Dr. Fetus. So, like, maybe you don't want to take blind items. Maybe you do, and you just get something really shit. And again, as we said before, you can't take it on runs that are already, like, where it's already bad. Like, there are several runs where you're going to find Dr. Fetus, and it's just not takeable in that run. Okay? Not takeable. It's actually worse for your run. Like, lower DPS, maybe. Potentially. Maybe not. But, like, it's just bad sometimes. Okay? I'm done.
Keep, I hope you liked my dance for becoming a member. Thank you so much for becoming my first ever member. I really appreciate you. My first ever YouTube member. Really appreciate it. And yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with whatever it was that Turt just said. For sure, for sure. Anyways. Magneto, finally.
Actually, how about we rate the next item instead of Magneto?
True. Which is Dr. Fetus? No.
Okay.
I mean, what?
So
Okay.
you're saying something like it's annoying to min-max with green mode, you're gonna accidentally pick up all the coins, and it's like... Something, what were you saying?
Yeah, I think my arguments with Magneto are fair to like rank it lower than what we would rank it based on the extra consumables that you get from like basically having flight, but it doesn't magnetize chests, right?
It opens chests for you.
Oh, does it?
If you're close to them. Yeah.
But you have to be close enough. There's some chest layouts.
Yeah,
I mean,
if they're over a pit, like if they're over, yeah, if you're like they do need to be close enough. But if they're behind rocks, you can usually get close enough that it'll open the chest, and then obviously it will draw the consumables to you as well.
Right.
So, that's quite good.
I don't know. I think again, the min-maxing struggle is legitimately real. I actually think I'd put it pretty low because of that. Like, I don't think its utility is that useful. I really just don't, honestly. I mean, it is. I don't know, where would you put it? I'm conflicted. Because I actually just don't like this item, and I know I'm going to rate it poorly.
I don't think it's, like, a downside. I think it is actually just, like, good to have. Like, I'm happy to have it, but I could have had a better item. Like, it's not a great item, but it is okay to have. I'm okay with it. I'd probably put it in, like, yeah, probably the D-. I think it's better than a range up. I think range ups are so underwhelming. I do actually kind of like this. It's okay. Are the bombs better? Are the early bombs better?
I think the bombs are better.
I think it's fine like that. I think it's fine right there.
I just don't like that item. I'm okay with letting Turt rank it because, for me personally, I don't know. I would just actually just not pick it up. Like, I value min-maxing consumables pretty highly. So, and this just, like, makes it basically impossible. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's that special. It gives you a few extra consumables over the course of the run.
Treasure map.
Treasure map. Extremely underwhelming. It is mapping, but it's the least important map effect. It just shows you the layout of the map, but not what any of the rooms are. Like, doesn't show you what the secret rooms are, doesn't show you what the special rooms are, so you don't know where the boss is. You can kind of tell, like, if you take the longest path. Like, the boss will spawn the furthest away, so if you take the longest path on the map, you'll probably find the boss, but you sometimes don't.
Okay. No, I guess speed is important when you're low on speed. Maybe right here, then. I was gonna say this is probably gonna save you more time on a rush mark still than speed ups would.
You can kind of guess. You can kind of guess where the boss is. Like, if you take the longest path, you'll probably be right. But
yeah, it kind of only helps you get to the boss. Like, it doesn't teach you anything else.
I would prefer a range up, to be honest. This might be
really?
plus.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't feel very strongly about it.
It doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really do anything. Like,
hold on. Would I rather have the poop and Kamikaze? Maybe.
Wait, I would definitely rather have Brother Bobby and Skatole.
Shoot for the forms? I think I would too.
I think it goes right there though.
Yeah. That's funny. Treasure Hop fell so far.
It fell so hard.
That's bad funny.
An interesting item. Mom's Eye. Backwards shots. What do you think?
Don't they, like, do extra damage?
No, it does the same damage.
Same damage as your base tiers?
Yeah.
I think it's fine. What are the chances that it happens?
I think this item is you pick it up, it barely helps you because shooting backwards is basically a nothing effect. Like, it rarely matters. It can matter sometimes if you have, like, I think, does it get tractor beamed? I don't know. If you have, like,
I think
it's good.
I think it does, actually.
If you have certain things, it's good. However, I think this item makes it impossible to take blind items because if you blind into Dr. Fetus or Ipecac, you're in trouble. Another reason Dr. Fetus should be an A- because if you have Dr. Fetus and blind into Mom's Eye, you're in trouble. Just saying.
True.
This is really bad with those items. And I don't like taking risks, so I might just not take blind items because if you get an explosive item, it will just... This actually, like, you will take a lot of damage. Mm-hmm. It's very bad with the explosive items.
Okay, but I still don't know. What's the chance for you to shoot behind you?
It's extremely quick. I think it's at 2 luck. Yeah, 100% at 2 luck.
Yeah. It's 100% at 2 luck, really?
At base luck, it's 50%. And then at 2
luck,
like
it's like your same tier rate?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good.
But it flies backwards. Like, you're not going to hit this.
That being said, obviously I agree that it's not good against bosses flat out, just period. However, whenever I've had this item, it does have scenarios where it's actually pretty good in rooms. I'm not saying like commonly, but common enough to where I notice it. Like, it's just more shots, you know? There are very rare scenarios where shooting behind you can shoot an enemy that's coming after you.
Yeah.
Not common. I would put it probably here. What do you think?
So I would actually say, because this item is barely ever helpful, and because I consider it no longer being able to take blind items, like this basically says when I pick this up, it says I can't take blind items anymore if I care. Like, if gun to my head, I'm on a tainted lost run, and I pick up Mom's Eye, I'm not taking blind items, because if I pick up Dr. Fetus, my run is over, and then I get shot in the head. So I consider it can't take blind items anymore, for an effect that isn't good. Isn't that detrimental? Does this actually ever help you?
I mean,
isn't the risk higher than the reward? The risk of accidentally picking up a blind Dr. Fetus or an Ipecac is way higher than the reward you get from having, like, occasional back shots that do, like you're not going to hit with anyway. And yes, it has a synergy with Eye of the Occult. I think if you have Eye of the Occult, you take this. It's synergy with, synergizing with Continuum. That's good as well, I guess. But, like, I don't know. I just wouldn't take this. I would just skip this. And then I could take blind items in peace.
I'm very conflicted. Because, like, I don't feel strongly about it. I really don't. Like, this item is a very whatever item. But I think it's wrong to put it in detrimental. Like, I absolutely think it has more times that it's useful than anything in E-.
I said occasional back shots are now every... I noticed two. Okay, when I said it, I noticed two, and I just didn't acknowledge it, okay? I'm sorry. Anyway. Anyway. Forget that. I didn't say that. You heard nothing. Man, I'm deleting on the mod. End the stream better. End the stream quick. I think this is... I think it's actually, like, correct. I think it's a correct play to skip this, because I think with blind items existing, it's too risky to take them.
Grommet, haha, thank you for the member. You're insanely goated. Keep it in mind. Yeah, I don't freaking know. Like, I get what you're saying, and I agree. That's the thing. But, like, I still notice it when I have it, and it's actually, like, useful. So I don't think it could be detrimental. Because it's not flat out detrimental. It can be detrimental. Like, to me, that's like saying Dr. Fetus is detrimental. Obviously, no. to a much different degree.
The upside is worth the downside, like, a lot of the time. Like,
of course.
If I take Dr. Fetus, I can just say, yeah, I won't take blind items, it's fine. And then I'm fine. Like, I'll be good, because it's a good item. But with Mom's Eye, I'm barely getting any benefit. And then I'm not able to take blind items, because if I get Dr. Fetus or Ipecac, I lose. Or I might not lose, but it's very bad.
I don't know. I'm very conflicted, because whenever I have this, like, I'm not saying it does a lot, but, like, I notice it kills stuff, you know? Like, it's not like it never kills things, because it does. It basically doesn't look like it's bosses.
Helps. Is that help? Like, okay, it depends, like, how seriously, like, are you taking this in terms of, like, not losing runs? Because if you're taking this, like, on a streak, let's say you're on a streak, and you really don't want to lose your streak, and you take Mom's Eye, you're risking your streak if you take a blind item. Because if you get Dr. Fetus or Ipecac, like, it actually just might be run over. And, like, what benefit are you actually getting from taking this? Like, the risk is not worth the reward. Something like Cricket's Body is also like, could hit you with Ipecac. It's not as bad. But Cricket's Body, the risk is worth the reward. Dr. Fetus, the risk is worth the reward. Mom's Eye, like, the reward, like, what are you getting out of this? It barely hits. Like, even without having Dr. Fetus, this barely helps. Like, I would honestly put it in, like, E tier in, like, just on normal runs. It barely does anything. And then it has the potential to make your run way worse. So that's why I think it's detrimental.
Okay, to be fair, maybe I was overrating a little bit. I think, without considering the negatives, I mean, I don't know. I think it's probably here. I probably get more benefit out of it than the treasure map. And I think I get more benefit out of it than these two, just from the rare chances where I'm killing enemies with it. I don't know. I think I have to stop you in saying it's detrimental. I don't think I can consider it detrimental. And we already said previously that we have to agree that an item is detrimental.
Yeah.
I am okay. If you are so convinced that it's detrimental, then I'm okay with putting it here as a mid placement. You want to just do that?
I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Midpoint. I think for me, I actually would put it here. I think this is a after hearing the discussion, after hearing Turt's discussion, I think this is where I put it. I think this is probably fine.
Yeah. It does at least, like, some... I think if you have either the Occult or Continuum, consider taking it, and just don't take blind items if that's the problem. That's fair. Like, it can sometimes do good things. Anyway.
You know what else? Oh, here's a really good synergy. Tech 10. Because it bounces around. I've actually had that before.
Tech 10.
Tech 10. Have you ever had Tech 10 with this?
Tech 10 doesn't exist. You mean Tech X?
Turt, don't be that guy. It's the same freaking thing. Do you know your Roman numerals? I don't think you know your Roman numerals.
Who calls it Tech 10? Who calls it Tech 10?
Bro, literally, just learn your Roman numerals. Anyways.
No one calls it Tech 10.
Lemon Mishap.
I know the Roman numerals. Yeah, you know, even in chat, now people saying the hell is Tech 10? Matter. Matter.
Whatever, man.
No one calls it Tech 10.
Whatever. Lemon Mishap's probably trash.
And yeah, it doesn't even bounce. That's why I was confused as well, because you said something about Tech X that isn't even true. It doesn't bounce. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm trying to get yes, Mother Transformation, hit some tears while hitting enemies with the knife. Insane. True.
Anyway, Lemon Mishap, to be honest, and I'm going to shock everyone with this, I think Lemon Mishap is very, 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 very slightly underrated.
It's because you love creep.
No, actually, you know the challenge that the when life gives you lemons challenge in the game?
Yeah.
And you start with Lemon Mishap. When I play the challenges like that, I force myself to keep the active item they give me the whole run. And the Lemon Mishap, like with the 9 volt, is actually like it's actually okay. It's not terrible. I expected it to be worse. That being said, it's still not good. It's still not good. But I expected it to be worse.
I could see it above Mom's Bro.
I mean, I still think Mom's Bro is probably better. I'm just saying. Mom's Bro is probably better. But
okay, well, let's move on.
Okay. Okay, this one is like actually this is just an distant admiration. It's weird because the familiar is red, but the item is not colored red. It's weird.
Wait, so is this both the blue one and the red one?
No, this is the red one.
Where is the blue one?
Later down the list for some reason.
Really? Did that like show up in like Rebirth or something?
No, it's also a Flash Isaac item. It's just for some reason they're not next to each other. I don't know.
Interesting. Anyway, what I will say about the red fly, this is the red fly, right?
Yeah.
Listen, if you've ever done the one challenge, the orbiting one, you know what I'm talking about? Where you
yeah.
You can't shoot, you have to attack with this and the other one.
Yeah.
Listen, man, with that run, you could tell this red fly does a lot of damage.
It kind of shreds. It kind of shreds.
Like, obviously, you're probably never using this into the late game, like, consistently. But in early game, it really does kill bosses. That being said, I think I might still take a range up over it. But I do definitely...
Put it higher than the range ups. Put it higher than the range ups. And Magneto.
I don't know. I think I gain more benefit out of the range ups. Range ups are not always useless. They just aren't.
I mean, it is 1-3 Beelzebub.
True.
And I think the damage, if you're desperate for damage, this does do a lot of damage.
Yeah, but that only matters early game.
Yeah, but it's 1/3 Beelzebub though.
I don't know. I think Keep says it's better than 1-up. What? I mean, do you really want it above the range ups?
Probably. I'm not sure it goes higher than Magneto. On one hand, I feel like Magneto is too low. On the other hand, I feel like it's too high.
Yeah.
I feel like it's too low, but at the same time, I'm looking at what's above it. And it's like, I probably want those more. But I think Disney Motion's probably better than Magneto, but at the same time, I don't think it's better than Magneto. I'm confused.
Spent the first half. Spent the first hour and a half glazing 1-up. 1-up is good, all right.
Never spent the first hour and a half glazing 1-up.
Bro,
I did contribute for a bit, but then eventually I stopped contributing, and then I kept contributing.
1-up is so much better than people think of it as. That being said, it's still in the middle of the tiers. Like, it's still a mid item, but like, bro, it's underrated. It actually is. Y'all don't know how 1-up works, bro.
Oh no, Disarration does not give occasional backshots in trash tier.
True. We can just leave it here, I don't care.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Book of Shadows. So, this is actually one of my favorite books. Yeah, Turt hates this item for some reason.
I don't actually hate it, it's fine.
Book of Shadows. First, I'm gonna put this out there right away. I think it's a lot better than Book of Belial. Like, a lot better. This is one of the best min-max actives in the game. You go into cursed rooms for free. You get the free item off Devil Beggar. You take no health from Devil Beggar, and you just get the item almost every single time you use this. You can likely either get a ton of coins from Blood Donation Machine, or get Blood Bag or IV Bag for free, no health. You can use this on any character. This is one of the only consistent ways you can actually use Blood Dono or Devil Beggar with the Lost. Right? This is one of the best active items for Lost. Debatably, maybe the best active items for the Losts.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Even on normal characters, I think it's better than Book of Belial. But considering the challenge characters as well, it's insane. You can you can run up to any single boss and use your orbitals. This is insane with Cube of Meat. This is insane with any high damaging orbital. This is great with Distant Admiration. You just freaking run up and do all your orbital damage, all your close range tier damage. If you have Mom form, you could use the knife. If you have Mom's knife, you run up and stab. It has so much battle and utility application that I think it's one of the better actives in the game. I would unironically take it more than the damage ups, and I think I put it here.
Okay, so I think I take Book of Belial more, and I am actually not sure if I'm throwing or not. I might be throwing. I'm kind of coming around to the idea that maybe I'm just underrating Book of Shadows.
Which is fair.
Because I like Book of Belial more for sure.
It's just like, again, this is kind of like Luckfoot in a way. Like, it does so much that, like, you just have to think about. Like, it doesn't feel as strong as a damage up, right? Or the extra Devil Deal chance. But it just is. Like, it's so much stronger. You get so much stuff. You get so much stuff, so much utility, so many more items that you weren't able to get. I'm telling you, like, you almost always get the item from Devil Beggar, for example. Like, it's so free. You can use it on Confessionals. You could use it on just any self-damaging thing. And again, the orbitals into especially early game bosses, like Cube of Meat, literally just Cube of Meat, which is very common, is so free with this. Just run up and do crap tons of damage. Anyway, I'm a big lover of Book of Shadows.
I struggle to, like, if I saw this next to a Pentagram, I think I'm taking Pentagram. I'd rather have the permanent damage.
It depends on the... Okay, listen. What I will say is it depends on the character, right? Because I think it's hard. Because Book of Shadows... The thing with this is that on a character that does not already have a really good active, like Isaac with D6, or even Lilith with Box of Friends, or, I don't know, freaking Tainted Beth with Lemegeton. Actually, no, that's a pocket, isn't it? Is Lemegeton a pocket? I forget.
On,
Tainted Beth.
Tainted Beth, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pocket. Okay, well, anyway, whatever. It's hard to realize how strong Book of Shadows actually is, because so many of the characters start with, like, already really good actives. And, like, on a Judas run, for example, like, you might not worry about Book of Shadows, because, oh, well, I've already been making great use of Book of Belial, so I might just keep it, right? Because it feels like it's been doing so much, especially in the early game with Judas, right? Like, it feels like you shred bosses with Book of Belial. But realistically, you could do the same damn thing with Book of Shadows. You just run up and hit every single shot. A singular orbital is going to do more DPS in that time, likely. Well, at least the early game bosses. Obviously, a late game boss, that's where it becomes a little bit trickier. Because obviously, like, some of the late game bosses last a really long time, so it's possible that you get more DPS out of Book of Belial than Book of Shadows. But obviously at that point, like, I'm discounting all the utility of Book of Shadows. So, you know, from purely as a battle item, you could definitely say that Book of Belial is better, and I think that's very fair. But I think just the combination of the synergies of Book of Shadows in battle and all the utility is insane. I would put it above Flight. I think it has more.
I think considering that we are factoring in challenge characters more, than the fact that this is actually very good for challenge characters is relevant.
And even on Soul Heart characters, because Soul Heart characters, you don't want to use Blood Donation Machines or Devil Beggars. You can now use them. So it's a big portion of the characters that open up strats that you just could not have done before.
That's true. I was considering it, by the way, definitely not Overfly, I'm not letting that happen. I was considering it, like, next to, like, Pentagram. I was considering maybe top of B+. I can kind of see bottom of A-. But it's not above Flight.
How can I explain it?
No,
Flight?
Listen.
Flight?
You're already lucky with me putting it below Flight. I was considering, I was going to insist for top of B+. The fact that I'm giving you bottom of A-, you should take that. It's not going higher.
Well, I mean, we're trying to figure out what's the best place, right? We're just discussing, right? I'm not trying to. This is not a fight.
I'm just saying, don't expect anything.
But it's not me being lucky. We're trying to figure out what are the better items, right? This isn't supposed to be a fight. Like, let's determine it, right? Let's discuss it.
Oh, it is a fight.
So,
fight people.
So let's discuss it, right? Do you think you get more stuff from Flight than from all of the battle application and utility of Book of Shadows? I don't think so. You get way more from Book of Shadows, I think. Like, way more.
Flight is a passive item.
Well, true, but there really aren't that many. Okay, and see, this is what I was saying earlier. See, B+ and higher, this is the point where it being an active actually doesn't matter, because this is one of the better actives. Like, you're gonna keep this.
I think there's quite a few good, better actives. I also think
that. But, like, what is. Okay.
Book of Shadows kind of relies on your run already having a certain power level. If you have a weak run, Book of Shadows will not help you win.
Of course it will.
You kind of...
It's also only 3 rooms. You could still use this in rooms. Important to note. In big rooms, it's very good to use this, because you just get 2 charges right away. Like, use it in your big room. Get the free room clear. It's also better Necronomicon. When do you ever not clear the entire room while you have the shield up in an enemy room?
Why do you keep comparing a Necronomicon?
Because I hate Necronomicon. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. Shield is just that good. Like, it actually just is that good. And also important to note, since we're counting character application, we've already said that this is amazing on the challenge characters, especially Lost. How about all the Flight characters that already exist that Transcendence does nothing for? You know?
There's actually not that many Flight characters.
Yeah, but it's still something to take note of. Transcendence does nothing for Lost and Tainted Lost, which have more weighting, by the way.
Tainted Lost can't get it. It doesn't exist.
I guess, fine, fair enough. Lost, Tainted Forgotten, Azazel. Is there any other Flight characters? That might be it.
Yeah, it's like 3 characters.
Either way. And one of them has higher weighting. Either way. So that's 4 characters. There you go. What is it? The shield is great on every character. Which character is the shield bad on? Debatably, only maybe Isaac. But there's times where you drop D6 if you're late enough into the run.
Okay. Isaac, it's definitely worse. You would rather
if it's early. No, you're right. I would re-roll it if it's early. But if it's late in the game, I've replaced D6 many times with Book of Shadows.
Someone says I would never take Book of Shadows over Eternal D6 on Lost. I don't think it's a never, but I think it is a potentially you're losing, like, it's opportunity cost. You're losing Eternal D6 to take Book of Shadows. So yes, Book of Shadows is good in the Lost, but you are losing another item. So relatively, I would rather have Pentagram. Like, I would rather Pentagram to show up, because then I get Pentagram and Eternal D6, rather than just getting Book of Shadows and losing my Eternal D6.
I also think that that's a throw, though. On a Tainted Lost run especially, you always take Book of Shadows. I actually just think you're throwing if you don't take Book of Shadows on a Tainted Lost run.
I said Lost, not Tainted Lost.
Oh, regular Lost. Yeah, can it even spawn as Tainted Lost? It might not be able to.
It can.
Oh, it can.
For some reason.
Well,
I feel like it shouldn't be able to, but for some reason it can, and it's one of Tainted Lost best items.
But yeah, no. So late into the no, you're right. Like if it's early, D6. Okay, there's no argument that D6 is better in the early game. Like yes, hello, you use it the entire run, you get way more OP. But 100%, I would drop D6 late enough into the run because Book of Shadows just has more use into the late game. It just does. Like it's a good active. It absolutely is. Okay. Anyway, back to my point about Transcendence. Do you really think you get more out of Flight alone than all of the utility application and battle application of Book of Shadows?
Yes, Flight has min-max potential, which is similar enough to the Book of Shadows.
No, it's not. No, it just isn't. That's so wrong. You can't just say that and just pass that along. What do you mean? You mean some of the room combos that you get items that you couldn't have gotten otherwise? How about all of the Blood Dono machines you couldn't have used? How about in Womb? Nobody uses Blood Dono machine in Womb. You take too much health, even on a Red Heart character. You don't use Blood Donos in Womb, unless you really need to.
Why do you need a Blood Dono in Womb? What's the Blood Dono?
Hello? To get money, to get soul hearts from, whatever the frick. From Skull Game or Slot Machine.
You actually didn't have like a end point for that. You just said
what do you mean?
And then you kind of like
you can get a health up from Blood Dono machine. Health up is good. Or you can use a Devil Beggar. Or you can use it for the Cursed Room. Like there's multiple things. It's a shield.
Devil Beggar's valid. Curse Room, I guess, kind of. I don't know. I just rather have Light directly. I mean, if we're talking about Curse Rooms, Book of Shadow only lets you enter or exit without taking damage.
Yeah, I mean that being said, you're right. For Curse Rooms, they're comparable.
Yeah. I then think for like earlier in the run when you're getting, I don't know. Book of Flight gives you better dodging capability, right? Throughout the whole run. Doesn't take out an active slot. So I think for like not taking damage, Flight will prevent some damage. Probably not in the final boss.
Now I will say I'm the biggest Flight glazer of all time. Because of our Azazel versus Tainted Lilith arguments. But that being said, I absolutely think you gain way more out of shield, even in terms of dodgeability. It's 3-room charge. It's just so important to keep note of. You could just use this a lot. Like, into bosses, there's so many bosses you just kill before the shield runs out, and you just get a free boss. It has great synergy with battery items. How about the Tainted Lilith run that I did the other day? What did I have? Freaking Habit in Book of Shadows? That's just crazy. You get multiple shields per fight. It's a low charge item. You have battery. You get to use this twice in a fight. Like, the battery effects buff this item way more than just Flight by itself. This item has synergies. Like, I actually, the more I talk about it, no, Cupid's arrow is probably higher. But I don't know. I don't know. It really is, like, it has so much going for it. I think, if anything, I feel like Transcendence doesn't feel comparable. No, maybe it is. I mean, I do think Flight's better than Damage. It's just weird.
Legitimately, I am already struggling to put it higher than a Damage Up. Because Damage Up, I just like, just directly having damage, I think, is, like, almost more useful. It's not going higher than Flight mana. Take your A minus.
I think the thing is that Flight is so common, even stuff like the ladder fulfills half its use. True. Alright, well, obviously, we are stuck at deadlock. I tried my best, chat, to actually get him to agree with me. Let's do a poll.
We're not doing a poll. No, we only do a poll if it's a tied placement. I think it's below the damage ups in B.
That's not what you said! That's not what you said! You said... No. This is cap. This is absolutely cap. You said you are lucky because I'm putting it at A-. At bottom of A-.
First, I was going to say it's okay for you to put it... You put it at the bottom of A-.
Listen, you are absolutely manipulating the situation.
You put it at the bottom of A-. I was going to fight it to be lower in B tier, and then I decided that I was going to let you have it. That is my maximum placement. I was going to let you have it without fighting. That's why I said right at the start that you weren't going to get it higher than Transcendence, and that you shouldn't try. Like, if you want to convince me, it's not going to work. That was you'd already convinced me to that level, like, at most. I'm not putting it higher than Transcendence. My actual spot for it, I don't actually think it's better than a Damager.
It's just like, it's too late. I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
Well, it doesn't make any sense. We already set our placements. Anyway, at the end of the day, I don't know. Like, okay, what I will say, tell you what though, if Transcendence wins by, if Transcendence wins by a lot, then then we can even put it at the top of B+. I think that's fair.
Matter, you said the polls were only for tiebreakers. I don't consider this a tiebreaker.
Bro, it was a tiebreaker. You can go back into the stream.
It's not a tiebreaker. That was my highest point. You said the polls were only for tiebreakers. Otherwise, you do mid spot. Mid spot is technically top of B+.
But like, it's unfair because I think you're manipulating the list now because you already said your placement.
I think you're manipulating the list by doing a poll on criteria that we said we wouldn't do polls for.
But I don't know. I just think you changed your opinion so you get the place you want.
What do you mean? I said right at the start of the placement, you're not getting it higher than A-, bottom of A-. That's what I said immediately. You can't say that I changed my mind. That's exactly what I said. I said I was considering like B+ top, like at most, and then I decided I was going to give you bottom of A-, but it wouldn't go higher. I said that immediately.
All right. So Shadows won 62-38. So at the very least, earlier on, remember when let's just talk logically here, right? Remember when I felt like I was, I said, hey, if SHOOP wins Tammy by a lot, then I'll drop my placement for Tammy. Remember, I was at here. I dropped my placement. My specific placement because I felt, you know what, fair enough. Like, clearly I'm overrating it. So do you not think at all that you're not underrating, like, Shadows a little bit?
I do. That's why I'm willing at most to put it bottom of A-.
But like,
that's why I was going to let you have it and not fight it. But if you're trying to put it higher than the very bottom of A-, I will fight it.
Okay, so I'll be the... Listen, at the end of the day, if it really bums you out that much, then I'll put it here. But I think it's, like, pretty obvious that Shadows deserves the higher spot.
It already looks wrong to me being in A- at all. I would put it, like... I was gonna say, like, I was gonna fight for top of B+ as, like, highest. But I decided I was gonna give you bottom of A-. Because where I would personally put it is, like, bottom of B+. Like, I take Book of Belial over this. So I'm already accounting for the fact that I'm probably underrating it.
Fight, don't give in, no. Bro, stop bending. Stop bending the cat. Manor, fight for it. Stop. I mean, I fought as much as I could. I just think, like, Turt, he's convinced himself. He can't listen to reason anymore. Defend Book of Shadows for us.
Mana. I was going to have it bottom of B+. I said at the start of the placement, I take Book of Belial over Book of Shadows. I put it up a whole tier. Only because I think I'm underrating it. That's the only reason I put it up a whole tier.
Okay.
I think there's a chance I'm underrating it.
If we're doing this... Alright, you know what? I'm doing this for you, chat. If we're doing this, I would take Book of Shadows over Cupid's arrow in many runs. So, all of the power that you get from Book of Shadows, the battery utility items, make you invincible in certain runs. Actually invincible. Legitimately invincible. 4.5 volt, that's like one of the most broken synergies ever in the entirety of Binding of Isaac. I already said battery. 4.5, oh wait, sorry. Car battery. just double length shield. You could use it. It's only 3 times, just 3 charge rate. Like, you could just use it over so many rooms. The fact you get 2 charge beams, 4 rooms, you're just invincible. Like, sorry, I know I'm like scattering a bunch, but like, it's just because these are all points that I've already made. I do legitimately think, as an active item, it's just so free. You get so much utility that, I don't know, you just get so much, and for the characters that it's insane on, it's actually insane. This goes past even just Soulheart and Lost and Keeper. I just legitimately think, hey, like, okay, obviously, okay, if I'm going to compare it to piercing, this is a hard comparison for me to make, but shield, actually, no, I know what to tackle here. Shield is just flat out better in boss fights. It just is. And with battery utility and with battery synergies, it's actually crazy. Orbitals do so much extra DPS with shield. And again, with different synergies, you can use it multiple times and get that effect even stronger. And again, with battle characters, it's very insane. I mean, sorry, not battle characters. With the characters that die in one hit, the challenge characters. So I don't know.
I think piercing shreds every room in the game, and that's way better than Book of Shadows. Legitimately, if I see piercing or flight next to Book of Shadows, I will snap take the piercing / flight. I will not even consider the Book of Shadows unless I'm Tainted Lost. And maybe the Keepers. I have to be a challenge character to consider the Book of Shadows.
Keep in mind that this is like a pretty big difference in the poll. Like, I just want you to see that, like, clearly a lot of people agree that, yeah, Shadows is a really good ability. I'm not saying that this is going to alter the placement. I just want to try to convince you, all right? If you're that convinced that Shadows deserves to be below the damage ups...
It feels wrong to me because, like, I would snap pick Transcendence over Shadows, like, immediately, on site, every day. So the fact it's even next to it, like, you need to take what you can get. But it does not go higher.
Every turret is on. Alright. Well, I was trying, chat. I really was. But I'm glad that most of y'all agree with me, at least. Shadow's just a really good item. Men are stop bending. Well, I don't want to be an asshole, you know? Clearly Turt wants it the other way.
Shadows and Bethany is also good. Actually, that's another good point. So there's, I would say, on the Lost, I would debate re-rolling it with Eternal D6 because I don't want to lose my Eternal D6. It's a really good active. Actually, on Keeper, I would rather have Wooden Nickel as well. So not on Keeper either. So it's only Tainted Keeper. I'll give half a point to the Lost. Tainted Lost is good, like really good. I can even give like 2 points to the Lost. Tainted Lost, I mean. So that's like, and then Bethany, it's really good. So that's like 4.5 points. And then every other character, I'm taking Transcendence, like, immediately.
What about all the flight characters?
Okay. Like, 6.5 points then. It's not that big of a difference.
But no, it is a big difference, because Shadows is... Okay, which characters are Shadows actively bad on?
Isaac with D6.
No, that's incorrect. That is actually incorrect, because there are moments in the run where Shadows is better. Like, you need to name a character that flat out should always want to keep their current active over Shadows. And I think the only case for that is maybe Keeper. And no, I would, well, okay, Void is, well no, I would take Book of Shadows. It's lower charge time. I'd actually take Book of Shadows over Void.
You're losing the stat upgrades from Void.
Is that how it works, really?
No, like, for the rest of the run, like, the feature stat upgrades.
Oh, then I don't care. I would have gotten enough benefit out of Void anyway. I honestly don't even care for Void that much. I think Shadows is much better than Void. Void is not D6.
Shadows is actually useless, kind of forgotten. I don't think that's true. I feel like the shield still works.
Alright, does Turt have any counter points to free Devil Beggars, Blood Donation Machines, and Confessionaries? Yeah, so what's your counterpoint? Like, let's debate here.
I think Flight also gives you a lot of value and it makes you save health in runes more than Book of Shadows for sure. Just from being able to dodge better, and it's a passive item and it doesn't take up an active slot. So yeah, like it is good for Devil Beggars and stuff. Like I'm not denying that. I just think the benefits of flight are better than that by a margin. I would also say that having a regular damage up just permanently, like a Pentagram that's +1 damage and a bit of Devil Chance, I'd say having that permanently and having no opportunity cost on your active slot is better than having opportunity cost on my active slot. Yes, Shadows does have some useful min-maxing potential. I'd just rather take the immediate damage forever.
Also, a valid point from Legends of Laughter. There are many other ways to get flight and way less ways to get the shield. I mean, it's true. The shield is reusable. Like, and there's just so many ways to get the extra utility that you get out of flight. Like, so many cards can give you flight. Magneto can give you the pickups that you get from flight. Like,
I want to say one thing. I see a lot of people saying like, "Oh, most of my runs have flight." That argument is only valid if it's only valid if you're talking about runs that you get flight twice or more. If you're thinking about all the runs you've had flight, which runs had only one flight item? Because if you take away that one flight item, suddenly you don't have flight. The only time flight is redundant is if you like, how many runs are you getting that have at least 2 sources of flight? That's what's redundant.
You know what? The more I think about Transcendence, you're gonna hate me. I think I take all the damage ups over Transcendence.
You literally earlier in the list said you'd snap pick Transcendence over.
Well, the problem is though, is that Transcendence is not good on every character.
It's bad on like 3 characters.
Yeah, but damage up is good on every character.
Okay.
And, okay, here's the thing. I said that it's better because I said that that flight is better than damage. But it's not by much. Like, it really isn't by much. And you can get flight in multiple different ways. You're right. I did absolutely say that. But I think I was wrong. Like, I actually think I was wrong to say that. Because there's multiple ways to get flight. And damage ups just stack with each other. Multiple flight ups don't stack. So getting more damage ups is just good. No matter what. And again, like, the fact that it isn't that different, like, let's say I still thought that flight was slightly better than damage ups. Slightly better. Then I think it's slight enough that the 3 characters are enough for me to bring it lower.
I just don't think flight is comparable to damage up at all.
I also don't think the Shadows is comparable to the damage, though. Like, I actually think Shadows is far better than the damage ups. Like, it's not even close.
Anybody missed my point when I compared having multiple flight sources? I'm seeing people argue that they say all their runs have flight, therefore Transcendence is redundant. If you are comparing a run where you had one flight source, like, okay, Transcendence is a stand-in for flight. Again, we're not counting item pools, right? We're not counting item pools. Transcendence is a rarer item. Like, it's a secret room item. You're not going to see it that often, right? So, it's not likely that you're going to have just Transcendence. But we're not, like, we can just talk about flight in general here because we're talking about general item pools. So, we're just talking about flight. You don't have to look at the specific item. You need to be on a run that's had no, like, that, if you're saying you always have flight, and therefore it's redundant, and therefore Book of Shadows is better, if you only had one flight item in those runs, then no, the flight was not redundant, because if you take away your one flight item, you don't have flight anymore. And if Transcendence was your one flight item and you took it away, you wouldn't have flight anymore. So it's only redundant if you already have a flight item, and then you see the Transcendence. You can't just say, like, yeah, the amount of runs you think in your head, like, oh, I have flight so often. The actual thing you need to think about is, how many runs have I had multiple sources of flight? And no, flight is not worse than a damage up. Yes, flight is not like the rarest thing in the world.
To be fair, I think I put Transcendence above the mirror, but below these. Like, I think the damage ups, like, the damage ups do more for me, I think. Like, I think I save more hits from damage ups than I do from flight. And I mean, yes, obviously flight, you get the utility of extra pickups. But like,
oh my god, Kim isn't the point. No. Okay, we are judging based on chaos. You see Transcendence next to Book of Shadows in the item room, and you don't have flight yet. Or maybe you do have flight, but like, if you have flight, we'd have to assume it's like late run. And like, not every run is going to already have flight. Like,
yeah, I mean, okay, but listen, Turt, like, what you're saying here, like, do you not hear yourself? Like, you cannot have Book of Shadows, but you can have flight. Book of Shadows is unique.
I can have a better active.
But there just aren't that many better actives. There actually just isn't.
Okay, yes, but okay, even if your active is like only slightly worse than Book of Shadows. Let's say I have a Book of Belial, right? Okay, let's say you think Book of Shadows is better than Book of Belial. That's fine, right? If I have a Book of Belial and I pick up a Book of Shadows, the increase in power in my active slot has not actually went up that much. It only went up by 1 tier, right? But if I take a flight item when I didn't have flight, I gained an A- tier item, which I didn't have before. I went from nothing to an A- tier item. Like, you see what I'm saying? There's a difference in power. By taking the flight item, I'm getting a direct boost.
I'm sorry, I'm missing exactly what you're putting down. So what are you replacing? What specifically are you replacing?
Let's say you have like just an okay active like Book of Belial, and you see a Book of Shadows,
right?
And you think Book of Shadows is better. Okay, that's fair enough. Then you're going up 1 tier. By taking Book of Shadows, you're going up 1 tier in terms of your active item, because you're losing your Book of Shadows. So you're only getting 1 tier worth of value. But if you take Transcendence, you're getting A- tier worth of value. Like, you're getting the full value, because you didn't have it, and now you're getting the full value. There's opportunity cost on every active in the game.
Correct.
Not only are you possibly going to find a active item later on that's better than Book of Shadows, like, maybe if you're early enough in the run, you might find a D6 soon, and then, like, that would be better than a Book of Shadows. Like, if you're late in the run, then sure, you wouldn't take the D6, but, like, you get what I mean. There are better items than Book of Shadows that you might find, but then, even right now, you're not getting that big of a boost in power, because you're losing your Book of Belial.
Okay. Turt. Despite all of what you're saying, after talking and thinking about Transcendence, like, I'm not trying to be mean, I do legitimately think damage ups are better. Like, well, besides the mirror, I think I'd take the Transcendence over the mirror. So, I guess we have to decide, okay, how are we going to do this?
I don't see how you think damage up is better than flight.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Even before all of this, no matter what, I was debating that flight should not be compared to these items, because these items are so much better. So keep that in mind when I'm saying this, because no matter what, I didn't think it was on the same power as these. I thought previously that flight is better than damage, which in its own is true. I agree. Flight is better than damage, but there's way more flight items to the point where I'm getting more benefit out of stacking damage ups than I am from stacking useless flight items.
If flight is top of B+, then Book of Shadows needs to be in B+ behind.
No, but I don't think it's top of B+. I think it's here. I used to think it's here.
Thank you for being my sidekeep. Thank you. There's one person.
What'd you say?
Someone in chat said I'm on your side. I appreciate it. Again, you're assuming you have flight items. It's an unfair assumption. You can't always assume you have flight
of course, but you also can't assume that you already have a really good active. It's the same thing. So if you're going to argue that, then I can absolutely say, hey, what if you already have flight?
There are way more actives in the game than flight items.
No, but there aren't that many really good actives. Belial is... That was a good argument, but it's specifically Belial, and I don't think there's that many actives that are only slightly worse.
It's anything. It's anything. Give me like a mid-active, like a deck of cards maybe. If you have a deck of cards, you're losing your deck of cards to take the Book of Shadows. Like, it's
well, deck of cards is also pretty good though.
Okay, I don't know, maybe like a Keeper's Box. I don't know. Like, you could have, like, free shop items every so often, but now you're losing that ability to take the Book of Shadows. And is it worth it? Yes, it is. But if I have to take that difference in power versus just getting to keep my Keeper's Box and have flight, I'll probably just take the flight and the Keeper's Box. I'm getting 2 items, basically. Well, Book of Shadows, I'm only getting 1 item out of that. You see what I mean?
Alright, so do you still legitimately think that Shadows is worse than the damage ups?
I think it's, like, very, very close.
I also think... Well, I don't think Shadows is close at all. But I do think Transcendence is close.
Guys, it doesn't matter that it's the worst flight item. Because flight is still flight. It's flight. Flight is so useful. Like, yes, the other flight items, when we get to them, when we get to, like, Lord of the Pit, which is just flight with a speed up, or we get to Holy Grail, which is just flight with a health up, then yes, those are going to be higher than Transcendence, of course. But just flight on its own is still good. Like, maybe I can see top of B+ just for Transcendence, only because it's literally a no upside flight item, it's just flight. But in that case, I want Book of Belial below it.
You mean Book of Shadows?
Yeah, Book of Shadows, sorry, yeah.
Alright. I mean, they're tied, right? Like, they actually are just tied. Like, I'm really not trying to be mean here, but this is the scenario where we do a poll. I mean, we are absolutely just tied. It's not like this is a massive change in tiers. That's what I meant when I said that the polls are not going to be massive change in tiers. You know? Like, can you at least agree that we're deadlocked? Like, we're tied on this. Is that wrong?
I will give...
Like, listen, for us, the items can be tied, alright? I mean, it's the same for a lot of these items, right? Like,
I will give you Book of Shadows above Transcendence, but it has to be in B+ tier.
like both
That's
of them?
my ultimatum.
I mean, fine. Honestly, like, if that's what it takes, then that's fine. I do want to move on. I think we've said all that we could about these items. I still feel very confidently that this deserves this spot, but if that's what you think, realistically, if this is also a tied spot, I can make a poll for Book of Shadows in A-.
Wait, what?
We've done that.
Now you are manipulating the polls. What is that?
What do you mean? I'm just... Well, because I think that's tied as well, right? I think... Look, this is a tied placement. I think Book of Shadows is here, and you think it's here.
Mana. I was going to put... Again, I said this before. I was going to put... I still think Transcendence should easily be higher. I was going to put Book of Shadows, like... I was going to put it below Book of Belial. That's what I would have done. Because I think I might be underrating it, I'm willing to give it, like, a some boost. I was willing to give you above, I was willing to give you below Transcendence at most. I've now let you get Transcendence. My only condition is that it's in B+.
But, like, it's not about conditions, Turt. We're just trying to figure out what the best items are. Like, we're not trying to fight
Transcendence
here.
is significantly
But we're not trying to fight here. We're trying to figure out what's the best item. Alright? And by me doing... Again, we're tied right now. Is it really wrong of me to just
You can't just take the final thing and then say you're tied again. Like, what?
What do you mean? It's... I don't really get it. I still think that it deserves here. I was just trying to get a better replacement for it, but it's fine. Again, I'm not going to try to be an asshole about it. Let's just move on.
Yeah, no, see, you agreed to the ultimatum and then you're trying to change it. You can't change the ultimatum, exactly.
Well, okay, but... I mean, I would agree, but I didn't think that we were fighting the items. I thought we were, you know, we're trying to figure out what's the best, right? Either way, I mean, realistically, is that what you want? Like, you'd rather these be here than in A-?
I'd rather them be in A-, but I don't want, yeah, I'd rather them be in A-, but I don't want Transcendence below Book of Shadows. And if Transcendence is going to be below Book of Shadows, then I refuse for Book of Shadows to be in A-.
But that also means that Transcendence is in B+.
That's fine. I just don't want it to be a whole tier above Transcendence.
Okay, at the very least, we should be able to do a poll to say that they're both an A- or B+, right? I think that's fair. We're not separating them then, right?
But if it's in A-, then Transcendence has to be higher.
I'm doing a poll for this one, alright? Now you're just capping. This one deserves a poll. I get what you're saying before. You don't want me to separate the two items, which is fair. But this can get the poll. This doesn't matter. It's still the same placement.
Now, to be fair, you know what? To be fair, before you make the poll, maybe I'm acting a little bit out of spite at this point.
You absolutely are.
Really not one. I really just don't think that it's comparable to Transcendence at all. I just really don't.
I mean, I knew you were acting out of spite the moment you changed your placement on it.
I didn't change my placement. What are you talking about? Do you want to go back to when I said originally? I said I take Book of Belial over it. I said that maybe I'm underrating it. Therefore, and then I was considering B+, top of B+, considering, and then I said, you know what? I will give you A-, but I won't fight it. Like I won't fight you doing A-, like bottom of A-. But if you go any higher, like I'm gonna fight that. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I did.
Talk about this for 40 minutes? God damn. That long? Fudge. Wait, I just realized I did the freaking poll wrong. I'm so dumb. My bad. Let's see. A+ or A. Oh wait, sorry, I said it wrong again. A-.
The only out of spite thing was the ultimatum there. That's because it actually doesn't make sense for it to be B+ and Transcendence below, but then in A- have Transcendence above. That doesn't make sense. That's the only thing I acted out of spite on. I'm not acting out of spite on Transcendence being higher than Book of Shadows. Like...
Alright, A- or B+ for both of these items, and then we can finally move on, chat. What do we think? I think this is a fair poll. I don't think you can argue against this one.
I still don't think... I think it was unfair for you to even make a poll in the first place. Like, the original poll you shouldn't have made. That's not the condition you make polls on.
Well, to be fair, in that moment, you're technically right, but I was kind of brewing in my head that Transcendence doesn't deserve to be as high as it is anyway. And I think that's why I think it was more fair. Like, at the end of the day, the two items were tied. That's where I was trying to get at. Polls should be made if two items are tied. And they were.
I don't think they're tied.
Well, yeah. I don't think they are either. I think Transcendence is below the damage ups. But
I think
clearly,
I think Book of Shadows is a full tier below Transcendence.
You gotta understand, like, we both think they're in opposite places of each other, so that's a tie. Yeah, this is definitely a hard deadlock. I don't think it's wrong to make the poll at all. We're deadlocked. That was the point of the polls.
You know what? Fine. But that means that, but, like, I actually will go hard on this. Because I already think Transcendence is probably going to be the very bottom of A-. Nothing goes below Book of Shadows, goes above. Nothing goes below Book of Shadows or Transcendence in A- at all.
Maybe better flight items?
No. Better flight items 100% go above Book of Shadows. 100%.
Well, it depends on what it is, to be fair.
No. 100%. Nothing is going below those two items in A.
Well, is there another basic flight item? Because then it's the same argument.
Yeah, so basically, if it's literally the exact same as Transcendence, then sure. But if it's even slightly better than Transcendence, it's going higher than Book of Shadows.
I mean, that's fine.
And I'll have Book of Shadows over Transcendence.
Listen, I ain't trying to fight you, Turt. I'm just trying to, you know, I'm trying to move
I just
on.
think it's so wrong that they're even next to each other.
I think it's wrong too. I'm just not like, you know, I'm not gonna be too butthurt about it, you know? Okay. Freaking 40 minutes on Transcendence and Book of Shadows. That was interesting though.
That's unfortunate. I should have known this would happen when Book of Shadows was coming up. I do still want to rank the last literally 3 items just so we can round it at 30. but it is later than I expected because I was gonna go to bed at like 2 a.m. and now it's 2:40.
We could kind of speed it up a bit. What, you said the next 3 items?
Yeah, I'm gonna do these next 3 and then go.
Yeah, that's fine. No worries. Actually, can we end with Steam Sale if we go quick enough? Because Steam Sale is just kind of interesting.
I don't want to end with Steam Sale.
Alright, that's fine. Whatever.
If we end on battery, it's an exact 30.
Okay, that's fine. But alright, we get the ladder. 10% of the items. Insane. Let's see. Where do we put the ladder? It's kind of weird, no?
I don't like it that much at all.
It's like budget flight. I mean, it can go like... Do you think it's better than Bible to just have? Maybe it's a passive, right? Insane.
I think Bible's better
Transcendence.
Just for the bookworm. I think Magneto is better. For sure, actually. For sure, Magneto is better.
You think so? No,
yeah,
I think the negatives of Magneto is still very valid, though.
I don't really think Magneto has negatives, to be honest.
Yeah, but I value the challenging min-maxing very highly of Magneto. I think it's actually a huge negative of the item.
I think you just dodge the coins. It's not that hard at all.
No, but when you're trying to D20, it's absolutely like not viable.
I guess. I don't know. Magneto's gonna give you way more consumables than Ladder will. Like way more.
Yeah, but the negative is pretty huge.
I think that negative is incredibly minor. I don't think that's really a negative at all.
Well, for me it is. It's based on playstyle, right? Like, I like to min-max consumables a lot, so like many times I would dodge Magneto specifically for that reason. But what? To be fair, I do think that around this range is valid. Do you feel like it absolutely should go below Magneto?
Yes, but if you want to put like directly below, I don't mind. I would personally put it lower, but I know you want it higher, so I guess like right there is fine.
Yeah, I would probably put it exactly here, so...
I like range ups more, but yeah, I mean, it's fine.
We can just do that. This gives you a
I still think the
now.
fly should be higher than Magneto as well. I'm actually still not sure. I'm still not sure.
Well, I think this is better than Magneto. Oh, you think the fly is better than Magneto?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I think the fly should be better than, like, ladder below Magneto and then the fly above them. Like, that's, yeah, I don't know.
Is that good?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Vampire. This is kills, heal.
This is a bit weird. So it's a very small damage up.
What is the damage up on it?
Plus 0.3. Okay, that's pitiful. That's basically nothing.
That is true.
And it's half a heart every 13 enemies killed, which is kind of relevant. That's kind of relevant.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, I've min-maxed with this a tiny bit. It's not like, you know, you can't do a crap ton with it, but you could like do a few hits on Blood Dono, then clear some more rooms and yada yada. Yeah, it's not bad. It's really good if you get those rooms with like the respawning enemies.
Yeah.
Where would you put
well,
it?
I think this is C+.
You think it's that high? I don't know. I feel like I'd rather have an HP up. Am I crazy?
Yeah. This is a damage up. Like, it is a minor damage up, but it's still a little bit of damage, and the healing, the passive healing is nice. Just a passive effect.
I'm not too strong about it. I think that's fine.
It means I don't mind the bottom of it. C+. That's okay, I guess.
To win, Pyre, you just win. It's kind of an ultra hard. True, it's insane on ultra hard.
That's true. That's true.
Alright, is that good then? I do think number one's better.
People are saying we put it too low. I can kind of see it, to be honest.
What, the kills heal?
Yeah. Take Vampire over 1 up. It's over the tears up.
It is a very minimal damage up, though. I think the tears up
is almost non-existent. The healing is kind of nice.
Yeah, but it only works on red heart characters.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe right there is fine, actually.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. Battery. Okay. Are you guys ready for an hour? Do you guys have an hour?
I was actually very satisfied with our battery discussion. Like, it really did up a lot of placements. Battery's just good. I think it's a little underrated.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like it doesn't do much, but, I mean, you just get double use for your active items. It's really good, you know? And on, like, reroll items, it's insane. Because, you know, obviously getting multiple times to reroll either consumables or items, obviously, is just really freaking good. You can stock up Lmegaton, get multiple items from one item pool. Like, there's a lot you can do with this. It's very deep. You can do a lot with it.
I think it's worse than a Tears Up, so therefore it might be like top of C+. Like a very top of C+.
So this is interesting because there weren't that many stat ups in the shop pool, so there weren't as many direct comparisons. The thing is that depending on the situation, I could definitely see myself taking a Tears Up over it. But I mean, it's definitely not all the time. Like, obviously, if I have a good active item that works with battery, I'm taking battery every time. I think the high roll of battery... I also really like battery, so that helps. I think I would personally put it... Halo is really good. I think I do like a tie roll more than Tears Up in general.
I think Tears Up is just going to help a lot more, but I can maybe see B-, like bottom of B-. I was going to put top of C+, but bottom of B- could work.
The thing I see with battery is that, like, I mean, again, we said it a million times, like, Tears can cap, and battery does something unique that no other item can do. Which, you know, is important. I think uniqueness is absolutely something we should take into account. And again, depending on the item, this is really freaking good. Yeah, I think its high roll potential actually makes me want to put it above the Halo. But
I don't think it's that good.
I don't think it's better than the Skeleton Key. Better is nice, though. Better should not go high in this list. It was only going high in shop because it was in the shop list. Battery items are overrated there. Battery items are good, though.
I'm not, like, I think the Tears Up is, like, a fair amount better. Not, like, a lot better, but, like, I definitely take the Tears Up almost all the time over the battery.
Even though, I'm curious. So, okay, so, like, even though these are, like, far apart, because I don't really feel like fighting this because, honestly, I'm not, like, too, like, strong either way. Like, there's definitely points where I take Tears Up over the battery. But, you know, there's a lot of times where you're already at enough tier rate and you don't need it, and there's also a lot of times where you have an active item. How do you feel about doing a final poll battery between tiers? I'm just curious.
Wait, what do you mean?
Just, like, battery versus Tears Up.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I'm just curious. Technically, our midpoint would probably be, like, right here, but I think I'd rather do the poll because I'm kind of curious. Let's see. Battery versus Tears Up. Battery has a lot of high roll potential. I think Tears Up probably wins, though.
I think Tears Up is more consistently good. I think when you have battery, you might not have an active item. Like, you might not have a good active for it or something.
Yeah, I think consistently you're probably right. Yeah, I think I'm just thinking of the high roll mainly. Like, battery could just do so much if you have the right items for it.
Well, if it goes between the onion and the coat hanger, I would never. I would actually never. I would freak.
I was never going to do that. I mean, that's why, like, no matter where it went, its midpoint would have been, like, before the stat items or after.
I can still see top of C+, but I think it's okay if it's bottom of B-. I don't mind it.
Yeah, we can do bottom of B-. B for battery. I'm cool with that. Yeah, even though the midpoint was technically here, I'm not against doing this. I'm not, like, too... Because, again, there's enough times where I take Tears Up over battery. It's just weird because they're in completely different pools.
Yeah.
Like it's a
They're
very
completely different things.
yeah, it's a very weird like comparison, admittedly. It's just I don't know.
What even is the difference between onion and coat hanger? Literally nothing.
Yeah,
and
literally
the only reason we have Y coat hanger higher is because if something is literally identical, like completely the same, our tiebreaker is which one has a better spin down dice.
Shout out
effect.
spin down dice, the goat.
And sad onion, when you spin it down, turns into nothing. So everything has a better spin down dice effect than it.
Right.
Um.
But alright, it's definitely getting pretty late for Turt, so I think we're gonna stop here. We went a little bit longer than we expected. We thought we were gonna cover more items, didn't we?
Yeah, no, especially since the 5 HP ups went quick. Although, to be fair, we talked about every stat for the 5 HP ups already.
That was just funny, the binge eater.
I was still assuming it wasn't going to go later than 2 AM for me, but it's almost 3 AM. Rip. Well, whatever.
Okay, we'll like, don't feel bad if you, you know, if you want to just stop the stream. Like, nothing wrong with that, man. It's late for you, I know.
I didn't expect Book of Shadows to go for 40 minutes, but I should have expected it.
It was interesting, I will say. So, despite all the stuff that happened to it, that's content, right? It's interesting. So I'm not too upset about it.
I'm a little bit dead.
I'm sorry.
Guys, if I'm not alive for the next stream, it's because I use Transcendence.